Bam.
Do I have
Okay.
it as a
What do
command?
I need to do?
Hold on. Who knows?
Turn into during
I certainly don't.
in bear form. In bear form. Fourth age
Okay,
in
a ton of
bear
marker.
form.
I need
You're not telling me he can turn into a bear? It's called bear form.
That's not
What do you mean it's not canon?
Hello.
What do you mean that's not canon? What do you mean that's not
Marlin
canon?
Network to go back to Ikebukuro. Yes, Ikebukuro. Let's go.
Do they use like real names in Shin Megami Tensei?
Shin Megami Tensei.
Love it. My
Okay, because pretty much it depends on which. Because it's based on how many times will Tokyo get obliterated. Legit, each game is pretty much how many times is Tokyo gonna get destroyed in some way.
I feel like if you do a sequel of a game or a movie and it's based in Tokyo, it will get destroyed. Because Ghostwire Tokyo, Tokyo is not destroyed in Ghostwire Tokyo. It's still there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then in the sequel, then something is going to happen. They're going to be like, oh, you're back. We didn't think you would survive. I have the Cataclysm. Welcome to Neo Tokyo. And it's just Tokyo, except there's a crater in somewhere.
For the What's-a-Mahuzi to
Me speaking with like no experience about how media interprets Tokyo. Wait, Tokyo wasn't one of the ones that we bombed, was it?
No, it was Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
All right, cool. Yeah, yeah, because Kyoto and Tokyo were avoided because a general was like, could we not do it to these places? Because the missus and I would very much like to visit this again.
It's GrantZeebs. What's my username on Telegram?
There's also the thing of, if you go bombing those particular places, you're
What's
gonna
my username on YouTube? Well,
have
YouTube is technically using a
unforeseen
Google account in order to...
consequences.
Unforeseen consequences. First it was hentai. Who knows what... One shudders to think of the thoughts we will engage in. So yeah. Also, hi Unnamed. I don't know if Unnamed figured out that the first time they say something, it do the bork. So, I'm a dude, so yeah.
But yeah, the locations that they say in this real
Can you
locations,
pick up my card
like
and revive
Asakusa,
me, please? You can leave the
well, I say
medallion there,
Asakusa,
so then that way it
and
doesn't
also
like
the
fall
other
you
Japanese,
and stuff
all
like
the
that
other
for now.
Japanese do. But because this is voiced by Americans, they say
Thank you, Kat.
Asakusa.
So wait, so what is Asuka?
Asakusa.
Asakusa.
It is a prefecture.
Oh shit! Hey, Griffin!
So, a town like Ipswich.
So instead of saying suburbs, they split their areas into prefectures. Just think of it as the same thing.
Okay, so a suburb. Like
Yes, it's pretty much
Ipswich.
Yes. Well,
Please clip that. That
Yes.
moment of
this moment of, do I explain further to this himbo?
if you know what a suburb is, you know what a prefecture is.
Yep. Alright. Good to know.
Because at that point, it's pretty much the same thing.
instead of like.
It's like how
Okay, so I needed to
in other places they say the town or something.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty then. Why was that? I don't know why that was loud, Furry Cures. I think it's just because, like, the friend in the chat with me, because we're just vibing. Oh, I need to turn off that Opera GX thing, so then that way you don't. There we go. I got a friend. His name's Blue. Say hi, Blue.
Go suck a lemon.
There we go. No, could never get away from that.
Okay,
Hi there, Jack.
that's it. I'm gonna spit in your mouth.
I wish I had a better means of like splitting the bork, so then that way it was like depending on how many times unnamed was saying bork, it would only bork that many times, but I just have to randomize it and just sort of be like, oh, let's just go for like anything between 1 and 7. Sorry, Fairy Cures, the Go Suck a Lemon is still not available as a thingamadiggy. I have turned that off. Oh shit! Is that the blue, fuzzy, nicey, ricey, pricey, spicy, icy? Did you change your name? Did you change your name, blue, fuzzy, nicey, ricey, pricey, spicy, icy?
No.
Pull the lever.
Oh, God damn it, Wild Saber. The borks are soft. I must be louder. Well, I don't know. Maybe you do. Give me better sound samples maybe next time. I'm not gonna artificially increase the gain on my side. I just wanted the thingies, and then, you know, bam. It's like, brah, my end is now. Bang! Prepare thyself, brah! So, she final on my family 14 times. Yes! We are going to be going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward and award-winning Stormblood expansion up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime. Hey, Blue!
Yeah.
Have you played the critically acclaimed MMORPG
No.
Final... Cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie. You couldn't let me say it again, like the full spiel. You just had to be like, no.
Yeah, no.
My day be so fine, then boom.
Okay, that's 8 borks. I did not have 8 borks, I believe. Hang on, let me fix that. Where's my commands? Bork sounds. I had... Oh, wait, no, one of them was capitalized, was why. Oh, yeah, they were capitalized, was why. I wonder, is there a way to make them so it's not case-sensitive? Oh, no, there is an option to make them case-sensitive, but I just need to keep them case-insensitive.
Bork.
Oh, Cap wants in as well. Alrighty, then. Let me bring Cap in, so then that way I'm not by myself. Hello, Cap.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a cat on my screen. Oh god, Grant, he's attacking you.
What? Why is she attacking me? Who? Wait, he?
My cat, he's on my desk right now, covering your stream, being a cunt.
You know
Get
what's...
him out of here.
I still don't get the appeal of cats. They feel like housemates that just want to give you side-eye.
Don't
Well,
you
they
already
did have
get
a-
side-eye?
Like, they're just like, side-eye. Criminal, offensive side-eye. They just stand there. They might tip something over. They complain when there isn't food, but they don't contribute.
Iggy.
Iggy.
He was on my screen. But we did have a good old-fashioned nap before, and it was comfy.
Okay, so that's what the whole, oh, I don't like my body moment was. I thought it was you going to the bathroom, and I was like, oh, damn, that's a long bathroom break. You just fell asleep.
No, that was the bathroom.
So you went to the bathroom and you fell asleep?
No, I'm talking about before we even voice chatted. Me and Iggy were having a daytime nap.
Oh.
And then my guts decided to kill me for an hour.
Oh, no, I'm sorry to hear that. Hi there, Nano Gamer. Welcome to the stream. I'm playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV. Hey, Cap.
Yes?
Do you play the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV?
GrantZeebs, I love critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV. Now with an extended free trial that includes award-winning expansion, Heaven's Ward, as well as now Stormblood, a new adventure in fucking Japan and China.
I'm sorry, I gotta have to run this again because it crashed on me when my muscles got too big for whatever reason. I hope this isn't gonna spell me danger in the future.
Ah, the Retro 4 Aurora has opened up. The second wave.
Nice!
Fork.
I ain't attending. So I have promised myself to like not engage in like conventions for a few years at least.
You didn't fuck with Furdu?
I've got like okay, Blue knows about like all this kind of stuff with me as well. I'm not too sure if you do, but like in the 3 times I've gone to Furdu, I've had to like put more and more effort into trying to like, you know, grab people's attention there, or, you know, organize to be able to meet up with them and such, because unfortunately a lot of the people I'm friends with within the furry community are either artists who are already busy at Furdu, one of the biggest conventions that they can attend to in the country, so it's silly for them to try and attend and not, you know, try and make a return on their investment by, you know, hosting a booth or something. Or I'm just like lightly associated with peeps there, and they've already got friends that they want to meet up with because they're in Adelaide and they're meeting up with a friend from Melbourne.
And here's me, never having been to a furry convention of any sort.
You're not missing out. I'm gonna be real with you.
Convention money. I'll keep it real with you.
That's fine. Every time I've had convention money, it's because of like a bonus at work or something like that, which probably could have been put towards better things than a hotel.
It could have been put towards Final Fantasy XIV premium cosmetics from the Final Fantasy online store.
It could have, honestly. I love how unname's like, crowdfund Dallas. Look, if I'm going to Dallas, here's the thing, unnamed. I'm going to Dallas not for the furry. I would want to go to Dallas not for the furry convention. I'm going there for like for peeps, like for friends, so to speak, because like just the fact of like go to Dallas, check out a barbecue, go to a gun range, head over to the book depository because there's a funny idea involved with several furries and getting a convertible limousine. Wait, or a convertible Lincoln, I think it was. So, me who goes to the convention just so I can sleep all day in my fursuit and not have to deal with people and getting my own hotel room. Because you're introverted, but don't socialize. Okay, top tip. If you have to travel to, like, for example, I was up in, like, Brisbane and such, and I had to go to the Gold Coast, so I'm basically going to, like, a different major city. If you are traveling to a different major city, or you're traveling state, get con roommates. Because guess what? You're in the furry community, you're probably going to be introverted as fuck. Your best chance of, like, being able to hang out and feel, like, actually, like, socially, like, satisfied and what have you, you need a posse. You need peeps like these. And you need them with you. And amazingly enough, if you go to your room and it's like, even if it's a case of like, oh, they just like left their fursuit there because they're in an entirely different hotel or some shit, they'll vibe in your hotel room and it's a fantastic time. And you don't feel like, you know, you're going back up to a room and you're just sitting there in the empty loneliness like Bill Murray from Lost in Translation as he just looks from side to side and seeing that that is all that his kingdom has afforded him.
Oh god, it's the green chicken. I know what that means.
Oh, you're going through the Hildebrand adventures while I'm getting through the MSQ. I put a break on my Hildebrand adventures because I have to deal with a Kugane Ohashi, and I was like, that's a level 70 thing. I'm not 100% confident of soloing level 70 content, so I'm just, like, effectively, at least. So I'm just gonna, like, leave that, and then I just, like...
You're trying to run duos?
I would probably do unsynced content, especially beyond level 60. Well, to be frank with you, level 60 even. Anything above level beyond level 50 and going into like, you know, 60 pluses, I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna have Code join in with me on this one.
Fair enough.
So yeah. But no. Also, it wasn't your fault, Nano Gamer. My PC is just a it's a ship of Theseus is what it is. There's probably something in this PC with, like, the setup that I have, with the lack of care that I do for the dust and what have you. I didn't know this I didn't know this could happen, but despite the fact I come into this room almost every day, a spider web formed between the edge of my desk to the PlayStation, like, or to the table that has my PlayStation and my PC and such. Like this corner that I do not walk through, or that I do not walk into, or something like that. A spider web, like, formed and shit, and I was just like... And I'm gonna be real with you, it wasn't a small one where it's like, oh, here's 3 strands because the spider needed to move. It was a fucking, like, you know, here is a complicated network because we are going to catch some shit here. So... How do you deal with spiders?
Yes. I beat them up for fun.
Cap is just violent. What about you, Blue?
Calm your rice paddy.
I get an aerosol can and a match.
I have no normal friends in this furry community. The least...
Currently, I have a +2 for violence right now because there's a pimple on my eyebrow that hasn't surfaced yet, and it's just bulging.
Oh.
And I'm so mad.
I'm sorry that's happened to you. Ooh, there's a lookout point. What's
Once
normal?
that shit surfaces, it's going. It's gone. It's exploding. Also, can you guys hear my cat yelling at me?
No. You have
He's
a
being
pretty
loud.
impressive, like, you know, noise gate settings and what have you.
I just use what works, pretty much.
Who wants to be normal? Okay, furry cure. It's less of a thing of like being normal 100% of the time. It's just, you know, being normal 90% of the time. That's the trick. It's being normal 90% of the time and then having your fun little nonsense 10% of the time. And you know who gets to experience those 10% of the time's craziness? Viewers like you. And then maybe, you know, if I get a significant other, and then she can get like the final 1% of me, and it's just sort of like just a absolutely fun, fantastic, fulfilling time, because it's like no longer just a case of like titties. It's more of a case of like, I just do not know what I would do without you. You make me a better man than I would have been, and I don't need to rely on you even to be that better person. I choose to be a better person because I feel like you would deserve it.
Or having a girlfriend is fucking tight. Take it from me.
Damn it, Cap, having a girlfriend. Damn. Having a girlfriend's tight. I just can't take me pouring my heart out into a significant other completing me and you know, bringing in the best out of me, but not for like a selfish reason. And you're just like,
Having a girlfriend's fucking tight, dog. Yeah, brah.
Sheesh.
Once I get to fucking America, I'm gonna fucking raw dog her, bro. It's gonna be fucking sick. It's gonna be fucking skits, brah. I'm gonna fucking give her back shots, bro.
actually, am I able to do this? I don't know if you guys can hear it. Hang on a sec.
You clapping your ass?
No, it's like, have you ever seen that thing where like people just have they just snap their fingers with like, you know, like middle finger and thumb held together like lightly, and then they just like flick the wrist, and so the index finger just like slaps into the middle?
Not really.
Okay.
You gotta know, bro. I'm very dumb. I'm not very smart.
Cookie for Sky. Here you go, Sky. All right. Archon Yestola and guests identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Yes, I do. I have so many things to do. Follow me if you
Come on the
would.
books.
Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. All right.
Why is the flames naked?
Because it's too hot.
You personifying freaking flames?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we not to assume that flames are hot? Did you miss that in home ec?
Why is it in home ec?
Because where else would you have learned, hey, flames are hot, don't put your hand near it?
You could have done that in science.
Nah, it's gotta be early
Mix of the
years.
practicality.
Everywhere. It will be here. Let us begin.
Oh my gosh, she sounds so much like Sashera in tone. I don't know how Sashera does not see this. Yeah. If you get an SO, if you release the you can get an SO if you release the thigh high videos? No, I feel like releasing the thigh high video would get me more stalkers than significant others.
Are they strappy stockings? Are they programmer socks?
No, they're programmer socks. Yes, that's the phrase. They're the what's something decided to crash and reload. Hello?
Oh,
Hello.
Give it a moment. Give it a moment.
It'll take a minute. Fugi
Iggy.
dead. Yeah, Fugi had a fun time and then just.
Give me a second. I'm gonna go suplex my cat.
Alrighty then. I am going to need to probably disconnect from the Discord and then get back in. So that way. Alright, and then I need to go to studio mode. I wonder why everything is crashing. It's a little upsetties that... Alright, refresh. Oh, actually, you know what? I probably need to go all the way into Fugi React, log in with the Discord, so then that way it knows it's me, so I can authorize the thing. And then I can go back in, and hopefully... Nah, it doesn't. Gotta bounce.
Refresh the cache.
There we go. Now it's working. Oh, it's not showing... Okay, it's not properly updated. So, yeah. Refreshing the cache is most likely the thing. And, yes, I think it's cache. Lol, it thinks it's cap still in there. Actually, say a few words?
Hmm?
Nah, okay, so... Fugi is not working.
Oh, fun.
So, silly nonsense like that. So if I just copy the group and then do the thingamadiggy, and then Bing, properties, and then Fugi reactive, control via shutting down, refresh when it, so refresh cache of the current page does that, refreshing. Yeah, it still shows just cap, weirdly enough. Alright, so I disappear. There we go, now it's just you. Say hi.
Hello.
There we go, now it's working. Could not care about these books. It is not important for me to properly read these books. Actually, wait, it is. Search for House Diama's thingamadiggy. I need to find a book. My god, the piano here is going wild. Welcome back, Nano. Discord decided to, like, crash on me, and so it started back up again and did some problems. The following page detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th Patriarch of House Daima. We present these research notes in the Faculty of Charlian Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. I appear to have located the forbidden volume I seek. Damn. So yeah, you didn't miss much. Excuse me. Have something you'd like to show me? Yes. I don't 100% understand how it is that even though she's blind, she can somehow still read, like, due to the aether currents and shit. Like... I feel like moments like those, I'm just sort of like, I feel like you could just remove the blindness feature. What are your thoughts on characters that are like, oh, this person is blind, but unlike for example, Daredevil, where all their other enhances are enhanced, it's a case of like, oh, now they get a new sense. Do you think if they're getting a new sense, that's not exactly like that doesn't put them in the same wheelhouse as Daredevil?
Time to see what all the fuss was about.
I guess it's not on the to-do list. Alright, what's going on with the...
Among the ranks of the Void Sent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From
Okay.
its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations.
That is one of the issues I've been experiencing in Discord as well. They will randomly close and reopen itself, and then sometimes won't fully connect me. I think the reason Discord might be doing it might be because of like some weird feature of them trying to like, you know, do merge requests and updates like, you know, behind the scenes and what have you. It feels so pointless that the blindness can be overcome so easily. It's less about like the blindness being overcome in my books. It's more about the fact that, because like as I mentioned with Daredevil, he didn't gain a new sense. He had like basically these other senses had to get enhanced and what have you. And the thing is that in real life, there is a sense of like, oh, because you're exercising these senses more often, you can be a little more acutely aware of your sense of like your other senses when one goes away. And then with Daredevil, it's just a fantasy thing of like, oh, it's so like, you know, in tune that it's like you could hear the heartbeat from across a room and all this other nonsense and what have you. My issue is when, for example, in Star Trek, there was like this character that was like, I can't remember the black guy. I'm trying to remember his name, but I'm failing to. But he had this thing where he was blind, but then he had this visor that was connected to his ears or something like that, so it allowed him to see like the entire like electromagnetic spectrum or something like that. So it was like, oh, you had an entirely new sense, which quite frankly would have given you like way more than your eyesight could have. That's the issue I have, is when there's like an entirely new sense somehow thrown into the mix. You're gonna lurk and try and get some sleep? Not to worry, Nano. Also, hi there, Velk. Welcome to the stream. You're getting it in 3-4 times in particular servers, but not others. Yeah, might be a region thing, because Discords are in different like regions as well, especially for like the voice chats. Do you still got that himbo meter thing? Oh, you mean you mean my super accurate robot telling me how himbo you are? 72% is very nice. Good going there.
Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings reveal that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate.
Huh, interesting. Never thought about the Atmoses like those.
Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been
It's
so
in
blind
our
to
R.
its abilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon void scent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales.
I have fought against an Atmos or two in the Crystal Tower. That's happened.
And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive.
Ah, okay.
It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves? Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Hey, Blue, can I ask you something? Does it sound like my microphone picks up noises in the back of my room and what have you?
It's not picking up anything that I could hear of.
Okay, because I see my, like, thingy, like, the green circle when it's like, oh, we detect sound, just randomly cropping up.
Are you hitting? Is there anything on your table vibrating? Because sometimes I get that whenever I accidentally knock into the table where my mic is.
I think it might just be small mouth noises that I need to fix up and remove. So, yeah, I think I just need to remove the small, because I have it, like, the input sensitivity, like, really low. I probably just need to... Yeah, I'm gonna put it up to like 75, negative 75 decibels or something. Because I think, yeah, I'm just getting like paranoid seeing it, and I'm like, oh, I'm disrupting your like session and what have you. Back when Dalamod was about to fall, Atmos would spawn near Aetherite camps all over Eorzea. Damn! Well, I didn't play Final Fantasy XIV 1 point something or rather. I know there's an effort to create private servers so you can play 1 point something, but they're not exactly close to being done. Which is a shame, considering, like, so much of this game, like, from A Realm Reborn onwards, has been very much a story-driven progression and what have you. But there, as far, like, in the 3 years I've been playing this, there has not been a time in this game that I feel like has been able to give me a good, like, oh, here's what happened in 1 point something, and allowing me to run through it myself. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hannish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on your regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidhana can. I say we return to Thavnir and look for her at the Great Work. More running around. What's the MMO that you play, Blue?
RuneScape?
That's your old school RuneScape or the new one?
Both.
You play both. Okay.
Old school and RS3.
Okay. All right. Is it RS3 because it's RS3D or because it's actually the third gen?
It's the third gen.
Okay. Nice. Stola tell me you are pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it? Mm-hmm. I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Dun, dun. Will it now? By the sisters, this is the mark of House Demir. I never even knew such a work existed. Few should. It would be sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives after all. It was? But that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. Good to know that even Well, do we have restricted knowledge in the real world, or do we just burn books?
We actually do have some restricted knowledge.
Oh, nice.
Here's the funny thing, there are a lot of books in the Vatican that we do not have access to.
And I'm guessing we can't just ask repeatedly.
Oh, you cannot get permission to get those books unless you're someone of high stature in their organization.
It doesn't have to be as high as the Pope, though, does it?
Not as high as the Pope, but you got to be really high on that ladder. And those books can't be taken out.
Oh, I imagine so. The Vatican is stickler for, like, old shit, so I feel like it's stuff that would die if it went out into the like, the Vatican areas and the,
A lot of those books, the books in the Vatican are basically, a lot of them are secrets and filled with knowledge of a lot of dark stuff. It's either religious evidence to prior things they've done back in history.
Mm-hmm.
It could also be some heretic stuff as well that should not be released, or sacred religious texts that they themselves cannot give out the originals.
What would stop, like, things from within the... Because, like, isn't the Bible just filled with, like, people's diaries and shit in the New Testament? Like, how...
The Bible itself has been rewritten so many times. Like, it's been rewritten in certain ways to the point where it pretty much is in favor of who is currently... I wouldn't say in power, but who has most influence. There are some rewritten parts of the Bible that differ from the older versions. And let's just say, I'm not going to go too far in depth with this, but there is something related to the gay agenda.
Fair. Like, I'm gonna be real. I wasn't exactly thinking many religious sources were going to be, you know, open. Like, most religion is founded upon, like, you know, concrete superstition and set in place some, what's the word I'm looking for? Rigid, what's the, goddamn, words fail me at this point. Da Vinci Code level? Okay, the Da Vinci Code is not exactly a secret. The Da Vinci Code is just fantasy that doesn't even, like, you know, do a good job of, like, you know, settling itself to within the history they're talking about. History is written by the victors. I would counter that. Xerix. History is not written by the victors if the American Civil War has anything to say about that. Because... No, okay. Hear me out. We wouldn't have an argument over what the Civil War was for if it wasn't for the fact that, like, right after the Civil War went off, or, like, concluded and what have you, there was, like, all kinds of different organizations and small mom and pop groups that have just been like as we have to, you know, do the re-education and, like, set up education systems all over again in the South to join up with the Union, we have to, like, you know, set in place, like, you know, these are things that we should be concerned about and what have you, and these are things that we shouldn't mention in schools. It's like, So, Yeah, that's my thing. If history was like a, written by the victors kind of thing, there would be less. What's the word? There would be less margin for error in the retelling of history.
I would actually agree with the history is written by the victors part. There's a lot of evidence. If you go even further back. Like, one good example is, was it? Freaking, I hate how you pronounce this, because you got the Qin dynasty of China. Some people say Qin because it's spelled Qin.
Wait.
And
So it's Chin?
yeah, it's pronounced Qin. Yeah, it's pronounced Chin. Well, in modern times, because they say the Q as a CH. I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna discuss the pronunciation of this, but the point is, um, in when China was being, unified multiple times, and the best instance was the Qin dynasty, which is where we get, the modern name for the country now, China.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say they did a lot of book burning.
Okay, but
A lot.
I'd say that's different to like writing history. That would be policing. But
They pretty much wiped out. They wiped out the history of the other states and various peoples. The only mentions of them are in official documents. So we don't have a lot to go on. And then they started putting in their own history of how things happened.
Right.
So the point is, when you have people looking back towards history during their times, they would have a completely different version of history to what we would have now, because we actually have to go digging for this, whereas they have access to these forms of text, and they're not allowed to venture out. Otherwise, you're gonna get killed or punished in some other way.
Okay.
There's also things related to what is it? Another good thing about history is written by the victors is look at what Christianity did to all of the uh, other regions in Europe. Good thing they didn't touch Norse mythology or
Oh no, they did.
War. They
Hey,
did touch it, but they didn't eradicate it in a way that it's been freaking, what's the term for it? I can't remember.
it's not being made obsolete. And
It's not
then
made obsolete, but they have messed up Celtic lore to the point where we don't have a full understanding of what the Celtic folklore is in some areas.
Ugh. Okay.
Because when you write history, if you were the victor, you would try to get rid of all evidence of your enemies because you don't want them to be remembered. You want people in the future to remember who you are.
Fair enough.
And I'll tell you one thing: we still don't know if El Dorado is real.
I think it is. We just have very conflicting knowledge on like what El Dorado was, because like isn't there theories where it's like yes it's gold, or yes it's knowledge, or yes it's refuge?
I believe El Dorado itself, because the Spanish conquistadors that went and obviously tried to take over South America and wipe out the Aztecs. They did this as a way to like, oh, we heard there's a city of gold. I think it's due to the fact there was a lot of misinterpretation when the Aztecs presented chocolate, not the chocolate that we would think of in gold goblets and such. So that's when they'll be thinking like, where did all this gold come from?
Mm-hmm.
I for one, look at all of this and have to say, this having the eradication of an entire civilization of people isn't good, especially how I would say this is probably it's not fresh in people's minds, but in terms of relative human history, it is recent.
You mean the Aztecs and during the Spanish conquest across the South Americas?
Yeah.
Yes, that is relatively fresh. That is, in terms of human span, that is relatively new, considering that's only like in the like less than 500 years ago. We've had nations exist for longer than 500 years, for instance. So it's why we have like the before Common Era and after Dominicus, and it's like we have like a good what 5,000 years of before Common Era history to look at.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
So.
and some countries are still suffering the consequences of various occupations.
I agree.
Was it the freaking what's his name? One of the former king of Belgium pretty much messed up the entirety of Congo.
King Leopold.
Yeah, King Leopold. He's up there with some of the other people to be considered one of the most horrific and most evil people in the world to ever exist.
Yeah. Because he was around even World War II times, wasn't
I
he?
think I can't exactly remember, but even when he tried to, well, he technically was sorry in quotations. His popularity with the people was extremely low,
In the Congos? Absolutely.
and also in the his home country, because when people found out about what he did, well, let's just say people weren't happy.
Understandable. So, especially since, like, throughout World War One, Belgium was very much a country that was, like, caught in the winds of German expansion occupation and didn't really have an identity to properly birth from. And even when Belgium was, being done, there was a divide between the upper and lower class that it was even as definitive as, oh, the upper class speak German and the lower class speak French. It was like something crazy like that. Alrighty, more cutscenes.
It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
Am I still? No, I'm not
My
streaming this still.
apologies. The gate was a secret I shared
The
with
elephant
none
that
but
says,
my closest
"Fuck it."
advisors.
Well, welcome to Proto India. I do love the look, the styles and everything, though. It is actually quite on point.
What is it you're doing now?
Oh, so that's Estinian? He's an idiot.
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however,
I didn't choose to date him.
longer than intended,
There was a knock on the door,
greater.
and I was guessing who was at the door. I was just guessing who was at the door. I wasn't dating Estinian. There is no one in the Scions of the Seventh Dawn that I am romantically interested in with. None. They're like Moonbrita was like the closest one, and she's gone. You need to get into Final Fantasy XIV Blue.
No, I don't need another time sink.
It's less of a time sink and more like a journey.
A journey? I already had multiple journeys, and I'm still in the middle of another journey.
Shin Megami Tensei.
Shin Megami Tensei, or
Shin Megami Tensei. Okay.
if you want to make it easy on yourself, you can call them Megatin games.
The Persona-like game.
Persona-like, freaking Persona spun off from SMT.
I don't know. Persona seems like the bigger one, so it's Persona-like.
You do realize how much you're gonna piss people off by saying that.
Yep.
You're basically pissing off the. You're saying that SMT is the origin of this, and you're pretty much trying to say Persona is actually the origin.
It's like when you're watching Invincible and you're like, oh, that's the dude from Fortnite.
Yes. So and then you just say, oh, freaking Fortnite's the bloody origin, and then look what you've done.
I won't go that far. I cringe.
Gra has theorized that a
I
warding
can't
scale would
believe it.
confer
This
protection
guy
from the void's
saying that
corrupting influence. But I would prefer to
SMT
test
is
that
Persona-like
hypothesis
when it's
before we
actually the
set
other
foot
way
in the
around.
13th ourselves.
I know the actual history, Yoon, about Persona and SMT. I just don't know the things within SMT and Persona.
So, this is an experiment of sorts.
My absorption of Japanese content is limited to mangas that have been translated to English. And that's a very short list.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Wait, she's send a familiar?
Very good. I see you've been paying attention. As Vritra sent his simulacrum, so too shall we rely on a familiar to bear the brunt of any unpleasant consequences.
Yay, I remembered things. I wasn't just making shit up.
Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
She's just gonna create like a void sent imp.
I like the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
What's going on?
Water, froth and fire!
It's a magical transformation.
I just was not expecting her to have such a magical girl voice then. She went from like she went from like young lady in a library, like a librarian, to magical girl.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
I have never seen these things before. The fuck are these? They're just gonna send the fuck are these? Drippy. They are just something weird.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate.
Lol, you don't create many familiars, do you?
I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale.
It's just sitting in its little tummy.
And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nadana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
All my screens just decide to flash. Throff and Throme! Blue, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alright, cool, so I haven't disconnected.
Are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
Let's see, am I still streaming? Hopefully I still am. Yes, I am. Excellent. It's just... Alright, so for whatever reason, my graphics card just decided to, like, crash. Hang on. Event viewer. Let me have a look at that. Because, like, some of the stuff is fine, but others not so much. Hang on. What decided to break? Let's have a look at systems. The device... NVIDIA... so NVL... could not be oh my god, that's not actually good. And then the secure boot failed to update a secure boot error. That is not good. The stream is... yeah, that's good that the stream is still going. The other side of the problem is that... let's see, it's 6:49. So at 6:48... Alright, hang on. Setup. Let's see about setup. Nope. Application? Application error with the DWM. Alright, so DWN, I think, would be the desktop Windows manager. Yep, and so it had to restart. Yep, alrighty then. So, there are a few things that we are going to need to fix. Yep, so VC Faces crashed. Which means... Vignon has crashed as well. Is Auto Fighters still running? No, Auto Fighters has crashed as well. Okay. Yep, okay, so I disappeared from there. And now I'm here. But it doesn't show... Alright, so preview is disabled. Go back to the main stage. Nah, so the preview is no longer... if I do output, it does that. Scale to window, it does that. Alright, so the preview window is now doing something wrong. Oh boy. Dun, 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 dun.
Don't mind me, I am just stacking off buffs and debuffs.
Not to worry, thank you. Meanwhile, I am trying to suss out... because here's the problem, is like, there was a driver update that went off a few days ago that failed. So what I did is I did a reinstall of the NVIDIA graphics driver, which I thought would have cleared the issue, but then as we've seen today, there's been some DirectX, there's been some graphical display issues. Wait, at 6:19 it installed and removed something? What? Why? Product Windows.net runtime removed. Why were these removed at, like... oh my... what the... what? .net host FX. Okay, why did it decide to remove these things? Yeah, it just decided to remove a lot of .net stuff back at 6 o'clock. And then, yep, the Elgato audio control service like what? 7:30 a.m. The GCC failed. Okay, so that's happening like every time. All right, hang on. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right. All right, I'm just going to have an advertisement run for a few minutes, okay? So I was going to start in a minute anyway. I am going to get some things back up and running.
While that's happening, I am just, you know,
I cannot...
I'm trying to fight freaking demons here.
I could barely hear that when I was, like, trying to do the, Alright, so Wavelink. Yep, cool. Wavelink is fine. Stream Deck is fine. So, alright, so if I disable preview, it's disabled. Enable preview, it's not changing. Windowed projector. Uh-huh. Hide show. Preview scaling, full screen, windowed projector. Okay, so the windowed projector is actually up to date and what have you as far as I can see. So we got that going for us. But for whatever reason, I cannot... Ugh. Alright, so run VC Face again. Yep, cool, it's doing a live update. I've just been having problems left and right with this system, haven't I? Bum, 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 bum. Alright, Alright, and then enable preview. Is there some way for me to hide the preview window? Sources, scene, stats, audio monitor. That's a terrible audio monitor. Mainstream and then sound alerts. Alrighty, so that's not. Why is... Alright, hang on. So I'll go to Stream Deck, settings, help. View. What happens if I reset UI? Resetting the UI will hide additional docs. You'll need to unhide these docs from the... Are you sure you want to reset the UI? Yes. Nope. Still, so... Dun, 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 dun. Yep. And OBS is no longer responding right now. Great! Why did my computer want to start breaking things at this hour, I wonder? Oops, OBS has crashed. Let's see. Hello? Alright. Am I cute and cuddly? I did not know this. Reset these stats. Let's see how many frames are missed due to rendering lag. Nope, cool. No frames are missed. Alrighty. Let me get the fishing game and the intro fighters back up again.
Into the void.
Dun, 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 dun. So there's the lurk bait there. Where's Intro Fighters? There we go. So Intro Fighters is there. Alrighty. Everyone should now be good. We should be golden. What the fuck are these instead of Y'shtola's? Y'shtola is a magical girl, obviously. She's doing fucking magic. If I wasn't aware that Y'shtola was a magical girl at this point, I would be so confused whenever she does any fucking black mage shit. And besides, in the world of, like, anime power scaling, magical girls are, like, an entirely fucked up power scaling compared to other animes. Recreators was like a great example of that for me. Have you seen Recreators?
Nope.
It's great. Imagine an isekai, but instead of you going into another world, it is popular anime or whatever sort of media, like a character or two, coming into our world. So we had, like, basically an so we had, like, a mecha thing, a woman with a mecha come in from one world, we had an NPC from an RPG come in, we had a magical girl, we had JoJo reference, we had, like, a detective thing, we had all kinds of cool stuff. It was great, and the magical girl was, like, really crazy powerful, because in the rules of, like, you know, the things of magic and such, her magic was very much dangerous. So yeah. Also, hi Sash, welcome to the stream. Look at this fucking thing. I don't know if it was meant to have that kind of... Oh, it's... You don't watch anime nowadays? You still read manga, though? I feel like I go through manga a lot quicker than anime, perfectly honest with you.
You did well.
Sorry, I just need the, like, lid is, like, a bit dirty. Hang on a second. There we go. That's a little bit cleaned up. But yeah, it's fixed. He's laughing at the poor familiar's suffering. It just, the wide eyes that it had was just a bit of a funny thing for me. But yes, it is sad. Oh. How about no?
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
Because I went and got a soda stream, and with, like... Yeah. Oh! Imps! Oh, have you been watching Dungeon Meshi?
Dungeon Meshi? I read the entire manga.
Oh, what did you think? Because I went and read it. I read it, like, it took me 4 nights to get through, like, 12 episodes. But then I went and started, like, reading the manga, and I got that down in one sitting. What did you think?
I reckon I enjoyed it.
You enjoy? I liked it too, and see, granted, the kobolds, you know, confused me, but I'm gonna be real, that just makes it funny, because then I will send kobolds to Dazzy, and they will just be fucking dogs, and you'll just be like, that's not a kobold. Can't wait to...
That's what kobolds are.
That's what kobolds are in Japan, because the earlier rendition of, like, it's an example of, like, the same media, and then evolving differently between the East and the West.
Yeah.
So...
That's just pretty much it.
Yeah. Yes, so, Tabitha, to give you context, kobolds were called wolf-like when it was, We're the fourth combat person. Oh, where's the fourth combat person? I don't fucking know. It's the envoy. He's technically a dragon.
Pixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the
Stop
talisman,
using all the
however,
bloody
appears
cards.
unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
So she just, like, sent that familiar to die. Like, we kind of already established that the talismans were probably a really good defensive measure against any sort of aetheric corruptions.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation.
Okay, that's new.
It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
Yes, previously it was a dungeon run, but we've
But my
gone past that.
imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
It's the 13th shard.
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives.
Ow.
The
Flashbang.
13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus.
Yep, that's the... He's a native of 13th. He's not technically an Ascian.
Champions of that ill-fated world use the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness.
Oh, so...
Your own experience. Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition?
Cloud. Ascians. Zande.
I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first, I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives?
What would be in there?
Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Alright, yay, we got that. We got one more mission to do, and then we're done in the current patch, which means we can go into the next one. Wish me luck. Y'shtola! Satrap's duty. Once Nidhana's success in replicating the Mock Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavors than yours. To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the void itself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. I'm guessing he's gonna look for the boy again. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie, ritual. Ahem. Shall we proceed with our other preparations, then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of aetheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think this is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemist who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Did you end up watching the video? Which video? The Final Fantasy community? No, I didn't. I'm so sorry, Sash. You're gonna have to berate me in the VC for not watching it. The Alligans. Perhaps they once did, but availing ourselves of Elasian insights tends to be an involved process in and of itself. Nay, I believe a more straightforward approach is in order, consulting with the engineers of Garlond Ironworks. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the Void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Hang on, did I get an email for an important reason? Nope, it's just someone telling me they're online streaming. Dead. Funny way for me to join the VC. Oh no. Did I do that? Did I do that by accident? I'm sorry. It was an accident. Oh, they just took us right here. Right at the get-go to Girabana. Dun, dun. Ow. Shinryu and... Alright, cool. So, I will have to play cards with you at some point. Have I done the raids for this expansion? You mean Omega? Yeah. We have a commission for you and your president. Actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid? Certainly, I'll see if he has a moment free. Bonk. Oopsies. Bonk. The Endwalker. No. No, I have not yet reached the Endwalker raid phase. I am still in patch 6.1. I have not yet unlocked them. I'm still a ways, and what's more is those like Endwalker raids, I'm most likely going to be doing like off stream, not like on stream and such. Ah, pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon? That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Meteon and the bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this television of yours.
I'm gonna spit in your mouth.
You said there were signs of degradation. You have a headcanon that Sid drops anything and everything to come see the Warrior of Light? Just like Graha! It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface. Much as the Void's corruption seeps into Nero through his wounds, in which case our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'll be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate ethereal balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. Well, construct a protective casing. One utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as to not impede the talisman's primary functions. A suit of armor, you said? Nero had compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. You have a headcanon that Sid and Nero have married and divorced several times. Really now? I don't know if that one's real. If only it wasn't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtlessly be worth the wait. Ha! The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. Dun, 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 dun. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidhana is getting on with the Malkatmos. Do you think that's the key to, like, a good relationship, Blue? The ability to be able to, like, bicker but not have it degrade?
Isn't that the whole point of any kind of relation with anybody?
The bickering?
Yes. Without, you know, somehow pissing the other party off?
I'm gonna be real with you. I reckon it is. I reckon it's a nice balance of being able to argue with someone and it not, like, you know, ruin the relationship. Because, like, if the only reason that the relationship is able to remain standing is because of, like, oh, there's just so many things we agree on and there's nothing we disagree on, then it's like, well, the sooner you might, you know, clash because of the differing opinion after, you know, so long of being together with the same opinion.
Ah, hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope.
God damn it, little Incineroar.
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I
Thank you, Tabitha, for blurring me. Thank you for protecting my, things.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence, no matter how deep the darkness. I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
No, Tabitha. No incest for me, sorry. I'm not interested in that nonsense. I worry. I worry about those that like incest and have siblings.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Celestinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people.
These are all true.
Dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people.
Oh, fun fact about Alabama. I don't know if there's any Americans awake that can, like, you know, corroborate on this one, because I was kind of hoping Unnamed would mention some of this stuff. Alabama has some of the harshest of the anti-incest laws and what have you. There's very little incest going off in Alabama in recent history. There's, like, far worse, and, like, why do you think that is? Oh, because everyone thinks there's incest going off in there, so there's just an even greater scrutiny of just like, nah, fuck off. It's like how people think that, you know, Australians will die from, like, any sort of wild animal because they don't have guns. You know which Australians have the most firearms? Farmers. It's Louise.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan!
Ah! Excuse me.
You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you
I'm sorry, but
abandon
his
a sibling
face...
you have ached to rescue.
There is something about this face that just does not sit right with me, like, character creator-wise. There's just something about it. I just... Like, this face... It looks too smooth. Like, so, like, you know that thing that happens in, Blender where it's like, oh, you're trying to, like, smooth a surface, but then there's, like, random, like, what's, like, vertexes that are, like, ruining. So, like, the nose here is, like, super smooth, and then it's, like, it seems like you would have, like, a smooth, like, cheek or something like that where it's, like, a nice little, like, you know, bubbly kind of look to it. Or, like, you know, just a smooth bubble. But instead, there's, like, these real, like, right here, it seems there's, like a vertex that's just, like, making it so angrily. The forehead is so flat, despite the fact it looks like they're trying to do, like, some sort of, like, normal map over here. Like, something's off. I hope that, like... Goodness gracious, I'm a yawny mess.
Opening the way. It is only a matter of time.
Okay, which demon
All
gives
you
me
need to do is
Dakaja?
prepare to step through to the
Dakaja?
other side.
Estinian! You found him!
I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage.
Hmm.
It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together. Safe and happy. And I...
Oh. As long as they know the line between fiction and reality, they don't see a harm. Yeah, fair enough. I remember, like, I had a few years ago, like, very much loved, like, the not safe for work furry art and what have you like that, and I was in a Discord where I was sharing that a few times when other people were sharing not safe for work shit as well. And, you know, we were all friends and such, and the moderator slash admin of the Discord, like, we were talking IRL or something like that, and they decided to, like, kind of pull me aside or something like that, and they were just like, hey, like, you know, it's cool that you were able to find some cool art to share in the Not Safe for Work channel here, but it seems a bit much. And, like, because if you know the stuff I like retweeting and such, I think you'll probably clue into what exactly a normie does not like about the furry art that I am looking at and what have you. And they were just like, oh, so long, like, you understand that there's a difference between, you know, this art here and reality, right? And I was just sort of like, yeah, they're fucking furries. I do not think they're going to be real. I don't think we'll find an equivalency in any attempts of doing so or uncanny valley nonsense. Felt very condescended to with that inquiry of just like, I think they were more concerned about the size of the boobs and the butt than the actual fact they were furries, quite frankly, which, understandable. Some people think, like, the Brazilian butt lift is a natural butt set shape. It isn't. If it's extra bubbly, it's most likely cosmetic. Will you wallow in uncertainty?
You're saying I should seize this chance?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzathan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavne for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Me? I'm a trusted friend. Me, GrantZeebs. Are you a trusted friend, Blue?
Oh, hell no.
I'm sorry, with that kind of response there, you can't sit in the VC anymore. I'm gonna have to banish you over to just the general gaming chat.
Wow, look at this guy.
Yeah, look at me as I move you into the gaming chat. It was nice having you, though. Here we go. I'm gonna legitimately move you into the gaming chat, because I appreciate you vibing and what have you, but you're like extra quiet vibing. But that's okay.
Because you're going through cutscenes. Like, what am I meant to say during
Fair.
a cutscene?
I don't know. Maybe watch the cutscene and have an opinion.
That's a cutscene.
Ask questions.
Fair fortune.
Question about the quality of this face.
Should you come to harm?
My god, there's 3 of the fucking elephant guys.
One of them is a woman.
I would not.
Way to be sexist. You didn't think there was women elephant out there in the fantasy world?
I'm just here like, if you had a bad day, fuck it, just go to bed.
Cancel him. Well, you're sucking on your lemon, so you do you. Sad, some people like who a friend of mine had to deal with this and get kicked out of the FC because the stigma of furries are all crazed for not safe for work stuff. I will be real with you. Like, furries, I feel like, do not have a good barrier between, you know, safe for work furries and not safe for work furries, or at least the conversation between the two. like, I feel like the people that are getting into the not safe for work side of furries, it's like they're so excited to be in the not safe for work side, but then they go overzealous and talk nothing but the not safe for work stuff with other furries. And the fact of the matter is that there will come a point where even I, for instance, will just sort of be like, I just wanted to talk about Clarkson's farm. It looked kind of fun. I wondered what your thoughts were on farming. Not, oh my gosh, plow me, daddy. I don't want that. I want to talk about Clarkson's farm. Have you seen Clarkson's farm?
Nope.
You should. It's pretty funny. I think you'll enjoy it. Or no, you don't. You have a thing against Jeremy Clarkson or something, don't you?
Wait, no, I don't.
Okay, then you'll like Clarkson's farm. It's pretty good.
I watched Top Gear.
I'm sorry, but that sounded like such a. I've done cool things. I've cursed once.
Freaking, you got Jeremy, you got Captain Slow, and then you got Mr. Shorty Man.
Richard Hammond. I'm gonna be real with you. They've all done their own independent thing as well. Richard Hammond, in my opinion, is the weakest of the trio. In terms of, like, just either comedy or just media, like, interest and what have you.
But the thing is with Richard Hammond, at least with him and Jeremy together, you can see the rivalry go nuts. And then you got Captain Slow, who gets his can of spam getting shot by a gun when they were going to the North Pole.
I know these things you talk about. Have you... I feel like you have, like, a limited knowledge on Top Gear, though. When it's like, you're not even saying James May, you're just like Captain Slow.
It's easier to call him Captain Slow. How many times have you seen him, like, do anything and he's slow compared to everyone else?
I think of him more as, like, James May, because he's done things like he's done, like, a Journey Across Japan thing. It's fantastic. You should watch it.
I know, I've seen all the other content. It's great. I just like it when they do the races across different countries.
That is always good. I think my favorite one is when they went through Botswana. That was, like, one of the first, like, country races I saw them do after the winter special. And it was... I was laughing at so many different points in that little adventure, especially as they were, like, stuck in the, like, going through the Makati or whatever it was, the salt flats.
Yeah.
It was so great. It was like, you know, they're all trying to lighten their cars as much as possible, but then there comes a dust storm or something, and Jeremy and James are just covered in dust and having a terrible time. Meanwhile, Hammond is just like, he's still in his, like, unmodified car because it's just so tiny, and he's just like, oh, I'm just gonna adjust this window an inch.
Well, I'll tell you what is really funny. It's when they did their trip from the south of Vietnam to the north.
Oh,
And
that was
when
pretty
they were
good.
when they were given a case of 20 million dong, they're just like, "Oh, we're rich," and then you just tell them you need at least 200 million to even consider buying a car.
Yep, it was like tragic, and then it was like, oh, go on motorcycles. And once again, Final Fantasy has crashed because of DirectX 11. Okay, hang on. Application, refresh that application. So, is it because of DirectX? OBS 64 crashed, and it just crashed at like 7:30. So 7:17. Yeah, something is... Hang on, can I refresh these logs? I don't want to clear them, I just refresh. Here we go. Yep, the only error was like back at 7:17. Okay, so it wasn't a full crash, it was just Final Fantasy XIV had a moment. So it's not across the entire thing, thankfully. But by God, pain. You still there?
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
Cool. All right.
I'm just thinking of the bloody demon fusions I'm trying to do.
Fair enough. I'm gonna see if there's a way for me to, like, do a disk verification or something like that on my installation of Final Fantasy XIV, because when encountering gameplay or launch errors due to corrupted files. After restoring game data, will be re-downloaded. If the issue persists, please reinstall the game. Alright, I'm gonna restore game data. You'll be required to log in again and re-download patch files. Will necessitate the re-downloading of all patch files. Please note this process can take considerable time to complete. Alright, hang on. So, back up the interface. And we're gonna save it in Documents. And then restore. This is recommended when it fails to launch. It's not that it's failing to launch, it's just... it's having a bit of a fuckies. Alright, I'm gonna restore game data. This is gonna be a bit of a funky one to do, because who knows how badly this will go. The updated Dawn Trail benchmark is released on the 3rd. Oh, nice. I didn't realize they were updating it. Alright, so we sign in, and then it's checking Final Fantasy XIV, and it will do down... Why doesn't it download stuff before the sign-in, though? Why doesn't it just do that ahead of time? Like, hang on.
I didn't know.
So, alrighty. So, it's gotta go through 94,925 megabytes. So that's 95 gigs, I want to say? Is that correct? They said it multiple times on Twitter. Ah, okay. Here's the thing I want to know. Like, I want a straighter answer for this one. Are we actually going... like, is it within the Dawn Trail release that we're going to get a an update to the Rothgar and the Viera hats in previous patches? Or is it just a, oh, it will come, and it will never come kind of thing? Because I've only seen in like a, oh, it's been in like an AMA thing that was roughly translated in Japan from Japanese to English, and it was like, oh, you know, it's Yoshi P saying it, but it's not like being press released and all that kind of extra nonsense. Sorry, I'm just scratching the top of my head. Stretching. All right, this thing will take about 43 minutes. Oh, by Jove. Or just as they get to it. Yeah, I feel like it's a last minute thing for them, and it's less about like, oh, the hair clipping, and more about they have to redo the hair for visors and what have you. I think that's the bigger issue, is that they can't just like slap it on top of the existing hairstyles. They have to come up with visor alternative hairstyles and not just have the Vieras or what have you go bald. Yeah, this is going to take a few minutes to go through and what have you. God damn it, I'm a little annoyed. I don't know why I needed to get graphics issues like this evening. I've got the party game stream tomorrow, and if I have like problems on this PC tomorrow morning, like that's going to be a sour note to leave June in. And I most likely won't be able to get through more of the patch content. To be honest, the hairstyles are the bigger priority over hats, in my opinion, for Viera and Rothgar. I would agree, but I feel like the issue with hairstyles is that they just take a lot of work. Like, like on the player, it takes a lot of work to swap from one to the other. At least in my... because I've not yet done that with my own. What are you going about, Xerix? I need a little more context. I need to figure out a good diagnostics tool to, like, have it be able to clean up my system and grab the right patch content and what have you. I like how Dell allows you to just run a support center scan, and it's like, oh, you need drivers for, these are the things you have in your PC, you need to run these driver updates. I quite like it. They're a lot more reliable than Windows Update, I'll be real with you. people are more concerned with both races being able to wear more hats. Yes. I am on that side. I feel like hats are I feel like hats would be good. Windows update. Last checked 12 hours ago. Yep. And in the update history, let's have a look. Yeah, it decided to install security updates for .NET today. There wasn't any cumulative updates. There's Insider Program. It doesn't look any... There's an optional update for a cumulative... Yeah, okay. Cumulative update preview for... Oh, it's a update preview. No thanks. There could be spyware in the next update. If they focused more on hair and we see them chop off the... Oh, are we having a bit of a spicy conversation in the chats? If they focus...
Oh, what's going on in there?
If they focused more on hair and we see them chop Hrothgar's ears off again, you know people would try to restart the final days. You're also someone that, thanks to how they have their glasses work in Final Fantasy XII, don't use hats much at all, so the limited hairstyles are more glaring. Fair enough. But the thing is that some hairstyles you have to, like, unlock in other missions, or you need to go to a store with, like, MGP, which is not a core pursuit. So I think that's the problem, is that hairstyling and, like, physical changes without a Fantasia are few and far apart between. It's not a regular occurrence. 32 cores at 3.4. NVIDIA 3090. It's more... Annoyingly enough, it might be more likely that I might just start saving up money so I can try and get, like, an entirely new PC. So then that way I'm just building everything from step 1 rather than ship-a-theseing the next one. Both need fixes, don't get me wrong, but you see the lack of hairstyles before the lack of hats. Nah, I think there's here's the thing. There are way more hats for, you know, any of the other species to choose from. I think that's the biggest problem, Tabitha, is that the hats that are available for all the other species is not there for the Vieras and the Hrothgars is the thing. I think if you had the same number of hats and visors and accessories and what have you between all the species, then yeah, hairstyles would be the core issue. But the problem is that much like net neutrality, how no one was getting fooled by if you go to this other plan, you can get even more speeds, and this one is just lower. Everyone is looking at this thing and going, it's not a case of, if you go to this other race, you get more hats. It's more of a case of, no, you're having less hats, and that's the problem. There's an encyclopedia of hats we can't wear versus hairstyles we can't have. Exactly. The encyclopedia trumps the pamphlet in this case. Okay, I need to ask this. I need to open up a poll about this, because otherwise, do I try to finish MSQ, Post-Endwalker MSQ on streams? Yes, we wanna see the story. Yes, we want to see. Nah, we can see you at dawn. It won't let me type in all the way, but basically assume I'm curious where people are with the with how I've been going through post expansion content and what have you, because in the 3 years I've been playing through the MSQ and what have you, anything that is MSQ I've done on stream and what have you, even patch content. I'm going on break in June, and I very much want to stick to that. Dawn Trail comes out July 3rd or something like that, so I'm not going to go into the early access. That's a fallacy. That's a FOMO that I do not want to get into. I do not care to try and join into a game a week ahead of everyone else. Because if the difference between playing it a week ahead versus now is quite literally just a monetary value that isn't even like, you know, a worthwhile increase, everyone is going to go for the earlier time. You're not going to get a benefit from starting earlier if everyone else is in the same position as you. There's nothing unique about it. So, July 2nd. Ah, okay. So, yeah, so most likely then... Yes, we want to see, yes. Alright, so it sounds like this is about as far as we go with the MSQ then. Depending on what happens on Saturday, maybe we'll go with Golf with Friends on Saturday, and then in the afternoon and evening we'll do more. But once we get to June 1st, once I'm done streaming, that's it. There's no more streams in June. I'm not going to break that. I'm not going to break that just to try and get through more Final Fantasy XIV like once a week or anything like that. I will just have to make do with the fact that I'm probably going to be like a few days behind everyone else rushing through Dawn Trail. It's not great, but I've got like 40 missions I need to do. I'm not going to get that done in a day. Not unless I, you know, really sacrifice on actually following the story and what have you. Or sacrificing you guys being able to watch it. 45 minutes. Yep, this thing is taking a fucking time. It is not speeding up. You say that. Your plan is actually to New Game Plus as soon as Dawn Trail drops. Well, that's your prerogative, Sash. I don't know. Well, actually, to be fair, New Game Plus doesn't even have you going through all of, as far as I know, New Game Plus doesn't have you go through everything one-to-one. It cuts out a lot of stuff and lets you go through, like, it lets you go through instance duties and what have you and just gets you through the major beats. So, take your time, don't rush it. Yeah, sounds like it. From the looks of it, like, the poll's not even ended, and I can already see that everyone wants to see me go through the MSQ, the Post-Endwalker MSQ on stream. They don't want to miss out. New Game Plus is one-to-one and broken up into segments. Ah, okay. Cutscenes in high-def graphics. Fair enough, I suppose. You get to watch Hotchafont get killed in 4K this time, with an entirely different sort of looking high texture for the shield as it breaks. Enjoy! So yeah. Alright, I'm gonna get music started in the background. I did not have any talking points set up for today. I didn't have any. I just wanted to go through Dawn Trail, and I'm just miffed that I can't even, like, I was so close to getting 6.1 done, and I can't even get that done. How are you doing, Blue?
I think I may have stuffed up Demon Fusion.
Ah. Okay. You just want to watch a Mon prancing around like a posh asswipe in 4K? Everyone has the things that they want. God damn it. Yeah, let's get a raid get up and running, because I do not have 30 to 45 minutes of material to fuck around with.
Maybe you might have something.
Maybe, like, I don't quite.
What about this? Have you talked about the PlayStation state of play recently? maybe chat would like to know what the heck is going on.
Fair enough. All right. So, if you guys weren't aware, the PlayStation's like state of play went off it went off early morning for us in Australia and what have you. So I started my day and I was able to watch the VOD. So rather than like sitting like with a 3-hour live stream, I was able to watch what was essentially like a 30 to 45 minute video. And here's the other thing. I skipped a lot of it. I honestly, like, there was some stuff where it's like, there was like some PlayStation 2 VR content that they showed off, but I was like, I don't have a PlayStation 2 VR, and nothing about Sony has made me think that they are actually going to do a worthwhile commit to it, so I'm not doing a commit to it. So there was like, so anything that was PlayStation 2 VR, could not care. Wasn't my cup of tea. The stuff that was of interest to me was Astrobot, or I think they call it Astro Boy even. That one was actually of interest to me because like it honestly looked like a fun game. So many other things there had like a high quality like pre-rendered cutscene / cinematic video, or it was just a, hey, here's a game that was released on PlayStation 4 that's coming out on PC. And so like Until Dawn, for instance, it's like, I don't care about Until Dawn. Like, if it was a sequel to Until Dawn, I would totally be up for it, but I don't care about Until Dawn now being released on PC. But, yeah, so Astro Boy, or whatever it was called, that one looked fun. The trailer was just filled with nothing but gameplay and in-rendered moments. It was great. Loved it. So I was actually interested in possibly playing it. But meanwhile, they showed off so many Overwatch things. The DLC for... Prior to the state of play, they released the DLC for Destiny 2 and Elden Ring really early. People on the PS5 got to experience a good bit before everyone else. Not sure what Elden Ring devs are doing, but Bungie is tightening things heavily, thanks. Yeah, no, they nearly spoiled the first raid in the final shape. That was not a good move. Meanwhile, Elden Ring, I feel like there's been so little marketing about Elden Ring's DLC besides the one trailer, and then they just haven't done shit. They know what their crowd is. They are able to market on their name at this point. Very few people who are, either enthusiasts or connoisseurs are going to look at From Software and say, like, oh, I'm a bit hesitant about it. Very few people are going to say that. Elden Ring DLC launches on both at the same time, so I don't know what you're on about. Wait, hang on. No, when does Elden Ring DLC release? Because I remember Yoshi P joked about how the Elden Ring DLC was like, all the bean counters at Square Enix knew that everyone was going to be wanting to play the Elden Ring DLC, and it wouldn't be great to release Dawn Trail at that time because the audiences would be split. Meanwhile, let's see. Yeah, it comes out June 21st. So yeah, so he made the joke of like, oh yeah, I'll give you 1 week. He wanted to push Dawn Trail back a week so he and everyone can play the Elden Ring DLC. It was less that he wanted to play the Elden Ring DLC, it was more of a case of the initial number was in the middle of Elden Ring DLC, and then they pushed it back. That's what the case was. It wasn't a case of like, oh, we pushed it back for Elden Ring DLC. It's like, no, we had a date, and now it's this. Because thanks to Elden Ring. Destiny 2's Final Shape expansion releases in now 5 days. Oh yeah. I'm not much for the Final Shape. I feel like the Final Shape is very much an expansion, like, to kind of try and tie up the lore / like Destiny franchise for their bigger cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie. And like the same way that Endwalker was sort of like the end of like the Primal / Zodiac like overall saga for Final Fantasy XIV, the whole final shape thing was supposed to be an end of the Light and Darkness saga that we were getting in throughout not only Destiny 1, but not only Destiny 2, but the first Destiny as well. But whereas Endwalker felt like, oh, everyone's willing to catch up on the post-patch content. Everyone was like willing to catch up on, A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers. Like, I was one of those people as well. Like 3 years ago, I was like, oh, I can get through this and I'll probably be able to catch up to where everyone else is in Shadowbringers. Nope, that did not happen for me. But here we are. But yeah, so whereas Endwalker was like, an end of a saga and everyone was willing to catch up for it, similar to a Marvel binge watch, Destiny the Final Shape feels like a saga end for, like, Supernatural. Supernatural is not going to get new viewers for their season 15 finale, which was going to be a series finale as well. It was only for the fans, or for anyone that was, like, willing to stick around with it after they went through, like, the whole Demon saga back from season 1 to 6, technically. They should have ended it at the end of season 6, quite frankly. Like, you stopped the fucking apocalypse, and then you tried to one-up the apocalypse by having a method for, like, sealing all demons away from Earth. Like, come on. Come on. Between Lightfall and where it is now, Bungie hasn't been doing hot. I feel like there's a lot of office politics and consolidation that's going off in the industry that we, as consumers, don't get to see, but we're seeing the ramifications of. I gotta show you something. There was an image I saw in a Bricky video. You know who Bricky is, Blue, right?
Wait, what?
So, there's a YouTuber named Bricky. He talks about video games and what have you. And there's, like, he's always, like, he's a fan of Titanfall, he's a fan of Warhammer and all this kind of such. And he's talked about, like, games like Lethal Company and Balatro and such because it was an indie title. Everyone was playing them, and it was, like, overwhelmingly positive. And it's like, well, you gotta know what this indie is like. He did a video talking about Helldivers 2 and how, us as consumers, we're seeing that the industry is going through, like, we're getting our AAA releases, where a lot of them seem to be really big budgets and existing IPs and safer bets. We got the AA, the single A, where the single A is more for, like, IP throws around and such, similar to Street Fighter or anything from Disney, for instance. And then, meanwhile, we have the indie scene, which is, he didn't talk too much about the indie scene properly, but there's an image that I feel like it captures my issue with the indie scene as a consumer.
Right.
So, I'm gonna drop you this image. It's so, like, this. He was like, because the thing is like, some people, like, a lot of people want to praise games like Lethal Company and Balatro, games that have a singular developer, and it was all about the hobbyist making the games they wanted to make, and they didn't have, like, they weren't following a design philosophy or document that was, in it to win it kind of thing. And some people were like, oh, this is how this is what AAA should do. They should do what the indie scene does, which is, make good games and make them so that it's interesting for the audience to play and it's just about the game. First and foremost, there is no developer out there that wakes up and goes, I think I'm just gonna, slag off and make a shit game. It's still gonna be played. That's a fallacy. Every fucking developer tries to make a good game. It's not like acting, where one actor doesn't want to be part of the project, so they decide to, give a terrible audition in order so then that way they're not stuck with that project and they can go to another one. It's not like that with developers. Developers are putting skin in the game for several years for one title. They are putting their best foot forward. They are making in their interpretation, good games. It's only when it gets released that there's the death of the artist, and then there's the scrutiny over whether the game is, good or not. I absolutely fucking hate how Dunkey is just like, oh, I've made a publishing house, and we're gonna just release good games. I'm like, cool. You're doing the exact same thing as every other publishing house. We'll love to see how you go in 10 years when you decide to, move on from, indie developments where you just, pick your faves and then go into, something else. Get to the A24 or the Devolver Digital levels, and then I would love to hear your opinions after the fact. But yeah, this video here, this image here is like, it sets the scene for me so well for the indie scene. There are 9,000 plus games released a year that is quote unquote indie, where you're dealing with like less than 30 people. It's a hobby for them. They're not a proper studio, so there isn't like, a tax reason for them to release this game. It's very much we've written something independently and we want this, shown to the world. Balatro, Lethal Company, Five Nights at Freddy's, these are all the survivors of that 9,000 plus games released a year. I don't know. I don't think, the armchair people, the ones that like Dunkey level or Asmongold level that are like, oh, just make good games. Just do what the indie scene does. It's like, I don't think you understand just how many shit games there are in the indie scene because of the purest fact that it is chaotic and there is no, like, tried and true design philosophy. There is no someone from A24 Pictures picking up this developer because, quite frankly, you're not going to get that investment back within a financial year. And until you can make games within a financial year, indie scene is not it. But yeah, these, as he described, these, like all the armchair people, whenever they look at these games, they're like, oh, these are the areas that we need to reinforce, which is a survivor bias. We only know about these games and we sing the praises of indie because these are the survivors of indie. There are so many indie games that is quite frankly just an RPG maker where it's a dating sim or a poorly optimized RPG or a terrible puzzle game or a very poorly designed platformer. Like the Adventures of Fancy Pants is like the level design of the Adventures of Fancy Pants is not that great compared to the platform designs of Sonic or Mario. You know what the interesting thing of the Fancy Pants Adventures was? It was a Flash game, and it had the movement system that was very unlike Flash games. It was the least Flash game. But yeah, this image just speaks to me about the state of the indie scene. Like 9,000 plus games, and everyone thinks that all indie games are like Lethal Company and Balatro, and you just need to, you need to look hard enough, and it's like, good fucking luck with that. There are more percentage-wise, you have a better success ratio with any AAA scene than you do a success ratio if you went only indie. Mind you ask what you're talking about? It's this image here just explains like my issue whenever there's like people talking about oh, AAA or single A should do what the indie scene does and just make games that artists like to make. Just make good games and let your developers run free. As Bricky has shown here, that's probably not how you want to do it. It's a survivor bias. There's one indie game that you're hoping does well that is not a survival. It takes a lot of inspiration from Spyro. Glide the Dragon. I have never heard of this Glide the Dragon. Glide the Dragon TM. Yeah, it does. Oh my god, it does look like such a Spyro. But why does it have such a large health bar? Powerful ultimate. Oh, that. Okay, so it's less of a... Sorry, I'm just, like, looking at this game that Xerix is talking about, and it moves like a Spyro game, but then there's, like, all these, like, combat things going off. It's... Granted, this is probably, like, an overused tag, but I'm gonna be real with you. This feels like, you know, someone getting into the Souls-like genre, but without, you know, a mechanical understanding of the Souls-like genre. There's just all these abilities. Okay, it does the adventuring thing. That's good. What is happening? Oh, I'm just talking for like however long because Final Fantasy XIV has been crashing a number of times, so now I'm having it re-download the game files. It's possible that I'm not going to be playing more Final Fantasy tonight, and I might raid into an entirely different channel, so then that way all of you guys, gals, and non-binary pals have something to watch. And Blue was like, "Oh, hey, I reckon you can talk for a good like 30 minutes or something."
I reckon you can do it.
Wasn't that confidence? So yeah, and he prompted it because of like the state of play that we got. As
Also,
someone who's worked on it's very hit and miss whether it will be a favorable IP. Indie and AAA both have issues. I think the difference would be ethics/passions on the projects. Here's the thing. Okay, this is probably where you and I might differ. Not only in the fact that you have worked in the development of games and what have you, and I'm just armchairing on this thing. I feel like there's a little bit of advertisement definitely paints a picture for the games. I reckon there's a little bit of that. And why indie feels like such a lightning in the bottle thing is because it's relying on, like, you know, word of mouth for people to be interested in it and what have you. Or, you know, and then it's just the hopes of, like, enough people talk about it and such, and then all of a sudden everyone wants to play it, and then news articles bring it up, and they're like, "Oh, an up-and-coming game." Indies solely rely on social media boosting the game. Yeah, and I feel like the minute an indie game actually does good advertising, like I remember there was this game on TikTok I got so many advertisements for it. It was like a potions like capitalism game or something like that. I saw this so many times, and then lo and behold, 1.0 releases, and I'm seeing all these different game news sites talking about this indie game, and I'm just like, oh geez, I wonder why you picked it up. Oh, it's as if, you know, they did the hard yards of actually letting people know they play. So, but yeah, like but yeah, my issue isn't with the development of indies or the development of AAA. Granted, there's some issues that the AAA industry needs to fix, because I feel like right now they're like circling the wagons and what have you with the way that, you know, bigger companies are just sort of absorbing other studios and are choosing to close studios down rather than whisk them being out in the wild or taking the loss. But then, like, they'll just as quickly create a new studio. Like, why the fuck Microsoft made an entirely new studio after closing down, like, 6 different studios? I don't fully understand why. It's a weird thing that it's like 6 of them closed down, 1 of them in Japan, and then there's suddenly a new one developed. And this one is developed was set up in Poland. Has the money to just pay Google to have it appear. Example being Ubisoft with Assassin's Creed. Ubisoft does more than just pay Google. Don't forget, Ubisoft puts so much fucking money into advertising. Activision Blizzard puts way more in, though, I feel. My guess is it keeps wages down. Poland, yes. Like, that one isn't like a hushed reason for why Poland is, you know, such a good place for publishers to get their developers, is because the actual cost of wages in Poland is so cheap. Like, it's cheaper than even Japan. Japan has a different way of wages being distributed in Japan, because most CEOs, like, don't run on stock option, for instance. So like Bobby Kotick, for instance, and whatever the name that, the dude that's like the fist bump in human form who runs FIFA or some shit in EA. Andrew Whatsamahoozy. Real punchable face. The reason why those two peeps,
A real punchable face.
let me find this face. Here it is. Andrew Wilson. Oh my, Give me a second. I'm just gonna get, where's it? Like, I don't know. Give me a second. Let me just get this face. Oh, no, that's a very low quality image because I just grabbed it from image results with like no context to the... There we go. Ding dong. There we go. This face. This guy here is like the CEO in EA Games, and he got through the like, he's the one that did the whole loot boxes and all that kind of such. This guy here, he doesn't get a massive wage from EA. You know what he gets? He gets stocks. His revenue is dependent on the company, not his work. This is the issue that Karl Marx had with the capitalist system, is that the fruits of labor were not being properly returned to the laborer. It was going up to the holder of the capital and was not properly returned. In the indie scene, while there are some fantastic ones out there, the way you find them can be sheer luck at times, especially if you ain't attentive to the indie. Yeah, no, exactly. So, it is sheer luck, Davey. I agree with you on that one. My issue is when we have, people like Dunkey and some of the armchair YouTubers. Bricky is not one of them, though. Bricky here is not one of the people I'm, like, condemning and what have you. Bricky, with this image that Bricky is showing you, I agree with him on this one. The indie scene is hit and miss, so trying to tell people that the AAA industry should just do what the indie scene does is not the right move. There is 9,000 plus games being released in the indie scene, and the success rate of those 9,000 being in the top 10 of Steam for the recent month or what have you is few and far and apart between. It is, like, sure, there's a great return because, investing $0 and getting a couple million is a fucking amazing return on investment. But if you're asking people to, take that risk a couple thousand times, they're not going to want to. It's a real lottery ticket kind of thing. Statistically speaking, yes, someone's going to win the lottery if you have a couple million people going into it, but it's going to be absolutely shit for the other million who didn't win the lottery out of that 1 in a million. So yeah. There needs to be something better than just, oh, make good games. Thanks, Dunkey. I didn't think our developers were, making shit games, but thanks for really putting it on the nose there of what they do. Let's see. Big mode. Indie game publishing. Two games. Oh, nope, that's Twitch. That's not what I wanted. I wanted Twitter. I can only really hope my Bud's game goes well, but there is really just a chance, like with art, if it does well. Yeah. The best you can do is shout to the heavens in however many different ways you can. We're giving away 10 keys. Alright, so... Oh yeah, they have a Steam page. Hang on, I'm an idiot. I don't need to go through their Twitter trying to find the games that they've published. I can just go to their publisher and see all the games they've released. Two. So far, Big Mode, the indie publisher of approximately 9,000 games released a year, is responsible for 2. I will say I'm tired of seeing how much they advertise. Oh, what kind of game advertisement are you talking about, Davey Boy? I'm really curious. What games are you talking about? Are you talking about like something that would be on a mobile platform, or are you talking about like some of the big PC games, or ones that are trying to be a big PC game like Hades? Although Hades isn't an indie game, is it?
It is an indie game.
Hades is an indie game? Damn, nice work.
I'll tell you what, when it comes to the gaming scene now, it's really hard to convince me to buy a AAA game. It really is, especially when you look at the price of the games.
Yes.
You're telling me a freaking PS5 game, why do I have to pay $120 plus?
If you're wondering why that sounds really high, just a reminder to you viewers, we're in Australia, me and Blue, so we don't get the $70 price tag. Games that cost $70, that was back during, like, what, the original Xbox era, or even earlier than that? Blue, I asked you a question.
I'm trying to think. We're reaching a point where, okay, so with how games are going, I know people are still pissed that Nintendo games, like especially the first party ones, are still $80. And they usually
Is that
go
like
to
$80
discount.
Australian, or you mean $80 to the American currency? Probably best that we...
$80 Australian. Okay, all price clarifications will be in Australian currency.
Alrighty then.
Okay, so we're setting the standard as Australian dollars. If you want to find out how much that is to us, what is the current rate right now? US?
USD to AUD. 1 American dollar is $1.50 in Australia. So, yeah, basically it's a 50% bump.
So, okay, so I think the best way to put it is whatever we say in terms of Australian, think of 66% for the conversion rate. Just as a rough estimate, all right?
Yeah.
So, as a person who likes playing Nintendo games, and I'm like kind of annoyed by this, a lot of Nintendo AAA titles are still around $80. Breath of the Wild, which was released in 2017 and it was one of the launch titles for the Switch, is still $80. And you could still get Tears of the Kingdom for $80.
Actually, Breath of the Wild is 90.
90.
90.
I can get it for 80, but still, it's, in my opinion, way too high.
Yeah.
I would be fine if they dropped the price down to, I know Nintendo wouldn't do this, but I would say the lowest you can go is $60.
Was the Wii U the console just before the Switch?
Yes, that's correct.
Lifespan 2012 to 2017. What was a Wii Fit game is... Let's have a look. There is no way of purchasing it directly from Nintendo, which, you know, fine. The Wii Fit would cost $500. Yeah, fuck that noise. Oh, you can get a Kirby adventure for 90.
All right, so here's the point we're trying to establish. I find that buying an Xbox One, or whatever the latest Xbox is, I legit don't know was it called Xbox Series something.
Xbox Series X.
Yes, that thing. I look at it. It looks like an attachment for your GameCube. You can put a GameCube on top of it, and it's almost the exact dimensions of
Yep.
the GameCube.
I remember that video. The Xbox Series X isn't a console, it's a throne for the GameCube.
Yes. And with the Xbox as a console, I don't really see the appeal of what an Xbox is meant to do for me. Like, for example, we're gonna go back a few console cycles. So, if you remember GameCube, PlayStation 2, original Xbox, like that time, you notice that each console caters towards a specific audience in terms of the games they offer.
Hmm.
So for me, I saw original Xbox as the console you get for FPS. I'm not going to include PC in this debate because PC you can pretty much get anything you want, and I'm not going to start the PC Master Race bullshit again because I
It's
don't care.
what
I don't
started
care.
as a parody of the level of Starship Troopers, thanks to Yahtzee, has now become an actual movement, which, let's be real, is probably the dumbest of movements we've gotten.
Exactly. But back to the conversation at hand. In regards to what I just said, so PlayStation 2, you would see it as the console for your RPGs. Like, we had Kingdom Hearts, we got Final Fantasy, we have what else? Freaking was it Tales of Symphonia? I was also on there.
Yep.
Yeah, and I saw the PlayStation 2 as a console for in-depth games, like obviously the RPGs. It was also good for racing games to a degree,
Mm-hmm.
and I reckon fighting games, like was it Dead or Alive and Tekken?
Street Fighter.
Yeah, and Street Fighter was in a weird area at the time. I'm not sure where Street Fighter would be
Mm-hmm.
because I think at the time a lot of people were still playing the old Street Fighter 2. Street Fighter 2 is in my eyes I reckon the most popular Street Fighter game out there.
Because it's the one that's used in tournaments and what have you. And they've had like a lot of different like remasters and re-releases of Street Fighter 2 as well when they moved from the console cabinets in the arcade to home releases.
And it also is one of those games that it just feels right.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's without complicating anything in Street Fighter, it just feels perfectly balanced.
Mm-hmm.
The Xbox, I legit saw the Xbox as a console for your FPS shooters. Like if you were playing Xbox games, obviously you heard of Halo Combat Evolved. There
Yes.
is no way you cannot have heard about that game.
From an Xbox standpoint, you're meaning.
Yeah. So yeah, Xbox was mostly for Halo. Later on, Call of Duty was going everywhere. It was like on the PlayStation. There's World at
Historically
War on the
speaking, Call
GameCube.
of Duty worked predominantly as a PlayStation Nation focused title. We know this because of the Activision Blizzard work and all the counter work that Sony was trying to do. Sony benefited a lot from the Call of Duty franchise being on their consoles, because they got exclusivity that was like not 100% exclusivity, like, oh, here's a video game that is only available on the PlayStation. It was more of a case of, here's maps, here's weapons that are only available on the PlayStation. And Call of Duty, even to this day, is still predominantly a PlayStation title. With, like, you know, there's obviously a crowd on PC and a crowd on Xbox, but as far as slices of the pie go, it's a Sony game for a lot of people.
But in my eyes, like, because when we started going into the next generation, so after that, that's like the Wii, PS3, and Xbox 360. Let's just say, even though the PS3 did sell more than the Xbox 360 during that time, I consider the PS3 to be the inferior out of all three consoles because of how poorly made it was.
Ooh, interesting.
They cheaped out on the materials.
Okay.
Yeah, they cheaped out on the materials. That's the only reason.
I'm gonna be real.
Holding the PS3 controller feels flimsy.
Yep. This is. Thank you, Popcat, for being my biggest fan. Absolutely love that picture of you. Sorry. You know what I should probably do? I probably need to create like a little thing on these walls where I can probably have the biggest fan like visible in the background, and then I just need to do like a thing where it's like, oh, the image is like, it can actually change live and what have you for moments like these.
Yeah. But anyway, back to the discussion at hand. The Wii introduced the concept of family gaming, and it was a craze that took over the world. Like every family had a Nintendo Wii. Everyone was playing the Wii.
Yes.
It came with a free game, Wii Sports, and that to me back then was like full adrenaline. The PS3 still had its hold on JRPGs.
Yes, because they were predominantly a Japanese company.
Yep. It still had a grip on racing games. And it also fighting games split between Xbox and PlayStation. Like it was a kind of even split.
Yep.
And freaking what's the other thing with the PS3? So I said RPGs, racing, and fighting games. There was another genre, but I can't remember. With Xbox, that's when it went full FPS. Like it went hardcore on the FPS. You got obviously Halo 2 was for the original Xbox, but you got Halo 3, you got a lot of action games on the Xbox. What was it? We got sequels to Fable, like you got your action adventure. Begin Dead Space was an interesting one. I think like that was on both platforms.
It was an EA title, so it was multi-platform at the time.
But I honestly felt that action games was more of an Xbox 360 domain.
Sorry?
The Xbox 360 controller is really good.
I was able to get the game back up and running again, but it's not popping up in my game sources.
I'll let you sort that out while I continue this discussion, because I think chat is liking some of this history.
Alright. You keep going.
And also I have to wait for my Nintendo Switch to charge again.
Sounds good.
If you played on the Xbox 360 and you had Xbox Live, I'm 100% sure you have played Modern Warfare 1, 2, and 3. You should have at least played Halo Reach.
Alright, I have a All right, so I'm gonna have to be very careful because this isn't a game capture. This is a display capture. So it's actually showing like my actual like display for the entire game rather than a game. But yay, it's working again.
Yay, we got there.
So yeah, sorry, Blue. I knew you were gonna go into like a great big. Actually, let me just pause because now there's like multiple noise sources in my head and I can barely follow them. Ding. So yay! We'll actually get patch 6.1 done. But yeah, go on.
So yeah, Xbox 360 I saw as an FPS and action console. PS3 still had the grips on RPGs and fighting games. Nintendo with the Wii was, you know what you're getting with Nintendo. You get a lot of platformers and such.
Yep.
But now, in this console cycle, you got the Nintendo Switch. I'm gonna ignore the PS4 for this because it's technically on its last run. It's actually cycling out.
That's why we're on the PS5 right now.
Yeah, we're up to the PS5 and the Xbox Series, whatever we call it. I don't bloody know.
Just Xbox Series, because the S and the X are different levels of tech, but the way it works is that the Xbox Series S is essentially just just a platform for you to be able to use the Xbox Game Pass, which is Microsoft's like bigger investment that they're trying to do and what have you, which it's had some wins and some losses. I think the subscription platform for games is very much, because let's be real, getting a library of a couple thousand games for like $10 a month is going to outpace any Steam library, quite frankly. It's like it's better for the consumer and for for a publisher like Microsoft. If they weren't gobbling up all kinds of third-party people, it would probably have been a good way for them to continue getting money without worrying about their first-party developers like failing to get a game out. But they're grabbing developers and making them first-party, and some developers have their grievances about the Xbox Game Pass.
Here's how I look at it. Nintendo Switch, perfect for indie games on the go. Like, I'm being serious. I have Hades on there. I got Atomic Crop. I got a lot of things on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's perfect for the indie games. If you don't have a Steam Deck, and trust me, getting a Steam Deck is a pain in the ass.
Oh,
we can't even buy it here in Australia properly.
Steam had one fight with Australia over their consumer rights. They lost because they didn't check in their mailbox, and they have been butthurt the entire time. This is why I feel like they're never going to sell it to us unless it's like through third parties, is because Valve just doesn't want to run the risk of like breaking the law again in Australia, because we're a pretty big market. And what's more is, if the Australian government is willing to go up against Valve in terms of like their return policy, other nations are probably going to do it, such as Europe.
So the PS5 has taken over the FPS genre from Xbox. Actually, no. PS5 has taken a lot of things away from the Xbox. I don't even know why I would buy an Xbox.
There is
legit convince me without saying the Game Pass.
Honestly,
why should I buy the Xbox?
That's honestly, you are right. That's the issue that the Xbox had. Like Phil Spencer, he's not a great leader. Like a lot of like industry vets look at him after like the number of years, and he like it's cool. Oh, he's a gamer. Oh, he plays the games. He understands us and yada yada. He's cool. You know the lingo, but you're not much of a coach if you can't play and you can't coach either.
Exactly.
So, and the thing is that even he understood that the Xbox was coming third in the console wars. And the thing of, like, as you said, is like, oh, it's less about a genre. We're not limiting our consoles to genres, especially since, PlayStation had Gran Turismo and shit and Need for Speed, but then all of a sudden Xbox has Forza and The Crew. Like, genres were less of the thing that we're going to... Oh, by the way, we can't hear audio of the game. Oh, boy. Wait, are you sure?
I can't hear audio of the game either. You need to actually have it as a source. You need to make it into a source.
It says the game capture is running.
Yeah, but we're getting no sound. Like, you need to actually make another audio source.
Okay, but okay, here's the thing, is I'm using the application audio capture. So I'm using what's called the application audio capture. So what's supposed to be doing is it's supposed to be like grabbing the different applications, whatever, or in this case, it's just quiet as hell.
Low.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because both of us are talking.
Oh no, it's legit super quiet. I just heard something, but it's so quiet.
It's because
It's
there's ducking. I have it set up so that it ducks. There's some audio side ducking that goes off when you talk or I talk. And so because of both of us talking, it... Because if I get rid of this, and I'm not talking but you are, sometimes people can't hear you.
I don't even have this.
What, the side ducking?
No, I actually don't use the ducking at all.
Seriously?
I actually set my capture to a level where it's quiet enough that I can still talk, but you can still hear what's going on in the back.
Oh no, I use a compressor, so then that way when I breach a certain threshold of like talking and what have you, it will clamp it to only being at a certain level, like in the game and what have you. And then yeah, this isn't alright, hang on. Oh, limiter 6.5. Oh, I think I know what's going on.
What, is your limiter too high?
No. There's a limiter, but the fact is that the game capture was also lowered.
So it was lowered while the limiter was active, making it even worse.
Possibly, because yeah, this threshold, negative 6.5 decibels, makes it so that it doesn't go into the red. It's so then that way it stops your ears from like getting blasted and what have you. So, because like, here's the thing, like... This is the audio levels. If you really want to know.
Oh my god. That is so low.
Yeah, because the music... Like, there's only music right now. Music isn't, like, the primary thing in my, sound level. Like... The background music is only 30. If I do it at 100... You're gonna tell me this is a problem as well.
Hey, that's actually fine.
But yeah, normally I don't have the background music, unless, hang on a second.
Yeah, that's fine at 100, but...
Oh! I think I might have discovered something. Alright, so the volume is going to stay the same on game capture. I'm going to be adjusting a fader I have that changes only the, like, the active application.
Okay, now that now there's nothing.
It's
Okay,
weird.
Okay, now we're getting okay. We're getting something now.
Yeah. All right. So, fun nonsense. So yeah, because I can adjust the like. Yeah, it's now capturing the whatsamacoozies. It's okay. So I have a fader on my, like it's like 5 faders and such. It's almost like the Steam Deck Plus. and I can adjust the volume, so then that way, like, headphones, for instance, will be, like, down to, like, almost nothing. So then that way I'm not getting blasted with the sound. But then I have another fader, which is for the active application, which is what I'm in right now. And I used to think that if I muted, it was only when I muted the application. So when it was like, you know, this muted, then yeah, it doesn't have anything. And then that way I could have like the sound be like, you know, something really low.
Okay, so Davey, when it comes to streaming, right? My setup is extremely simple compared to Zeebs.
Yes.
But I also use hardware to minimize the effects of the headsets on me.
Hmm.
So obviously I would have my PC's volume, then I have the OBS volume, and then I have my headset's hard volume.
Yep. Here's like, you're using like either the Elgato like audio channels or you're using virtual channels, aren't you?
I'm using all my sound effects go through virtual cables. The capture, because I use a Blackmagic 10 Mini, just goes through the standard channels. But I adjust it in OBS. And I actually, what I do is, I record the actual video, well, whatever I'm streaming before I stream.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time when I set it up to figure out, is it loud enough or is it too loud? And then after I find out where the right threshold is, I keep that in mind. So, for example, when Zeebs showed his audio bars, I try to keep my game audio around halfway, where while my voice can just go way higher than that.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I've removed, and I'm just gonna re-add game capture and see how that goes. So put it back into this folder here. Capture any full screen application. It's not doing SLI or crossfire capture. I'm not allowing transparency because that fucks around with some games because they actually use that. Limit the game capture frame data. Nah, I'm not gonna. Capture the cursor? Yes. Use anti-cheat compatibility hook? Yes. Do not capture third-party overlays. Hook rate should be normal, and the color space will be as it is. And let's see what happens now.
I don't see anything.
Shit crashing just has to have shit crashing.
It's not a official Twitch stream unless something is scuffed.
Yep. Putting that on my to-do list in June. Just redoing my, like, I want to talk to Kusaki. I want to talk to Kahlua about like audio setups and what have you. Cause like the reason why I want to use like the side ducking and what have you is so then that way the games can, you know, resume being loud and what have you. But then I don't have to like, you know, shout over it in order to, you know, talk during an intense moment or anything like that. Do you get what I'm going with this?
Yeah. You don't want to get screwed by some audio points as you talk.
Oh, interesting. The Final Fantasy XIV capture is actually seen as blank. It's not actually... Interesting. Yeah, it's like seen as black. Alright, remove the Windows capture. Alright, decline this. Log in and exit the game.
Hello!
Hi there, Sage. It's good to know. I'll probably need to set all this up. Most likely. At one point, perhaps. Alrighty, close all these different thingamajiggies in the background. We've got intro fighters doing their thing. Alrighty, I am going to run Final Fantasy XIV one more time. I know normally I finish at 9 o'clock, but fuck it. Let's see how long we'll go for a little bit longer than normal, because, yeah, there's been like 40 minutes of, like, you know, discussion about now game development and the industry and consumers.
All right, so here's the thing, Davey, about when it comes to streaming. Just keep in mind, Zeeb streams PC games. I stream console, so our setup is completely different.
Yes! Yes! Look at that moon!
Perfect. It's all working again. Just let you know, different setups will apply depending on what you're trying to stream.
Yeah. So.
And-
Oh. Yeah. Sorry. You go on. You were.
Yeah. And all I can say is, like, I will eventually stream some PC stuff in the future. I just need to figure out how to make it work, but I don't have the right hardware for it, so I can't experiment.
Are you utilizing like a splitter for all your different consoles?
Yes. I use a. So my Blackmagic 10 Mini has 4 inputs, and I can switch between those inputs at any time.
Yep.
My Switch is always connected.
Yep.
But the second input, if the console I have runs component cables, I just legit just disconnect the console and get another console in. I manually do it. There's not enough space for me to just connect everything, and it's a pain in the ass.
What
thing
what
I
is your
need is a
thingy-majiggy
plastic
called?
file. A Blackmagic a 10 Mini.
Blackmagic Atem. What?
ATEM, so ATEM Mini. This is something that's actually used in the industry.
Atem Mini
for
Pro or
other
just
things.
Atem?
A Mini. I don't use the Pro one, I think.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen this Blackmagic, like something slightly larger in because our office, we set up a podcast room or something like that, and there's like a guy that does all kinds of crazy nonsense.
Yes, so this is what I use. It has... I don't fiddle around with this thing that much. I just need the basic controls. I just press whatever I want active, and I also can turn on and off the audio sources from other inputs.
Yeah. Connect up to 8 independents. And a 10
And
controls.
the output is through webcam.
Mm-hmm.
I use a USB-C out.
Too powerful. Okay, so includes all the features of a 10 Mini, 9 separate video streams in real time, allowing capture of all 8 clean feeds, as well as Vinci is also safe along the project we created. Oh, Jesus Christ, there are streams. Because yeah, the thing that I just use it like right now. I just have the so I run off one PC. That's how I function. I know some people have like for example, Dazarus and a few of the other people are like, oh, you should go on like 2 PC setup where you have like one PC that is CPU strong, so then that way you can use your CPU x64 or x264 to do the rendering and encoding and what have you, and shoot it off into Steam, and you can get away with like just a good Intel Core processor and barely any like graphics unit or something or other, because more likely than not it's a built-in graphics unit within your Intel. And then you have your second PC, which has an okay CPU and a massive good GPU. I'm a one PC setup. I have to have a good CPU and a good GPU. On that PC then, because I'm like, so it's running OBS, it's running all this stuff, and it's running my games and what have you, I then have this capture unit, so they're all seen as like a video source for me, so I have to activate them and deactivate them like a webcam. Okay, maybe not this one in particular, because mine's supposed to have like 3 sources, but basically, you know, you have... So yeah, it's supposed to have 3 sources, because it has a HDMI in, 4K 60 as this one says, and then it has a second one, which is not HDMI 2.0, but HDMI 1.4, so it doesn't do 4K 60, but it can do 1080p 60. It then has a third port, which is a HDMI pass-through for the first one. That way, when I'm in the middle of, like, playing a video game, I can choose to either play it through the AverMedia, like, program, or if I feel like there might be, like, some weird fucky nonsense going off with it, I can change my monitor source to, you know, actually being what the HDMI thing is, and I just have a HDMI splitter. Like, it's literally like this cheap-ass HDMI splitter where I press a button on the center, and it changes from, like, output 1 to output 2. It doesn't do any, like, cool transition cuts or anything like that. Do you use all the buttons in this thing?
Oh, no. The only thing I actually use on that thing is... So, do you see where the numbers are on that thing?
Yes, the big ones here.
Yeah, so I press 1 or 2 to switch between sources.
Yep.
And then do you see the buttons above it, right?
APV, reset, on, off. Yep.
Okay, so I only use on, off because on connects the audio for that source through. And off just disables that audio source coming through that input.
I'm gonna be real with you. You've gotten yourself a smartphone to do a calculator.
You'll be surprised how easy it is for me to transition between things thanks to this.
No, fair enough. Don't get me wrong. What you're using it for, it does what you need to do. It's fantastic. I'm just of the thought of, it can do more.
It could do more.
So
I'm not in the stage of doing more because my laptop can only handle so much. Because I actually have to download the firmware for this thing.
Yeah, whereas, like, I'm gonna be real with you. You probably could have gotten away with, like, one of these, like, crazy splitter, or... Actually, sorry, not splitter. I'm an idiot. It's not a splitter. Let's see, 4K 60, 4 HDMI switch cables, 1 cable. Is this it? Amplifier? No, this is a splitter again, isn't it? Yep, it's a splitter again. God damn it. No, just give me a switch. Tim ME, no. Nope. Switch and audio extractor. Is this it? Probably. Wait. 6 HDMI inputs, 2 outputs. Yep, okay. Yeah, you can get away with, like, a matrix. But yeah, anywhoosies. So that's Blue's setup. So wait, so what are the other two? So what are the last two sources? Because you said that the first one was your Switch, the second one was whichever of your consoles. What's your third and fourth?
Usually they're not used, but one of the good things I like to do is okay, so I have my Switch go through the first one. The second one would be any console that uses component cables, or AV for those who remember. The third and fourth can be used for any other thing that uses a HDMI output.
So that's just a free-for-all, is it?
It's a free-for-all. The reason why I have the second slot retro consoles is because I have to put all those component cables through a HDMI converter, which then I connect to the setup, so that way I can capture that footage and audio.
Radio.
So if I try to connect my other HDMI cables for the more modern consoles, I don't have to go nuts and take apart a lot of things when I can just plug in one cable.
And it DirectX crashed again. 2, 3, 4. How many zeros is that? Hang on. How many zeros is that? I need to count that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that's 5 zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2. DirectX X error 11000002. Okay, so this is like a weird one. Doesn't really... Oh, I think I know. I think I know one thing I can try. Hang on a second. Crashes, and let's get it running again. Oh joy. Because one of the things I did is I uncapped the speed at one point, and I need to fix that. But it won't let me do that from the launcher, annoyingly enough. Gosh darn it. How stupid of me.
Boy.
Hopefully I don't get this many problems tomorrow morning.
Didn't you say your PC was a bit iffy?
It's a ship of Theseus is what it is. Parts have gone in and out of it over the years and what have you, and the last major one that happened was the CPU got swapped out, but I did do a reinstall of the OS, I believe, when it was at first an AMD CPU with an NVIDIA GPU. No, I need to go to configuration. God damn it! Oh my god. I'm an idiot. Quit. Okay, it already has a frame rate limit. What the fuck? We'll keep it to like 82 frames, I suppose? Custom.
Like, for things like this is the reason why I just said, if I'm going to stream, I'd rather not stream on my main PC, because this thing, I'm not even sure if it's able to last. It was built in 2018. Like, for me using it for whatever I like, that's fine, but I don't think it's powerful enough for streaming.
It depends if you want to be a streamer that like goes through the modern games and you're like, oh, it has to be of the highest quality. So, but I feel like you're going to be going through older games, so your issue is more going to be from you just need a powerful enough CPU that can do the emulations if it needs to happen.
And there will be a time where I want to do more complex stuff, and I will get a 3D model one of these days. I like to future-proof myself.
Well, fair enough.
At least. Because why would I want to, you know, Frankenstein my main PC when I know something can go wrong?
Like now.
Yes.
Fair enough. Alright, I'm just double checking my event logs for the application. Because the last time this happened, there was a number of things that was going off with my graphics card, and it was at that point that the graphics card decided to have a fault, and I didn't have a proper PC for like 2 weeks as I sent it in for warranty repair. I've already done that with this graphics card as well, and it's... yeah. I don't think I can do that again. Let's see, it's 8:56. Crashes went off. Scheduled, software permission, restarted, offline. That's Windows Defender. App crash on OBS happened back at 6:54. I am aware of that. In search of Azdaja. Let's just at least get this one going. Oh yeah, Davey boy, it's not Frankensteining, it's a ship of Theseus. Totally. Frankenstein is when you steal from other people's like dead PCs and what have you. Ship of Theseus is when you upgrade a new part into your PC. The existing PC. Excellent timing. Just a moment ago, I received word from the Ironworks. They have completed their task and are on their way with the reinforced warding skills. Excellent. watch as I crash again in less than 10 minutes. But yeah. Sometimes I like OEM builders like Dell and such, because they're like, you know, sure, you're not going to get a 3090 in an Alienware system, but, you know, they're at least going to put together a PC, and they'll give you, like, a little, like, you know, underlaying, like, help to be able to be like, ah, yes, you've got these kinds of applications, you need to update these drivers. I don't think that... Oh, I should probably see what happens if I... No, because if I do that, then it can kind of fuck up with my drivers, and it might irrevocably fuck them up. Look at that, Blue! Hang on, you're not seeing it. Look at this, Blue!
What the heck is that?
It is an artificial Atmos. Would you like to...
What's an artificial Atmos?
Clearly, it is the artificial equivalent of the Atmos from the Void Scent.
Looks like some cheap lantern you can buy from some Halloween shop.
You're not wrong. It is Halloween shaped. Though we've yet to put it to the proof, its aether is practically identical to that of the original. Truly remarkable feat. Alchemists have outdone themselves. Small wonders that they are the pride of Razatan. After bringing the Atmos to attend to a pressing task, but said that she would return ere we set forth. But yeah, that is... So, essentially what we've done is we've created this Atmos that has... It will take like it'll take a small fissure, like between dimensions, and it can turn it into a gate for larger creatures. So, with this artificial Atmos, the idea is we're able to get like a void fissure, so something that goes from our dimension into the void dimension, and this thing will be able to hold on to it, and when we need to use it, it will open it up as a dimension gate for us, rather than it just being a tiny void hole. Make sense?
So you're telling me that this thing is a gate?
It is capable of opening a gate, so long as it has a fissure. It's not explicitly the gate itself.
So you're telling me this thing is a key?
A little bit, yeah. Unless you miss this for the world. You don't mind if we come along and send you off, I hope? It's thanks to these three that we can finish the work so quickly. 'Twas my painstakingly collected data that made the reinforcement possible. The scales will last a good 10 years in the void with nary a hint of degradation. As the ones who did the actual reinforcing, we guarantee their quality as well. They'll keep you safe. I wonder what the scales look like. Because sure, we've got the Echo, which can kind of protect us, but I would like the warding scales. Have I done a graphics driver update recently? Actually, yes I did, Sashar. I did it like 3 days ago, and it didn't work, so I had to... Because I was having problems with the PC like booting up from BIOS, so, because of like something with the graphics unit and what have you, because it didn't properly do the update, so I had to force restart it, and because of that, there was like there was a lot of things I had to do, and I've tried reinstalling the graphics driver, and it was good all day. Like, I didn't have DirectX crashes or anything like that in the middle of the workday or anything like that. And I had like this open for a little bit. I had Plex running. I had YouTube. I had TeamViewer running to get into another PC. So this one is a bit of an upsetting development because it sounds like it's something that is, you know, recently come in the background or because of prolonged use. So yeah. I have to like look at my chats and I'm like scatterbrained. Something they wish to present to us. God, I feel bloated. What's on my to-do list for June? Exercise, diet better, 3D modeling, redoing the OBS streams, side content of Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, I got my month cut out for me while I'm not streaming. Also, I kind of just want to go to the bathroom. Although I worry that if I walk away, I'm going to come back, I'm going to hear in my headphones that it's just going to go boom, boom, where it's just going to crash on me again while I'm on the toilet. I don't know if I could handle myself then. I would already be shitting in a toilet when this happens. I'd probably just be stirred crazy.
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Vritra, I presume.
Oh, he's aged!
Indeed, this vessel now serves as a host for my eye. I was aware that the alchemists were busy preparing something, but this...
We couldn't well send you on such a perilous mission unprepared, Your Excellency. We spared no effort in crafting the body, and I dare say you'll find it adept at wielding weapons and magics both.
Impressive.
It was our intent to present it to you sooner, but we could not bring ourselves to do so, knowing we could yet improve it further. Pray forgive us.
There is naught to forgive. I am grateful for this fine vessel, and shall put it to good use.
I don't know what Vertra's accent is.
Again, I ask that you watch over Radzatan in my absence. The dangers we go to face are great and many, and I fear I will be unable to give matters here due attention. And in opening the Void Gate, there is ever risk that Voidsent will find their way into our world.
Rest assured, we are more than prepared. Our soldiers have been training under Master Estinian. On my honor, we will not suffer a single fiend to pass. So, think only of your mission, Varshan. Ah, but seeing as this is a different body, perhaps we should use a different name.
Nay, Varshan shall suffice. Though I may have thus grown up, I am as ever a little brother to you all.
As you say, as you say. Go then, Varshan, and best of luck.
I have something for you as well.
Oh, do you now? What do you have for me?
While you were gone, Urianger paid us a visit.
Okay, I was gone for only
As
an
you
hour.
may recall, he joined us on our foray into Alzadal's legacy, in part to conduct research for the Loperids. Research they were delighted to receive, and which has already inspired them to consider new ways to improve their own treasure vault. As a token of their gratitude, Livingway entrusted a familiar relic to Urianger.
Oh. Another crystal.
Aye, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteon. The Loperids no longer have need of it, and thus saw fit to return it to us. Harboring the power of light, it could well aid us in our mission in the Void. And who better to bear Heidelin's gift than her chosen champion?
Me. I am her chosen champion. Me, the warrior of light.
If there is nothing left to discuss, then let us depart. Our boat awaits us in Akyali.
Satrapa and your fellows have already departed for the vault. Yes. Onwards and ever forward.
I shall now lift the seal. In the name of Alzadal III, I cast open this door unto the void!
It's cool that they've given it like a different sort of effect in this patch for opening the little thing.
Go! Absorb the Void Gate!
It's voring the gate! And it got bigger for voring it. Looking thing, black hole. So the leech-looking thing is an artificial Atmos, and it's just absorbed a void gate. It vored it, it got bigger, and now we have, like, rather than just like a small void gate,
worked.
we now have a
We should
proper
have no
void
trouble
gate for us
passing
to
through a
pass
gate
through.
of that size.
What can we expect to find after stepping through?
On my previous foray, I emerged in a castle swarming with void scent. I was hopelessly outnumbered and forced to turn back. But together, I am confident we can hold our own. Upon our arrival, let us deal with any hostile entities and secure the area. The command of our mission, I leave in your capable hands. In the event of battle, I shall adapt my tactics to complement your own.
Should we require healing, I can provide it. 'Twould be a welcome change of pace from my recent havoc wreaking.
Possibly Sage.
Take heart, my friends, and have faith. We will brave this broken world and rescue my sister Ajdaya.
You might have to log on, Sash. What gives you this impression? What gives you the impression that you might have to log on at this point? Okay, I don't know who this is. Like, I'm gonna decline. I'm sorry. I don't know who you are. You randomly sent me a friend request. You are correct. We are talking about a dungeon. Alright, so Orin has joined the party. Don't know if Xerix is going to be joining us. Sash will most likely be a healer, unless Sash wants to be something would join, but not in the best headspace for these dungeons. Alright, fair enough. Not to worry, Xerix. It's not a requirement. Also, Cap is just sitting there. So simple. Where's Sash? Sash. Please. Please. Sash is logged in. There we go. I love how Sash is just like, my PC is slow! My PC has been crashing all night! Ow. Wow, you'd think we'd pop this queue instantly at this point. Like, look at this. We just need one other DPS, and they ain't here. That pre-filled. Do you have any DPSs that would be... No, you do not. What a shame. Well, hopefully with luck they'll have everything. Hey, there we go! We didn't have to wait too long. Hopefully the missions in 6.2 are going to be relatively quick. That's why it's good to level multiple jobs. You are correct. It would be a good idea to level up multiple jobs, but as the main character in my stream, I have not done anything but tank. I have at least 2 different tanks, but I have no DPSs. Alrighty. I reckon we can go through these. We'll see how we go. You should try and level up Sage. I could. Would be interesting. Goro. And then... Alrighty, so this way? Oh, that's a weird thing to do. Oh. Oh yeah, the blue, you're probably gonna have a terrible time looking at all these like visual effects going off.
All I see is a bunch of stuff going on.
Mm-hmm. Hi there, Pots. Welcome to the stream. If you do anything to my shirt, I do not have a guarantee. Oh, you stole my shirt. Never mind. I do not have a guarantee that if anyone interacts with my streams, whether or not I will still be alive. The PC has been that temperamental this evening. I would not be surprised if the entire thing decides to blot out if someone puts me in a maid outfit. Refrain to use such necessities. It's not a necessity to use them. Oh. Ah! They're going after Sash! Alrighty, so we gotta go up against someone named Beatrice. Weird one, getting the ads like right at the get-go. Oh, what the shit? There's a lot of them. Oh, we need a, here. Oh, no, not there, not there, not there. I probably, like, waltzed around that the worst way that I could. Okay, Oh, I see, okay. So many ads. There we go. Well, that worked. Healing. Sure. Oh. It just crashed again. Same error as last time.
Oh man, you're not having a good time.
No, I'm not. And the thing is that I am at, like... this is just reminding me of the, like, the last time I did this, where I was, like, played late at night after, like, working full-time within the, within this room and such, and then next day, it's like, oh, PC refuses to switch on and everything. So, I am very much not looking forward to, like, if this, like, if I'm getting this many issues and such, like... Sorry. And they ran ahead. How do you launch Final Fantasy XIV? I launch it with the Final Fantasy XIV launcher. It asks for my password and my 2FA. I put those things in, and then it runs. I might quite honestly just because the thing, like, it's the DirectX like 11000002 error or something like that. So, oh Jesus Christ, I'm giving you a hard time. Hang on. There we go. Is my... Okay, I'm gonna need to double check my enemy just in case it's not broken. Hang on. Just turn it off. Turn it back on. There we go. So... yeah, after this dungeon, I will probably call it a night, quite frankly, because if it's gonna be this problematic, I'm going to need to go to bed and have time in the morning to... because, like, the party game stream doesn't go off until, like, 11 a.m., so worst case scenario, I have to, like, I need to figure out what's broken on my PC and repair it. If it's the GPU again, I am going to be cursing heavens and hells for it, and will most likely have to move to a underpowered backup GPU, which will be enough to, like, you know, run the PC, but not enough to, you know, do everything I want to do. Oh, I'm making terrible decisions, aren't I? Oh, hang on. Treasure coffer. There we go. Never mind. You got it. Aiming and maiming. So yeah, I don't want to do any big pulls, because if it's going to crash, like, after a major boss fight, like, I don't want it crashing when there's, like, you know, all these guys around, because... Down the hole we go. Oh, that's, what's Mahuzi? He looks familiar. He looks something from the Crystal Tower. But I'm sure GrantZeebs knowledge can sniffed out. It has to be me, unfortunately, is the thing. I'm the IT specialist in my apartment. My job is desktop support. I am burdened with the knowledge required to troubleshoot and process all of the nonsense that goes off in my PC. There is no one more fit for fixing it than me. And the only one above me would be going to a independent computer store and having them go through the whole thing themselves. Which, I'm gonna be frank with you, is not... Oh, what the fuck am I... Oh, looking away, looking away. Okay, cool. Oh, there's a line. Should I be worried about these lines?
You should be worried.
Alright, thanks for the time. I'm not upset about that. Oh. Oh. God, are you fucking kidding me? I do not remember the order of the operation. Ow.
Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah, no, I can just tank all this nonsense. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's not a problem. See? And there we go. Oh, she had boobies, and I didn't even notice. God damn it, I am really off my game.
I think it's because you're too occupied with your game crashing.
Are you Mentis? It's on stream. You've out. So yeah, that's on stream now. Cheap out to me. As the tank, I am lead. Ooh, hang on, there's everyone else. Man, so many times, me and Sash are going into these dungeons, and we're having the DPSs learn things. Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh, good. A new demon has joined my team. That's fusion material.
I did not know. Why is this Sash's favorite? God, there's like nothing in these things. Ugh. Yay! We've reached basically to the end. Dun, dun, dun. Welcome back, Sage.
So the gate did
there we go.
And delivered the most mouth-watering morsels.
Oh. Aw. Oh. No boobies.
I am Scarmilione, Archfiend of Earth and first of Golbez's Circle of Four. Such pleasure I will take in delivering you unto your graves.
Alrighty.
Your ether is mine! Breathe deep of your death!
Lol, she gives us brain rot.
I think she gives me brain rot just by looking at her.
My blade thirsts for blood. Protect me, my minions! taste of true despair! Stubborn mortals! Come, fill your lungs.
Oh, that was my mistake. Orin! Sash!
Yes, they died.
I died, yes.
No, I will not be defeated by you!
Okay, so that's... Yay! I get myself some tomes of causality. Bar tank 10 out of 10. Yeah, fair. Fair. What did you think of the dungeon? I thought it was pretty good.
This Scarmelione.
Shame that I disconnected early on.
The gate had opened.
And then I died to... Because I should have realized that the walls would help prevent me from getting blown away, and I misclicked for arm's length, so...
And
yeah.
not for the first time. He and his brethren must keep watch over the portal.
You're actually killing yourself laughing, oh your god. Yeah, because you left me dead for a while, though. As much as I fucked up then, you left me... I just saw from the distance how you're just like, fire, fire, fire. Like, you was in shock.
Like men.
Sure, Jan.
Perhaps they form factions and fight amongst themselves.
I didn't know there was a kill wall either, don't
What
worry.
will the minions do?
It might have been a case that I actually was just too close to the boss when they did their swinging hit. That might have actually been the kill hit, for all I know, but, yeah. That's a lot of void creatures.
Your mistress is no more, and the one who consumed her we slew in turn. Do you still mean to try us?
And then I was so stunned that you insta-die that you forgot to stack on Davy. Well, I hope you had a wonderful time.
I expect some Voidsent are more intelligent than others. Perhaps these ones simply do not understand our words.
Even beasts ought to understand strength.
There is much we do not know about Voidsent. If we are to survive their world, it would be wise to learn their ways.
Don't overthink it. We'll improvise as we go.
If that is your preferred approach, then very well. I shall defer to your adventurer's intuition.
Thank you for the clip, Sage, by the by.
I am here, sister. Finally here. And I will find you. I swear it.
Woo! Buried Memory is now the expansion we're in. Or, sorry, the patch we're in. Patch 6.2. Good time. This castle should serve as a base of operations for now. Erst we set our sights elsewhere. Let's see what there is to learn here. Dun, 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 dun. From this point onwards, you will not encounter Aetherites for a while. Should you leave Croya Castle, you must return here via Weaver's Warding. Additionally, you may now enter the fell... Yep, cool. Hopefully these missions are quick. The warding scale exhibits no change. It should be safe to remain here and begin our search. With her now, I would sense Asjaja. Ajdaya. Thank you. There's a fan-made alternate launcher you can use for Final Fantasy XIV that you use. If it's the Dalamol, we will not speak any further on stream. We will discuss in Discord. This vessel is not capable of calling across vast distances. For that, I require my true form. And even were it possible, a dragon's call is born upon Aether. 'Tis liable to draw more void sent to us. Damn. In any case, there's little exploration to be done while we are confined to this isolated isle. I propose we begin by learning what we can from the castle's occupants. An understanding of their ways may prove useful to our cause. What mine was in that dungeon? Oh, okay. If it's a meme, send it in the memes channel. You should be a member within my Discord. Invites are currently disabled before I go on break because I'm probably gonna prune the membership and clean up some of the channels. Ugh. Let's all remain vigilant while we go about our inquiries. We reconvene afterwards. Do these things, like, actually talk? I'm expecting... unlikely to learn anything. Absolutely correct. So what are you doing, Estinian? This one does not but stare. Cool. What about you? Do you talk? Taste some aether you have. Give me some. Give me some. Nope. If only I was stronger, I'd be able to eat you. I'll find someone else to eat. Alrighty. So they can communicate. Ugh. Oh, this is a exercise our beautish sublime to bask in her gaze is bliss. No mistress, no order, what am I to do? What am I to do now? Like, oh, what the fuck? It even has like a weird, like, toothy bussy.
Why are you looking at it?
Because, like, it was facing, like... It was facing the other way. It was either look at the weird, like, what's the butt of a spider called?
What, an abdomen or something?
Abdomen, yep, cool. Damn, this guy looks cool. I serve, I obey. Please don't eat me. Okay. Dragon? What's that? Does it taste good? I don't know anything about it. Don't know anything. But the one we caught recently, they seem to know lots. We threw them in the dungeon, but clever ones are tasty. They might have been eaten already. Okay, so we gotta go down to the dungeon. It explains the pumpkin head. Cool lore. Okay, destination here. Thank you, Davy boy. Ish. I just sat and accepted at face value that you were Dullahan and that you had the pumpkin head as, like, the thingamadoog. So, yeah. Like, here's the thing. It's, like, it's cool hearing about lore, about, like, personas and fursonas, but at the end of the day, it's just them. You don't need to have, like, a, you know, a convoluted reason for why they exist as they do. Like, I don't need to question where the fuck Blue could have come from to be a blue foxy nicey icy when most foxes aren't blue. I don't question why he has a Pokemon form. I just question whether he's forklift certified or how he goes with his day-to-day. Can you afford your rent?
Yeah, because I'm starting to get more shifts. I just got my roster for next week.
Nice. Because you mentioned...
I know I took... Yeah, I did mention my shifts were bad.
It was a bit Earthies.
Yeah, well, how are you meant to live on one shift a week?
I don't think you can. Were you able to, like, raise that with them and they were able to give you a better schedule this week?
Oh, rather than speaking to the people I should be speaking to, I spoke to the people I shouldn't be speaking to.
You went from a narrow list to a broad list. Who the fuck are you talking about?
So, if I go talk to those who are meant to be in charge of said things...
So,
like,
your
my
manager
contact.
and the shift manager?
Oh, not them. I go and talk to, was it my consultant about it, and then it's like, I won't get the results I want. So instead, I go and talk to my team leader and the one that's giving out shifts, and then they say, oh, we need IC for this shift. And they won't ask why. They'll just say, we need IC for this shift.
Huh. My brain was split. I only have one brain cell, and I was split between two different things. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so pretty much, I am doing some funny shenanigans by just saying, oh, I'm looking for shifts, and talking to those who actually like me. And then they're able to help me out.
Okay. Alright, sounds good.
Because I do the one thing at work that a lot of people don't seem to do.
Your job.
Yeah, it's my job and actually giving respect.
It's not like... I don't know what it is about Australia and its work ethic. Because, like, the capitalist system is like, the higher-ups are incentivized to try and, like, you know, get people who will work above their wage, but still, you know, only pay them for the wage rather than the work. Whereas in Australia, like, you're able to almost run counter to that, where it's like, oh, you will only work to the wage. But the problem is then there are areas where it's like, oh, you know, it doesn't cost you anything to just, you know, be nice.
Yeah, to be nice. Like, at work, I actually do make it very entertaining. I talk about, you know, day-to-day stuff. I'd be a smartass, I'd be sarcastic.
Yeah.
And then we talk about, like, things that make sense. Like, someone was telling me, oh, you should go to Singapore. And I'm like, I do want to go to Singapore. And then from that tangent, we just start a conversation, you know?
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. It's an advertisement. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I need to take a stretch. Sorry, bathroom break. Keep talking. I'm pretty sure chat would love to hear more.
Well, it's kind of hard to tell if chat is currently in an ad.
Okay, technically, yes, they're in an ad for 2.5 minutes, but I have some subscribers.
It's fine, chat. It's fine. So all I could say is, if you're going to work at a place, you're not there to make friends. Yeah, you're not there to make friends. But if you at least be respectful enough to where people like you, you're going to get some benefits. And then they're also going to get benefits because they get someone who knows what they're doing. Like, legit. If you ever go to a workplace, you cannot please everyone. But you can at least be on the side of not being hated by everyone. Yeah, it's all about networking. It's in that entire department of work. If you just treat people how you would normally treat them, with respect or whatever, it goes a long way. Because who knows how long you're going to be there for? You might be there for 2, 3, 5 years plus. I don't care. But you might as well make it bearable for yourself. The last thing you need is enemies, but you cannot please everyone. I know for a fact that at work, I hate working day shift, not because of working in the morning. It's mostly due to a lot of the people that complain are in day shift, and I don't like working with them. Like, for once, I got, someone complained about me at work because I was 2 minutes late to change shifts. 2 minutes late. And the reason why I was late is because there was an influx of new people taking over the clock in and clock out machine. So I couldn't clock in early as I wanted to. And by the time I get there, someone complained to my team leaders and the level 5s saying, oh, freaking Icy was late by 2 minutes. Luckily, the level 5s and the team leader were like, don't worry about it. Because day shift complains about everything. Yeah, they complain about everything. And we complain about them because they don't clean up after themselves when we change shifts.
Speaking about complaining, I have some good stuff to talk about at work. So, we have this office space that has like 20 PCs in a separate room from the rest of like the floor for more of the CS staff. Every week, we get a report of, hey, we're missing a cable from this place. Our manager, he keeps track of, like, the macro nonsense of, like, oh, what are the repetitious tickets that we're trying to answer, like, every other day and what have you. He's picked up that every Friday or Tuesday, we get a report from this office space of, like, from this one team of, like, oh, there's stuff missing from these desks. And this has gone on for weeks now. And he's like, all right, fuck it. We're gonna get a security camera in this place. Someone's nicking shit. This is no longer, like, just a small mistake or something, or rather. And we've got one person that's like, oh, could you maybe not, because we're doing important work? And he's just, like, in disbelief, because the rest of because, like, they're just the CS department. They're not legal. They're not HR. They are a CS department that, like, tries to reach out to consumers and what have you to get them to use our stuff more. So they're not even the CS department of, like, oh, waiting for the phone to ring. They're, like, you know, chasing after peeps. Like, oh my gosh. And what's more is, like, it's probably not even the team that's, like, raising the complaints of, like, oh, hey, we're missing stuff, that's stealing shit. It's most likely someone who works in the general floor, and then during the night shift or in the middle of the weekend, they go and, you know, sit in that separate room, and then they like take it's annoying things like the USB-C cable, because we're on modern monitors where everyone since COVID has been on a laptop. So to facilitate a hybrid work environment of working in the office and working remotely, we have monitors where you just need the one cable, the USB-C cable, plugged into your laptop, and then it gives you access to the monitor, which is an ultra-wide, Ethernet, and any of the peripherals we have plugged in, which is usually a keyboard and mouse, maybe a pair of headphones. And someone keeps taking the USB-C cable, or the mouse. And we're just sort of like, this is fucking ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. I actually complained to my level 5s because I was actually stuck with another person. We were waiting for our shift change, and it's been over 15 minutes.
Crazy.
Yeah, and the night team leader walks past by us like, are you okay? Because I didn't get any mention of anyone staying back for the additional 4 hours, and we both said, we are meant to change 15 minutes ago. So luckily, that team leader went and grabbed 2 other people that were extras and told them to switch with us so we could go home. And I got home later than I wanted to.
God damn, this map is huge.
So yeah, if you ever do shift work, because I do shift work, just don't fuck around with the scheduling and that. I'm okay if you're like late by, let's say, at most 5 minutes. Or whatever. But if you're late by more than 10 minutes, that's when I start, you know, having issues.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the same. I would be the same sort of thing. We're full-time in the team that I'm with, so essentially 9 to 5, 8 to 4, something along those lines. So long as there's like 1 or 2 people in the office at like the early hour and at the late hour, we should be good. But we got this one person who just comes in at like 9:30 or something crazy.
You are the friend.
The who? Oh. The Void Sent, bound by Xenos.
I see it now. The bottomless darkness. The insatiable hunger. The aura was present when we faced him in Garlemald.
The minute I mentioned, oh, you hang out with Xenos. everyone is at the ready, guns out.
How did it come to be here?
When Xenos died, its connection to the source was severed. It was forced to return to the void.
Xenos. Yes, that was his name. And you are the friend, are you not?
Okay, so, Blue, for context, Xenos was not our friend. Xenos was a dude that was hell-bent on combat and, like, you know, didn't give a shit about the monarchy rule or any of that kind of nonsense or the end of days. He just wanted to, you know, have a glorious fight. And despite, you know, us being seen as weak to him when we first met him and what have you, we were able to defeat him even as he had a primal bound to him. So he killed himself. Then he got resurrected somehow, and he was like, okay, the only person who's ever bested me was this guy here, GrantZeebs, the Warrior of Light. I very much want to fight him again, because it's an amazing experience, and I would love to be in glorified violence and what have you with you. Even if I have to, like, force the end of days upon you or something shit. So, he did that, the world nearly ended, we stopped that, and we were left having to fight Xenos one final time. And we defeated him. I'ma be real, if he wasn't hell-bent on just violence for violence sake, he might have been an interesting person. Like, you know, maybe turning into a Vegeta or what have you, where it's like, oh, he started off as evil and what have you in Garlemald, but much like, Galvis could have been on to the other side, especially since of the case of he kind of helped us out with, like, a little bit of the crazy creatures that were being created during the end of days. Like, he wasn't just, you know, always a thorn in our side, but mostly was a thorn in our side. Because he was the prince of the Garlemald Empire. He was supposed to be the next, like, emperor and what have you, but then he, like, was like, fuck it, I don't care, and a civil war broke out. I clued you in.
You're telling me this battle-crazed maniac wanted to have a battle so hard that he was willing to sacrifice the world?
Yes, he is combat sexual. Glad we sorted that out. So yeah, so it's weird that this Void Scent that made him into the, like, the Reaper class was like, oh, you were his friend. Weird choice of words. Oh, hey, it's a...
Is that Heidelin's crystal?
With... that was meant to point to the location of Medion. And it's filled with, like, a shit ton of light. And... is now getting rid of the Void Scent? Okay.
Hey, you have been purified.
I don't know if that's the right phrase, but yeah?
But how? The light just now, of course. And thus I am returned.
What do you mean, returned? Who are you?
Hi, Freckles. So this person here was like a grotesque, like, void scent monster, and then us, the Warrior of Light, had a crystal, and it had light in it, and then it turned him into them. They were, like, attached to, like, Xenos, like the, you know... It's a long story.
I was once bound to the man named Xenos.
Oh, never mind. She'll probably explain it.
His avatar, until you killed him.
Okay, so he is dead.
Avatar, as in the void-sent servants of Reapers. In the name of his hunt, Xenos took up that traditional Garlean art. And through it, he forged a covenant with a being of the void to lend him strength.
Covenant? A curse, more like. He stole my power. There was no equity in the arrangement. My very essence was altered, twisted into a tool to serve his desires.
Your previous appearance. This is your true form, then.
Perhaps, perhaps not. What does it matter?
Most of the Void Scent we've seen have been like grotesque monstrosities, and you just look like, I don't know, you just look like a Reaper that got out of a Hot Topic in the Source.
Indeed, it doesn't. Regardless of your form, you are a Void Sent by nature. So answer me this. Are you our enemy too?
In this world, only a fool would attempt to devour a stronger being.
Okay.
And though it was as an avatar, I lost to you once, I have no desire to lose again.
Good enough for me.
Now, you will answer me a question. Xenos called you friend. That's what you are? A friend?
Yeah, this is the part that confused me, Freckles. Also, can we get a shout out for Freckles, please? They're an amazing artist. Other people should know about them. Strictly speaking, I'm GrantZeebs.
So, you're not a friend. Then... what is it? What is a friend?
Ooh, I love your emote. I love the ears. That's cool. That's cool. Morse Amalgam does the same sort of thing, and then when you're a subscriber, you can add like these in-betweeners between the ears and the head, so you can make the ears like extra long. It's cool. Huh. As much as one might expect the unexpected, I doubt any of us could have foreseen this turn of events. Due to your crystal purging the excess darkness in her, she still harbors a great deal of darkness. I'm very keen to hear what she can tell us, and about herself, and about her world. So, I doubt you came to the dungeon by pure chance. What is it that you're after? We're looking for a Void Sent with whom we can converse, in the course of which we learn for you. We are visitors to this world, and know little and less of its workings and ways. We would be grateful if you could tell us about it, about yourself. So it's information you seek. What do you offer for it? I beg your pardon? Void Sent do not give unless we stand to gain. If you desire something, you pay the price. That is the sole rule in this world you call the Void. Well, that makes sense. Pray forgive our ignorance. But what would be acceptable as payment? I suspect that such coin as we carry has no value here. Void Sent crave one thing alone, Aether. In return for information, I offer you mine. Just not all of it, mind you. I still have need of my life. Very well. I will tell you no more than you can afford to pay. We have a bargain. Dun, 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 dun. Now we got even more running to do. Wait, I could? Yeah, but I can't fly, so... hardly useful.
This is where I belong. My home. This endless darkness you call the void. There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue. Life flourished. Before the war, the Contra Memoria.
It must have been a terrible war indeed.
It shattered the balance, causing darkness to engulf the world. All life was transformed into monstrosities, void-sent. We are the natural order now.
As light begat sin-eaters, darkness begat void-sent.
Makes sense.
The sun was driven from the sky as fleeting day yielded to endless night. In time, even land and sea lost their distinction, and though the spark of reason had died in us, driven by memory's shadow, we formed factions and carved out domains. This castle, for instance, its erstwhile lord must have abided in such a place once upon a time.
If I may, the darkness in you is too much for any man to harbor. To my eyes, you are indeed a void-sent. Yet your knowledge of the past and your demeanor mark you apart from your brethren. You are different. That much is plain. But in what way, I am unsure.
As you say, I am void-sent, but only in part. The darkness touched my mother when the war had only just begun, when I was still in the womb. As a child, I looked like any other, but darkness coursed through me, and I ceased to age when I'd become a woman grown. But that was then, and now, I may as well be one in full. I prey on the weak and serve the strong. I live to survive. Nothing more.
Forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to pry. I realize, too, that I have neglected to ask your name.
As we say mortal, you may call me Void-Sent.
That is liable to cause confusion. If you are not averse, we would address you by your true name.
Then call me what you will. I care not.
How about Zero?
Well, that's a terrible name.
Meaning nothing. A name as fitting as any.
No, not nothing, but rather a beginning. For it remains to be seen what you will become to us.
No one thinks of Zero as a beginning. Everyone thinks of 1 as a beginning, not Zero. Zero is nothing. Zero is a null.
As I said, I care not. Zero, then.
Here's to a fruitful partnership.
Partnership? Are you saying you wish to strike a bargain?
Well, Zero, while there is no end to the questions we could ask, it is only fair that we tell you our purpose in coming here. We are searching for a dragon. One who came to your world long ago.
A dragon?
Yes. Ajdaya is her name, and she is my sister. If you have any knowledge of her, I beg you share it with us. Did you say something?
No?
I thought I heard a voice as well. The keening of void scent, perhaps.
Rather exposed. Perhaps we should continue the conversation in a castle. Would one make a good name, Grant? Okay, numbers don't usually make a good name, says Shara, but we could have at least... We could have at least come up with a different name, like, I don't know, Vaughn. Or... Vale, Valerie. Vex. There was other options out there, and we used none of them. We went with a fucking number. With a silly number. Alright, fine, swap into the motorcycle. What do you think of this tight turning? What would be a good name that's based off on the number one? Au contraire, you have forgotten the greatest number one in Codename Kids Next Door, Nigel Uno. How dare you forget about the great Nigel Uno. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. And then I'll need to participate in a battle. Oh, joy. Dun 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 dun. Dong. Una sounds good.
This place is as good as any. Let me have the ether now.
Very well.
You're mine!
Didn't we defeat you already?
Ah! That I should miss my mark.
That fiend again? But we struck it down, watched it die.
Fools. Death doesn't exist in this world. And I am free to return whensoever I please.
Death doesn't exist. Of course, in the first, the power of light, of passivity, prevents life from emerging in the empty. But in the 13th, the power of darkness, of activity, prevents life from finding rest, even should soul be separated from flesh.
So unless one's essence is absorbed by another, 'Tis possible to return again and again.
Your ether. It is reminiscent of that creature's. Ah, my mouth waters at the memory.
What?
I must devour you too. Yes, I must. Ye drifting souls, by my power be reborn!
Oh
It's another
boy.
death they want. I
you're
say
gonna have
we
fun.
give it to them.
Yeah.
If you could lend us a hand, we'd be much obliged.
That you would. But you already owe me a debt, and until you make good on it, I won't lift a finger.
Yeah, but you can absorb aether. Like, I imagine...
We'll speak after you've won. But know that if you lose, I'll help myself to your ether.
That a bothersome duty should deliver to me this lavish feast. Come, struggle with all your might. It will make you that much richer and tastier. Every soul in this domain serves me now. Come, feast upon their flesh.
The castle answers his call. We'd do well to break up this feast quickly.
Then let's see these guests on their way.
Behold the power of the Archfiend of Earth!
He hastens their regeneration.
We are deathless! You cannot defeat that which cannot die! Struggle and slaughter all you like.
This bodes ill. Our foe has too great an advantage.
We need to drag him out of this damnable feast. Quickly, stand together!
There's no end in sight. A retreat may be in order.
Well, that's unfair.
Yep, your audio is crunchy again.
Oh, okay. No dropped frames. Possibly the script frames because of encoding, perhaps?
Hope to win.
So when this happened at 10:30 p.m. today.
You never know until you try, and I'm always happy to experiment.
Zero! Is there no way to stop them from coming back?
Thankfully, it was only like the first time since I've adjusted the
There is, but I have no
bandwidth
reason
settings.
to share it with you.
So, because before I used to have it where it was like, you know, almost 6,000+ kilobytes per second, like encoding thingamadoogies, and now I've lowered it down so then that way it's not, you know, a huge amount.
You know, Zero, you
yeah.
do owe us for one thing. Your name. You'll have your promised ether, but we are owed compensation for your name.
That is some Urianger levels of deception right there. I don't know if that's fair, Y'shtola, especially with the amount
name
you're
for
asking
which I did not ask. But that I nevertheless did accept.
What's with that pose, I wonder? I need to find references, like, that pose she did is not like a unique thing. Hang on a second.
Well now, that's quite the trick.
Like, hang on, I need to find it now.
Satisfied?
Completely.
Come, my friends. With Zero's aid, we can defeat him.
Where is it?
What is this? What have you done?
Now that I think on it, you owe me a debt as well. You may have missed your mark, but I won't miss mine.
Alrighty, now to fight them.
However incurred, a debt is a debt. I will repay it here and now.
She can turn Void Scent into crystal.
What is this power?
Just a convenient way of absorbing their aether and turning it into
before
something
my
portable.
truth, strength!
Attend to the minions first.
I
Be
can't
gone.
attend to any of them, so... Nice. Don't have to worry about a thing.
That's far enough!
Got you! Trickery will not save you.
Reinforcements!
This will hurt.
Impressive.
Pathetic! Useless! Not good. Enough! Enough!
We cannot win without Zero. We must help her.
Got you!
Another debt to repay.
If I must deal with you first, I'll kill you all myself!
Finally getting serious, are we? Very well. Let us return the favor.
This place will be your grave!
No, I won't.
This magic! We must stop him now!
Everyone, to me! Down with you!
Give it everything you've got!
Did it. Alright, I found...
Fools! Do not think you have defeated me. I will return again and again! What? My flesh? Why won't it heal? What is the meaning of this? To seal ether in crystal. Memoria! But how? How can you have this power?
I have no idea.
Death has no place in this world. We are beyond it. And yet... Ah, Lord Golbez, you have sent me to my doom. Curse you and your wretched flattery, and this abominable fate.
Also, if you're wondering why I think that like that spinning scythe hit was like in the cutscene like earlier was like used a lot. Here's Yor doing a spinning kick in the air in Spy X Family. It looks very much the same sort of pose, like the wind up and the execution.
You are welcome, seekers of might.
Come!
I, Golbez, have called you four hither.
Alright, so we got a name for him.
I, who would see us triumph in the coming crusade. That I may entrust you with command of our armies.
Yes, but what of the promised gift? In exchange for our loyalty, we are to feast on the finest ether.
And so you shall, for if you are to serve me, you must be strong.
Then honor the pact, and pray we are not disappointed.
Very well. Behold.
Oh, that's the dragon.
The fiery wings, the savage horns. It pulses with life. Such vibrant ether. This magnificent creature could only come from beyond the veil.
Indeed. Feast, my friends. Feast and arise as my four arch-fiends. As they are now, they can consume but a fraction of the dragon's ether. Just as well, the creature may yet serve other ends.
I half imagine this guy to turn and face us as if he's seeing us through the echo. But it didn't happen. Alright, thank goodness. I would have been scared shitless if we were like experiencing the echo and then someone like you know, who was just looking third person decided to just be like, you should know this too.
The Void Sense
They're a big old reference to Final Fantasy IV.
But it has been sealed away.
Unfortunately, I have not played any of the other Final Fantasy games, so the references are lost upon me on each of these ones.
Scarmelione called them. I take it they are connected to the war of which you spoke.
Aye. Their use was central to the Contra Memoria, hence its name. And to my knowledge, the transformation is permanent.
Huh.
I see. We thank you for coming to our aid.
I repaid a debt, and in doing so ensured that I receive my own due compensation, which I shall have now.
Yes, yes. I still have work to do, so I would thank you not to get carried away.
Ether is the coin of choice. I appreciate the simplicity.
That makes us even, I trust. Right then. When you picked up the crystal, you experienced a vision, did you not?
A dragon resembling a great worm. I dare to hope that it was Ashdaya.
Most
Even
likely.
as it pains me to think she's been made to suffer.
For the ambitions of this Golbez.
We've been given much to consider. Let us take a moment to review what we know.
Sight of our recent experiences, I expect we all have questions. I trust Zero can answer some of them. Hopefully so. Grant, you've come to the 13th before, yes? You thought Void sent here. Yes, I did. But clearly you didn't know they could regenerate, else you would have shared that detail beforehand. I was in a bit of a rush and I didn't have time to wait around and see. Hi there, Jack. Good to hear that you are alive. From what I know of your foray, I can hardly blame you. Perhaps they returned after you left, but if they didn't, there must be a reason why. There are circumstances in which we're unable to return. If you like, I can tell you about this. Please do. The more you devour, the more powerful you grow, but in the process, your essence is blended with those of your prey. If you were to lose your flesh, the soul you had come to harbor may break free and coalesce into distinct void scent once more. And before you yourself return, your own soul might be devoured by your enemies or your erstwhile prey. A fate more likely for stronger beings who require more time to regenerate. However, even assuming you survive the process, it's highly uncommon to return as you were. Yet despite his greatest strength, Sarma alone managed to resurrect rather swiftly. Are there others capable of the same? Not that I'm aware of. His attachment to his flesh must have been unique for him to develop such an ability. I believe we understand the fundamentals of rebirth now. If I may, I would ask you about your power. Will you tell us about it? What you saw should speak for itself. I can bind the aether of the soul in crystal. Many wielded this power during the Contra Mentora, and I'm the only one left. I am told that heroes of the 13th once sealed gods in stones called Auracite. Are they and Memoria one and the same? Auracite? I do not know this word, but the world is vast, and perhaps Memoria has different names elsewhere, but it does sound quite similar. How does one come to wield Memoria, and what happened to your peers? I never thought about that. I do know, though, that Void Scent can't use the power. I assume I can because I'm mortal in part. She's blind! She's blind and she said, I see. Ridiculous. Why do animes do this? If he is powerful, however, someone in the castle may have heard of him. Must try talking to the other Void Scent again. Let us entrust the task to Grant. His echo will help facilitate communication. More importantly, he should be able to maintain his composure better than a concerned sibling. Forgive me, but will you not ask about gold bells in my stead, or on the terraces to begin with? We shall remain here and discuss what other avenues we might pursue in the meantime. Dun, dun, dun. Wasn't the president Agent Infinity or something? No, the leader was Agent 362, I think. And the way that the president or the leader of... So, because Agent Infinity was a member of a splinter cell in the codename Kids Next Door. So, and there was other agents that were part of the splinter cell. So there was Agent Infinity, Agent Pi. Normally, like, you know, none, like, standard numberings were used for those, like, splinter cells. But meanwhile, the president was like some girl. Normally, the president in codename Kids Next Door is picked with a game of tag, and the last person to be tagged, or the last person that's is made the president, because, you know, when you become the leader, there's no funny business, so it's supposed to be like a last hurrah for whoever becomes leader. And yeah, so she was like the most recent one. She just volunteered for the role rather than going through the whole, you know, tag you're it ceremony stuff. Which means lead armies to ravage and conquer. So, seems keep only those who are fit for battle. Others must escape or be consumed. Still interested in their, like, mistress or what have you. Oh, now they're facing me. He commands the Archfiends. They are very powerful and have conquered many dominions. The mistress bade us defend the castle from them, and yes, she did. Alrighty. Did they have red hair and a Scottish accent? No. She was a friend of the president, but she was running sort of like the... I can't remember what... I think she was running Sector I, because she was normally doing, like, internal affairs shit. So, like, so any of the, you know, kids... If any of the agents, like, you know, turn-coded or anything like that. The tasty ones return to tempt me. Of course you think that. He has minions, and those minions have minions. No one's seen him. Alrighty. And now I have to go all the way back down. There is so much fucking running. So, but yeah, so anyway, the difference, there was like different kinds of villains and what have you. So, the first season was like, you know, the kids, the delightful kids from down the lane or what have you, which was meant to be like, you know, a foil, because like Sector Z had like, you know, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there was the same number of kids in the, you know, delightful children from down the lane, and they had, you know, father as like the, you know, leader, and then there was all these other kinds of villains, such as the Floss Knight, I think, or something or rather. So, and then you had like the boss, you had the granny, you had the crazy cat lady, you had all sorts. Welcome back. Yeah, I learned some things. Let me tell you. A person with a very long scarf? That... No, okay, no. So number 3 had the long sleeves. The long scarf... I don't know. Are you sure you're not thinking of like a Doctor Who regeneration with that? If you accompany us, we can offer you protection.
Are you sure?
Are you sure about what? It's been years since, so I might be misremembering things, but I know I'm not thinking of Doctor Who because it was like a Doc Ock scarf situation. So...
See, all she wants is ether. All you have to say is, I'll pay you an ether. Done.
Easy. Yep, there is a codename agent voiced by Tara Strong from Sector E. She's just called Scarf Girl. God, I really want to get the KND episodes now and watch and go through them again. What the hell? But yeah, did you ever watch Codename Kids Next Door, Blue?
Sadly, no. I didn't have access to Cartoon Network.
Oh my gosh. I need to give you access to my Plex server. That way you have access to like old shows and what have you and anything I find.
I heard of all these shows that people watched on Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon, but back in the day, you needed to have Foxtel for that. And
You
that
still need Foxtel for Cartoon Network.
Yeah,
There it is.
Do you think I was part of that household that could afford Foxtel?
Okay, I didn't think you would. I didn't like assume you would, but I just thought like maybe you would have lucked out by, I don't know, traveling to a foreign country that decided to have, because it was from like a Canadian cartoon like station or cartoon studio, and they were like spread all over the place. Like Cartoon Network is like a cheap as chips channel in the United States, for instance.
Ah, free to air TV for me.
Good. It agrees to serve. Get on.
Alright, we're getting onto a random thingamadoogie.
What is this place?
My domain.
Wait,
in the beginning, it was.
When
a
did
sanctuary
Australia
for
get
me
its
alone.
independence?
But over time, others began to gather here. Those who had nowhere else
How
to
am I
go.
supposed to know?
A settlement of pariahs.
What's that? Mortals! They're mortals!
Okay, cool, 1901. Because there was like a Wikipedia site for a cartoon series, and it was like, they put down Australia got their independence in 1991, and I was like, that sounds too close. It was much further back that, that Australia became independent-ish.
Not fair.
Like, ah, too bad.
You are under my protection here and will not be harmed. I give you my word. Follow me.
Alright, we hand that in. Hey, we're in a cool place, apparently. Where the fuck are we? Consider yourselves duly warned. If you wish to go among the void sent here, that is your choice to make. All have fled from one fast or another, but whether any of those masters in turn serve Golbez, I do not know. I have got to talk to more void sent, it seems. Yay. Yep, alrighty. Zero is now accompanying us as we... Oh, there's a giant fucking dragon thing. Mm-hmm. Heard of the name before. Always speaking of a great crusade. Farfarero. If birds had a monarchy, do you think the king and queen would be a kind of pheasant? Okay. Fun fact, Sage. Fun fact. New Zealand usually once a year hosts a bird of the century, and they actually, you know, try and... Normally, like, the kiwi bird is, like, one of the ones that is, like, a regular, like, top contender / winner. But last year, I'm pretty sure it was last year, John Oliver did an advertising campaign, like a real serious marketing campaign for, because they were doing Bird of the Century that year instead of just, you know, Bird of the Year. And he made a submission for the Puteki Teki bird. It would look really fucking awesome. And there was all kinds of nonsense that went into it. Like, he set up Lord of the Ring-esque advertisement in New Zealand and all these different places. He did advertisement across also Australia, US, some parts of England. It was fucking hilarious. And once the votes were counted and such, they, like, apparently when votes opened, the website crashed. And, you know, when they looked at, oh, how many votes came in and such, the Buteki Teki won by a massive fucking margin. Like, it was a case, like, there was, like, 10, like, the top 10, you could not get 10th to 2nd to pool all the votes together, either to match the Buteki Teki. The Buteki Teki beat all the remaining 2 to 10, like, 3 times over. It was fucking insane. It was an amazing, thing. Strong minions to grow his army. Stopped doing that. Instead, he started devouring them. Huh. Seems the rumors reach even my remote domain. Fair to assume he's gathering strength for his crusade, where that might be. But I must say, I wouldn't have guessed that Farfarolo once fought in Golbel's army. It's a miracle he survived serving an archfiend. That's a vote you'd participate in, and that's literally psycho. Fellow runs, yep. Yes, we need to find this fellow. Who knows where they are? Uh-huh. Nom 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 nom.
Not only did the mortals conquer Troy, they defeated Scarmalione. I struggle to believe it. Yet there is more, my lords. They were aided by one of our world, who transformed Scarmalione's soul into crystal. Crystal? This one speaks of Memoria. Now there's something I've not heard for an age. It'll bring a pang of nostalgia to my breast and a tear to my eye. If the very notion wasn't absurd! The gifted are gone, drowned in darkness, as were we all.
And yet Scarmalione still does not answer. Were he alive, he would have returned by now. Weakest though he was, his ability to regenerate was without peer. If this account is true, if a Memoriat has survived, they cannot be suffered to live.
Leave this matter to me, Lord Golbez. I, Barbaricia, shall strike down any who pose a threat to our plans.
'Tis true, you are a proven commander, well suited to leading an assault.
And when I have succeeded, I would beg a boon of you.
What do you desire?
The dragon's ether. All that remains. The insolence! No!
Okay, so the dragon is still alive at this point as well.
With respect, my locks are free as the wind, without incentive to sway them. I know not whither they will blow.
Boldly spoken. I trust you will not disappoint me.
Upon this flowing hair and my immortal soul, I will not fail.
Then go and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
My lord.
Alrighty. Keeps to the fringes of my domain. Thus away. How you doing, Blue? You feeling sleepy? Or are you at night shift?
Well, to be fair, I'm functioning on 5 hours of sleep.
Mm-hmm. Probably would have been. And you're doing night shift? Oh no, afternoon shift or night shift tomorrow?
Afternoon shift.
Okay.
So I don't really care.
You probably should get some sleep.
I'll be fine.
Blue, eepy, nicey, icy. Blue, sleepy, neepy, ice, eepy, neepy. We'll figure out a funny, sleepy name for you. Excuse me.
Yay, Miragi died.
Hmm. Dink, dunk. Blue, eepy, peepy, sleepy, nicey, icy. The wind rises. What is he on about? This is some nice somber music in the background of this domain.
It really is. I'm just on my way to find Death Stones.
When the wind rises, she comes, Barbacia. There's no time. Excuse me.
Come on, I walk like 2 steps and I encountered freaking demons.
Ah, the Alamigo expired. Well, I can at least do the mini mog. I gotta remember to do Alamigo before. And then Deep Dungeon is the ultimate one. We're doomed! Why are we doomed? Barbacia, the Archfiend of the Wind, is arriving. We will be devoured or forced to serve, to fight into a crusade, but it makes no difference. In the end, all are eaten by her or her enemies. I don't want to fight anymore. That's why I fled and came here. Thought it was Farfarello who used to serve an Archfiend. Not you. Not you, who always ran at the first sign of trouble. You, who now speaks as though you were Barbaricia's minion. Indeed, that would account for his uncharacteristic behavior. Did you devour Farfarello? Just a portion of his aether, but his entire being. Feared Barbarissa more than anything, hated the endless fighting. Never have to fight again. The wheel of life and death still turn, the soul wouldn't linger so stubbornly. Groat. Such an end here. No escape. All know this. In making his choice, Farfarello must have been desperate indeed. Now that desperation is joined with Siriato's fear, driving him to act erratically. The place will become a battlefield. Oh, we don't want to be eaten, neither me nor Farfarello, but there's nowhere to go. It's too late, she's as good as here, and no one can escape her winds. No one! Yeah.
Maurizio! She has come!
Huh.
And she's brought her domain with her. The Archfiend's after you and yours, I shouldn't doubt. Perhaps you should go and find them. But be warned, whatever this is about, do not expect us to get involved.
How rude. Not choosing to help
I
us.
can't bear it! Eating and being eaten! I only want to be left in peace!
You and me both.
One of the Archfiend's approaches.
They must have been tracking our movements.
She's here.
Oh, I thought she would be like a Garuda thing, but not just a lady with a sword.
Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of traveling to Troya.
So you're Barbariccia.
Mind your manners, mortal. My name is not to be spoken save in reverence and fear.
Well, that's not gonna work against Estinian.
What is this pitiful domain? Pitiful wretches all. I will put you out of your misery. Alas, poor Scarmiglione, and good riddance. Felled by outsiders in pursuit of what? Pray tell?
A dragon. One who crossed to this world thousands of years ago. Know you aught of it?
A dragon, you say? Huh. My Lord Golbez is more clever than I realized. To let the prize live that it might lure more prey to us. Very well. In gratitude and service, I shall devour every last mote of their souls.
Where is she?
Where is Ashdaya?
Huh. You even share its scent. How curious. And irresistible.
Ugh. If you think us easy prey, you're wrong.
We have defeated several primals in this time. I don't think fun is the way I would describe
Unlike
her.
Scarmiglione, I need not skulk in shadow to claim what is mine.
She's very femme fatale.
If you would know about the dragon you seek, then enter into my domain. You may flee instead if you wish, if the fate of the sorry lot here is of no concern to you. One way or another, I will have satisfaction.
Satisfaction. My brain is like slowly dying. Don't you worry, Chad. So.
What's the plan then?
Fight. Go after Barbarisia. What else? I'm not about to run away.
Indeed. Yet she will have the upper hand in her domain. We must be no less than fully prepared.
Make sense.
We find her and get our answers. Will you be joining us, Zero?
You may be easily goaded into accepting her challenge, but my curiosity is not so insatiable as to cloud my judgment.
Aww.
Nevertheless, if you are desperate for my aid, you know my price.
Hi there, Mango Roo Bear.
So long as you leave me strength enough to see my sister home, you may take as much as you wish.
Soup.
And lest you
Whose
forget,
brain? My brain?
mine is no ordinary ether. Barbarisia too recognized its potency.
I don't think my brain's turning into soup.
It's turning into mush.
Yep. It's
Very
getting
well.
wrinkly.
We have a bargain.
I shall have a wet, wrinkly brain. Gazpacho. Alrighty then. Hand into Estinian. And alright. I think it's piety we want? Is it piety? Savage might, savage eye, savage might. Savage aim, heaven's eye. Heaven's eye, savage might, heaven's eye. I guess piety? Word of warning, Barbarisia spoke as if she would give us answers if we were to defeat her. But even assuming she'll talk, which I doubt, I trust I'll needn't tell you how foolish it is to give an archfiend a second chance. Best to seal her away at the earliest, opportunity. Tenacity for 10. Well, no one piped up! Besides, I don't do the material welding and all that. I can't wield the power at will. You better hope it favors you when the time comes. Rest assured, this won't be our last opportunity to learn about Azdaja. If another archfiend were to fall, Golbez will surely be compelled to respond. We need only wait for our quarry to come to us. 'Tis we must hold nothing back when we face an archfiend. Seal her away at the earliest opportunity. Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 da. Oh wait, no, hang on. Nishruk. Piety is the stat for healers that boosts MP. Ah, okay. Bees.
You're not the only ones who can ride the wind.
Leave these ones to us.
I see to Barbaricia.
I have no clue of Golbez from like any earlier Final Fantasies. I'm sorry, Mango. I have only 3 references to Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy XIV, which is what I'm playing right now. Final Fantasy XV, and like 2 chapters of Final Fantasy XVI. I know very fucking little. And this is... I guess this thing means like we're summoning other warriors of light to help us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, and then I'm 8. Yes, what this means. Oh my goodness. Oh my game. Send an invite to see what we do. Wind. Trail time. Trial time, you mean, Dimension Sifter? I think your brain is turning into a Sif Dimension Sifter. Not trail time. Trial. The Storm Crown. Is it the only... Yep, it's the only one I'm set. Ding. Average wait time of 6 minutes. You just woke up, don't blame me. Fair enough, C's. It is about 11 p.m. my time. The only reason I'm blitzing through as many of these missions as I can is because it's put me in a place where there is no Aetheryte, and as far as I know, there is no Sanctuary for me. So if I can try and get through all this shit, the better. After I get through the Wind Rises, it looks like there are... 3 more missions after this. I will figure out my sleep, don't you worry. You shouldn't be far off post-trial, which is good. Yeah, because, like, hopefully the missions are relatively quick once it's post-trial. Just a lot of, like, oh, talk to this person, talk to that person. No more, like, duties or something. I'm gonna have to utilize everything that's left in my head. Alright, hopefully this wakes me up. Waiting. Flashbang! Bam! How many people get annoyed with this, I wonder?
Are you trying to make everyone nauseous?
No.
Honestly, this looks like one of those GIFs where you're like, I didn't know what the caption is, but then you see the GIF underneath.
Ah! That is for doing the spinnies. Code, hi! Welcome to the stream, Code. How you doing? My PC, like, the game crashed. Oh, God. It looks disgusting when you steal my shirt while I'm de-himboed. Because all of the, like, you know, mapping, doing, like, the shadows and such are all, like, weird, as you can see. Like, look at this. Not the PC itself, but DirectX was crashing a few times in Final Fantasy, and there was a point where all my monitors, like, you know, visuals restarted, so there hasn't been, like, a full-on crash yet, knock on wood, but I'm a little anxious about my PC because it's been on all day, and the last time I had, like, you know, proper, you know, PC, you know, stop working properly kind of times was under these same sort of circumstances where Final Fantasy XIV would just be crashing every time. But thankfully, it's not crashed for a while now. So yeah, it's been, the stream has been active now for 4 hours on this OBS session. I've technically been streaming for longer than 4 hours technically, but
You said you were gonna finish streaming around like 9:30 or something.
clearly that was a lie. Worst case scenario, this thing ticks over 6 minutes, and in which case, yeah, probably I should disconnect at this point. It will take me like 30 seconds for this to get me out of here because there's no sanctuary, so yeah.
And what's the purpose of standing in this big ass circle?
Waiting.
Waiting for what?
Waiting for a party to form and for the thingamadiggy to tick over and, you know, we get into a little fight against, Barbarcia in the Storm's Crown. Spoilers for Code, by the by. We fight another, half-naked woman with the elements of wind. And this one actually looks like a half-naked woman. She had, like, barely anything on her. It was incredible.
That's fruity.
Oh, actually, I can continue the Fantasia here. So long as I don't mix up these two, this will be excellent. Lol, the Fantasia's market prohibited. Exchange for one item of Sandir for guaranteed public abilities might remain original. Ooh, that'd be nice. Do I have Dano as a friend? Friend. Okay, so Noshnibor. So I'm looking for another Noshnibor, I think. Is this them? Yep, this is them. Alright, cool. So once they're online. Get flashbanged. Yeah, after this mission. I ain't nuts, Code. And my muscles did come back in time. Yay. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Portraits. I need to edit this portrait. There we go. But this thing is in here. Main scenario, trials, and beauty roulette, doing glamours, group poses,
Damn is on now.
Oh. Go. Oh, I have so many. Oh, so really the companions are just all the different wind-up ships I have. Okay. Oh, there we go. Alright, what was the stupid thing that Seshara did? Can't see what our class is unfortunately distance. Also, how dare we get held behind by a healer?
Well, it's not me.
Hi, Sash.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in panic mode, so don't mind me.
Don't mind me, as I will shout into your ear, Grant!
You're main tanking, by the way. I ain't doing that shit.
What?
Yeah, I'm your co-tank, honey. That's how we got in so quick.
Wow.
But I have no fucking idea what I'm doing, so I'm leaving that to you.
Oh, we got at least 2 first times.
Oh.
Why do you think I jumped in here, Grant?
Yep, okay.
Come. Give yourselves to my scouring winds that I may feast upon your essence.
Where's Sash? There she. You're a warrior as well?
This is my highest tank, okay?
Fair enough. Your height, it's 9. Oh boy. Alrighty. Yep. Cool.
Such rich, exquisite ether. My hair shimmers with anticipation. On your guard.
What does that do? Oh, Jesus. What? Air raid? What is...
Try this.
Oh crap, I forgot how fast that shit is.
It is very fast.
Oh, I need to come and sit with you, shit!
Have at you.
Okay, so they're doing a sweeping
I think this is an in.
Is it an in? Is it an in or is it an out? Okay, it's an in and then out of the way.
And then away, and then close to the sword.
Yep, okay, alright.
Oh my god, what did I do? Ah! Richard, where's my throw button? Fuck me.
My locks are as the wind.
Ow, why am I here?
No, you just gotta run through it.
Strong and free.
Okay, so in and then...
Try this!
Send his sword
here.
Oh, yeah. Could be.
Four!
I need a second one.
I mean...
Thank you for keeping me alive.
You want me to take tank off you for a bit, or are you good?
No, I'm good. I mean, I got healed a shit ton on the sides.
A fair wind blows.
Hair puts me here.
Oh, hang on.
You feel it too, do you not?
Yeah, so did I.
You've done well to last.
Oh my god, she's only 65!
But the battle has only just
Well, we
begun.
do kind of keep losing our DPS. Oh, right, this is the phase change.
Oh. What?
Yeah, she goes full muscle mommy.
Oh. How do I
Yeah.
stop this?
We don't.
Okay.
I'll slaughter you all.
That's a healer check.
Dodge
Anyway.
this if you can.
Now this is where I said you needed all your brain power.
I'll make it quick.
Oh shit. Are you fucking...
Nope, I'm not kidding.
What the fuck? Oh god damn you. Oh god, come on. Also, what is with the
Oh crap.
Up, out of the way. Oh, fuck. There we go. Okay, I need
flat.
here.
Yep. As long as you take it away from the group, you're fine.
Yep. All right. Cool. Oh Jesus Christ. Fuck. Okay, you need to take over.
Put defiance on. I got it.
Don't underestimate me.
Come here, you.
Alrighty. Nope, that was the wrong thing to hit.
Feel my fury.
He just walked over.
Know your place.
Alright, if you want to drop your tank stance, I can take over again. Go. Alright, so put this over here. And then I don't have arm's length. Alright, get out of the way of everyone.
Oops, I think I threw out a point by accident. My bad.
You can't escape the storm. I'll break your every bone.
Should I like stop the transforming into
Oh, have I still got threat?
Yeah, you still do.
Be gone from my sight.
Target me with F2, and then you should be able to use Shirk.
I used Shirk, that's why I'm confused.
Oh, yep, cool. And I did not get thrown up into the air when I did that either.
The insolence! Dodge this if you can! I'll make it quick.
Wait, who needs to gather up?
We need to get out.
Oh, god damn it. We ran the same direction. We really are tank brained when...
Listen, I need the brain cell for 5 minutes.
I need them too. Who is she targeting? Okay, you. Alright, so we need to be here.
Oh.
Oh. Flying things. Oh. 2, 1. And avoid the spinny things.
Don't underestimate me.
That. Try and alleviate some of the check.
Feel my fury!
At what point can the DPS do
Know your
like,
place.
the limit breaker?
LB3?
Yeah.
When they feel comfortable doing so. Whenever you're ready, hon, you go for it. You're the Reaper, take it. Fuck
Before
it.
we die? Oh yeah, because the Reaper as well has it so that it's only one target as well. It's not a it's not an AoE.
Yeah, Dan's gonna do it, it's alright.
Arm's length that so I don't get pushed back and I can just keep on hitting.
I'd say go for it, hon.
Oh, yep.
Dan really likes using the Reaper. Oh,
wait, 2%? That's it?
Yeah.
Everywhere else, it's like a 10% hit on LB2.
You can't escape the
current
storm.
content, Grant.
I'll break your every bone.
I am absolutely botching this rotation so badly, it's not even funny.
Where what, sorry?
I'm doing my rotation so badly, it's not even funny.
Oh, isn't it?
Well, when I'm a healer, man, yes. Oh, what my healer rotation is.
Be gone from my sight.
Yes! I feel like when I did that final, like, you know, fell cleave, that was what did it. It was just like a bam.
I see these.
Dan, can I get some love, please? I worked so hard.
You worked so hard.
Get a congratulative slap across the head.
What? Why do I get...
Sorry, Grant, you're not my hot and cote girlfriend, alright?
Oh, I'm... Oh, Grant, could you please maintain for me, please? I am so fucking dumb as a warrior.
I
There's
don't
still
play
time.
warrior.
With
Listen,
more
did
of the
you want to
dragon's
sit
ether.
another 20
It's a
minutes?
1, 2, 3 combo.
I was doing the 1, 2, 3 combo. I didn't die though.
Okay,
Damn it all!
but you weren't main.
Oh
Did
my
you
God.
just say domino? It sounded like she said domino. Like it just swapped to Japanese then. Yeah, thank you, Sage. Thank you for congratulating me. Sage congratulates me.
You did a good job, Grant.
Thank you.
Ha.
Thank you. I should have tried to do like primal rens like a bit more often. Short.
Hey, you did probably more than I did.
Yeah. It's just a thing of being. It's like
I see you've bested Barbaricia.
somehow having instinct on the
Well done.
timers. So.
Her minions
again,
too are
I
all
do not
crystallized
play
or
games, so I
scattered.
wouldn't have a
The
bloody
day is
clue.
ours.
Alright, well.
What of my sister? Tell me you learned
I
something
say
about
that, and I have a
Ashdaya.
bloody Mandeville weapon, but anyway.
So I have not yet completed my Hildebrand questline in Stormblood, so I can't
So
go
the
through the
Archfiend and
Endwalker
her
yet.
crystal yielded not.
I thought I was done with the Stormblood one, but turns out
Our
I
efforts
only
have
got
not
through
been
the first
entirely
patch.
fruitless.
Whoops.
We have
So,
deprived your
I still
sister's
have to go
captor
through
of
like
another
patch
powerful
2,
champion.
3, 4, 5 of
With Zero,
Stormblood.
we may yet challenge Golbez and his minions.
So yeah.
Indeed,
Never mind.
we could not have come this far without your aid. Thank you,
So,
Zero.
I but fulfilled my part of the bargain.
So how recently did
And
you go
now
through
I
all
will
this
have my-
patch content? Did you do this like on release when it came out 2 years ago?
Most of the post-patch, well, I don't think this is bad old, to be honest.
Really?
Maybe a year.
Because
it's post-patch.
Right, yep.
Her ether is nearly spent.
But most of it I
Perhaps
did, I
unsurprising
think
given
the
how much power she
latest
used.
Chapter, I waited a little bit because I just
I
wasn't
wouldn't want to face another Archfiend without
feeling
her.
it.
We should hurry back to Zero's
But for the
domain.
most part, I did it on time.
Yeah.
Agreed. Eager though I am to continue. 'Twould be
Yeah,
unwise
patch
to risk our
6.2
lives
came
for the
out
sake
August
of
2022.
haste.
There you go.
So yeah.
Let us
Shit, that
suspend
is
the
2
mission
years. What
and
the
tend to
fuck?
Zero.
It hurts, doesn't it? Just this timeline is just a bit off.
Just a bit.
Just a bit. I feel like it's because we've been stuck at home for like a good year in 2020, and we've just never had like, you know, a proper sense of like back to normalcy, because some of us actually liked staying at home for long periods of time. Dunk. Yay! Oh, actually, that reminds me. I can now invite Dano into the Oz Gang link shell.
Yes, you can.
There we go. And though those part void scent require rest, I imagine in her abode seems there's a scant ambient aether for her to draw upon here. I imagine we're going to be picking up aethers from somewhere and then giving it to her, or getting supplies. Just some fetching nonsense. Yes, I realize it's almost midnight, Jason.
I need 6 homestones. And I can get my next axe. That's annoying.
Happy Saturday, Jason. First day of June, first day of winter. Hi, Commander Zhao. Hi, Commander Zhao. Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I don't normally stream up to like this late into the hour, into Saturday morning, like midnight time, but you know, the game crashed a few times on me on my PC after, you know, working from home all day and what have you. But we're going through, for Friday night, we were going through Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG. We're doing the Final Fantasy MMO stuff on Friday night rather than our normal Saturday, because Saturday morning I will be hosting Golf with Your Friends. We don't have to be friends to play golf either, so it's like open to anyone in chat kind of thing. Joined with me is Sashera and Blue.
Hello.
Inadequate Cat, thank you for the follow. Adequate effort. We have a newcomer, former minion of Barbarossa. Oh, this is the person that, like, I'm pretty sure they spied on us and shit. And, like, ratted us out to the, you know, dark figure.
No, that was an eyeball.
Yes. Is this the critically... Yes, Commander Zhao. This is the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to experience the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion and award-winning Stormblood expansion up to level 70, with no restriction on game time. Join us today in Eorzea.
I'm getting way too good.
It takes practice. I'm still fucking up the end because I think it's like join us in Eorzea, or it's like or something or rather. But it is what it is. I'm now able to say it without the script there. I totally understand now how Dazarus is able to do their, you know, good night, sleep tight, and don't let the bedbugs bite. For if they may or if they might, then they shall beseech my kobold might or what have you.
Not quite.
Not quite, but close.
Not quite.
So...
It's hug and snug and tuck you in nice and tight.
Ah. I've always wanted to watch the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV Online on Steam. Well, on stream, sorry. I'm gonna be real with you. I've been going through this for like the last 3 years now. I thought I would get through a majority of this content in about 6 months by, you know, streaming like once a week or something like that, and I would be ready for when the Endwalker expansion came out. I was definitely fucking wrong about that. I wasn't even done with A Realm Reborn in 6 months. There was 900 quests for me to go through, and I am only just hit like 800 and something or rather, and I've only just crossed over to the 900, and that's because we're now an Endwalker. Well, technically, Post-Endwalker. But Sash, however, before the release of the next, or during the release of Dawn Trail, Sashera is going to be going through New Game Plus. She will be experiencing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with an entirely different set of eyes.
Mostly because pretty graphics.
Pretty. So yeah, because Dawn Trail provides us with a graphical update and what have you, so a lot of interest into what that looks like for a lot of the earlier content from A Realm Reborn onwards. There. I feel like the stench of onions is stuck in my throat. Yuck. Like, I understand onions are important for a hamburger, but maybe they just put too much onions? I don't know.
It's either that or it's just not agreeing with you currently.
Yeah. Just need to stop like ordering in and such, but I really love mincemeat. I really like beef.
Well, let's make it at home.
I should. I can get away with like Hamburger Helper, where it's basically mincemeat, taco seasoning, and frozen veggies.
There you go.
So I just need to remember to get mincemeat and what have you. Oh.
Right, but couldn't you like do like a prep day and just have like 50 of them in the freezer?
I can't even prep myself for the dailies. How am I going to prep myself a week ahead? I don't know how I've reached adulthood like this. It's a wonder. So some people have just like, you know, when they reach 30 plus, they will just, you know, specialize into one thing and they will macro into it. And then the other stuff, it's like, who the fuck cares? I'm alive. You will not be able to freely return to the 13th. Are you certain you wish to leave? Yes?
Basically, it's just asking if you still want to run around and do shit, but if you feel like you've done everything, then it's whatever.
I feel confident that I've done with the stuff here. Back to Troia! So yeah, we're making our way back, so, because this is the... Nope, this is still the third mission, so... third last mission. Yeah. There's a convenient website, actually, MSQ... There's an MSQ tracker where it can tell you where you are in the progress of, like, Final Fantasy XIV. According to the tracker... Alright, so... Ding... Dong... Let's see, does it work? Alright, it says I am 886 missions out of 897. I don't believe that is accurate because there is way more than 11 missions after this. So yeah, this website is, I think, a patch or two behind.
Ah, you're all safe.
Oh.
Thank the sisters.
This guy, he needs an update. I look at his face and it just... I think it's just the problem with the auras.
A moment while I close the gate.
It is a male aura thing, unfortunately.
Has there been, like, you know, credible demonstration of it?
What, the male aura faces?
Yeah.
Yeah, the, what is it?
It puts a lot more...
Benchmark.
Yeah, it puts a lot more
There.
normal maps and
We
tessellation
may
on
rest
upon
easy
it.
for now.
Yeah.
That's good. I remember when they first showed it off. They showed it off for armors and things, and it's like there is so little you could do to the armor unless you really wanted to crank up everyone's thing. But I think the part that was more important was the color of skin, the color of hair.
That is well.
Which is like,
But the problem
I
with the
cannot thank
benchmark
you
right
enough
now
for your
is
vigilance.
that the character creation screen within the benchmark does not have the correct lighting.
Yes, you're grateful.
Properly portrays.
But aren't you
the
forgetting
new
something
models.
more important?
So it doesn't look as good, so they're fixing that currently.
You know, the polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns from a long journey.
In the benchmark software.
Okay.
Indeed, you are right.
Honestly,
It is good to be home again, among those who I love dearly and missed so much.
For me, it's the lack of the eyebrows and the very, like,
and we are
blocky,
glad to
like the
receive
flat
you, Basha.
nature of his face.
Welcome
for me.
home.
It's the very flat nature of his face compared to, like, even when you go to, like, Varshan, who is also an aura face,
let us take Zero there
his face is not as flat, and, like, you know that look in Blender where it's like, oh, let me just do a auto smooth on a surface or something, but there's like a, you know, a rogue vertice that's like, you know, raises the surface up a little bit. So what would have been a perfectly flat, like surface ends up having this really weird, oh, it's trying to calculate like a sharp point, but with a very steep angle.
Unfortunately, Varshan's character model might actually be what they sometimes do with NPC characters, which is use face models from other races.
Our mission took many an
slap it on
unexpected turn.
a different model, so you know.
I am relieved
You can't
that we
have a
have all
character that
returned
looks like that
safely.
even if you tried.
Fair enough, I guess.
But before you all enjoy the rest you have earned,
Looking at
for
it,
example,
I would consult
it
you.
looks a
on one
bit
last
like
matter.
Elzian with the stuff, I guess. Because I think the horns, they look very just like a headdress accessory. So, like, the hair does not match it.
Hitlerdeus was a good example of that because he's a Viera model.
I'm sorry, what?
Hitlerdeus'
While she
character,
appears none the worse for wear,
unsundered,
she remains locked
he's a
in
Viera.
slumber, and I cannot help but worry.
Okay, I didn't know that they
Is
were
there
a
aught we
Viera.
can do to expedite her recovery? If her ether is exhausted,
she's half
perhaps I
elven,
can share some of mine now.
Yeah.
So,
In the wastelands of the 13th.
because I had the thought
one can
that
only
while
replenish ether
the
by
world was
taking it from
unsundered and
others,
such, there
be
was
it by
no
trade or by force.
Mikote, Elevian, Vieras,
Well, there's not.
In
or any of that.
contrast,
They were all
the
just
source is rich in ambient ether.
What's the name of the planet? Eldisian?
Simply being here and drawing breath, Zero will absorb what she needs.
Oh my god, why is my...
Then we need but wait?
I believe so. She will awaken in time,
I know
and when
what
she
you're saying.
does, give her something to eat.
Come on, Brain, come on.
Judging
still
by her
sounds
form, she should
different.
also be able to derive nourishment from food.
I don't know
I
why.
know you
Y'shtola
promised her
sounds
your
different.
ether, but perhaps she might appreciate fine harnished cuisine
Oh,
more.
no, never mind. It's just her tone when she's in, you know, doctor mode.
Food can certainly be arranged.
She sounded very sincere then. Be back in 11 hours. In the meantime, it's bed for me.
She
Fair
looks like any other
enough,
person.
Jason. I look forward to
Unsurprising,
seeing you
perhaps,
at
given that
the
she is
Golf
only
with
part
Friends.
Void Sent.
I'm guessing. So wait, you're working tomorrow, Sash, aren't you?
Nope.
Nope. Nice.
Nope.
Blue is working.
Zero
after
said
you.
before
I
that
have-
Xenos had altered her essence.
Tomorrow and then Sunday.
Okay.
Normally I would be working on Sunday, but because Monday's a public holiday, I don't see why I need to go in. No, I'm not going to.
Nice. I don't have to work Monday either, which is lovely. So
I have to work Monday.
A change wrought,
but
I
do you at least
suspect,
get public
with the
holiday
power
rights?
of darkness. It
Like
acted
boy.
upon the part of her that is void
Better.
sent,
Fucking do
rendering
better.
it dominant. Thus,
Wait,
we were
actually,
able to
never mind.
reverse
I
it
don't
with
think
the
it's a
power
public
of
holiday
light.
for you guys. It's just for us.
sorry.
It was the WA day or some bullshit.
Oh, no. Okay, so Monday for me coming up is not a work day because our office experiments with the 4-day work week. So I guess, well, yes, you're correct. It's a WA public holiday. So here's my little like thingy with the it's very much a HR has elected to do like 2 years ago they were like, we'll experiment with, the 4-day work week, but like every second week or something, and it gets altered if a public holiday falls upon a day that isn't Monday. So, like, if a public holiday falls within within the fortnight, there isn't a day off kind of thing that goes off there. Yeah, so that's worked out really well. There's not been a loss in production and productivity on that, and in some areas it's actually even improved because you get an extra day. There is no thought or incentive for them to introduce 4-day work weeks as just the weekly norm. And when I asked of like, oh hey, what's the argument against it if, we've seen productivity improvements on the weeks when we only had to work the 4 days and such, they're like, you should appreciate that we get this at the very least. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what?
Man, corporate sucks.
Corporate is weird. It's
like
bureaucracy.
Not to disclose details of anything, but basically because we have an EVA thing coming up, our union was like, hey, so can you put it in the EVA clause that if the staff apply for leave, that they would get a response on that leave within 14 days? And corporate laughed and said, that's stupid.
I'm sorry, you give us 2 weeks notice when we're let go. You don't want to, give us at least a 2-week heads up of whether or not we can take the leave?
Yep.
Ugh.
Because they like being able to wait till the last minute to say, actually, we really need you this week, even though you have flights booked and you're going overseas for a holiday. Yeah, sorry, no.
I'll just tell them, nah.
Yeah. I think the one that scares me the most is when I hear people are like, oh, we don't have a HR department in our offices. I'm just like, no. In the court.
Are they one of those family-friendly businesses?
No. When I first heard this person was like, he liked it when we didn't have a HR department. This was a startup company. This was a company that was trying to it was a tech company, rapidly growing kind of thing. So
oh boy.
It was, everyone was, some dude in his 30s to 50s, either single or family man who knew exactly what they needed to do in the technologies and what have you. Then they hired on the essential staff they needed for like the different departments and such. And then women came in because of customer services or finance, because I was like, when they went through recruiting, that was essentially what they found was where the most candidates were. And,
Still, yikes.
Yikes, yeah. And when we got up to like a capacity of like 300-400 people now, and one person's like, yeah, it would be nice if we didn't have HR. I'm just sort of like, HR is like insurance. HR isn't measured by a good day. HR is measured on a bad day, like when someone steals TVs in the middle, like over the weekend or some shit because of refittings. HR is for when someone decides to, waltz around the office with a face mask during the height of COVID rather than taking the 2 weeks. HR is for, when you have to let go someone or, discipline them for their behavior, and the manager doesn't want to do that because the manager and them are bros. So, yeah, the idea of, oh, you don't need a HR because things are fine without them, it's like, it's not for those times.
No.
If
I would prefer to have a competent HR.
That's fine. I think everyone, you can argue about like the processes of HR, but the solution shouldn't be, oh, the removal of HR. Like that's throwing a spanner in the works there.
You probably need just a smarter HR person, but
yeah,
I digress.
You don't get rid of HR. You just have to have people who know what they're doing in HR.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Because there's people in HR that don't understand.
I labour to believe that Xenos
people
possessed
because
such
they
arcane
don't actually
knowledge.
go out
In all
and
likelihood,
see
it came
what
from
these people are
Fandaniel.
like.
And then you wonder why the hell they're in HR.
Yeah.
People,
and then
people.
Then you suddenly let go of some of your best employees because
We're
of
Zero,
something
wholly void
reasonable.
sent. I doubt the crystal would have had an
Oh.
effect on her.
So yeah. There are some people in the HR where they do a good job. They will get back to you on any sort of, like, you know, the whatsamahoozy, the chain of command within a team or a department is a bit thrown out of whack because someone went off maternity leave, or you are, you know, a citizen of a foreign country that does not have a, you know, easy way of filling out taxes when you work in a foreign country. Thanks, United States of America.
One might say
Your
that
only
Heidelin
partner
had
in
a
that
hand
little,
in your meeting.
like, financial nonsense is China. God's sakes. Also, hi there, Zach Rhino. But then you have HR people where they're just a people person, where they just try and get the person that's not in the company
It is
into
no
the company as quickly
exaggeration
as
to
they
say
can.
that Zero has proven herself
have
invaluable.
Not
a boon
that much
from
thought
Heidelin herself.
into, you know, improvements once they're in the company kind of thing.
Her cooperation may come at a price, but whatever it is, I am willing to pay it.
I'm sorry, Grant, that we do that to you. You're not responsible for that shit, Sage. Is it Heaven's Eye or Savage Might that I go for? Or is it Savage
Your
Aim?
gear's got Savage Eye on it.
Because Heaven's Eye does the... No, you didn't come in at a bad time, Zach. We were just talking about, you know, company... Just corporate life.
Yeah, it's all good.
It's all good. Like, I'm gonna be real, I would much rather... I'd much rather a HR trying to host a pizza party for morale than the lack of a HR when someone above me is making me feel real uncomfortable with my workmates. So... Functioning item area would be pungent to make them inspected for signs of degradation. Oh yeah, I have an island now. I just have this, like, random island that I can, like, go off to and harvest shit. It's like Minecraft with less customization in creative mode.
Like how Sage says, who knows, maybe I'm secretly the president of the United States, or I control all the birds or something.
Or I control the birds. Thank you for your service of controlling all the birds. Where do they want me going? Okay, so they want me to go to what's my business? Yeah. Oh, have you heard what happened this morning in one of Trump's first criminal cases?
I heard there was something that happened, but I didn't know what happened.
So this isn't for all the crimes that he's currently being on, like, you know, convicted with and such. This one was the only one that, like, went to trial and what have you, and has so far, like, gone through all the, you know, deliberations and everything. There were 34 different counts of crime, which basically boiled down to utilizing campaign funds to pay a porn star hush money, or a adult film star. I'm not too sure what Stormy Daniels was at the time when she and Donald Trump did the nasty and what have you, but essentially, all 34 counts are he's been seen as guilty, and that comes with jail time.
Oh, Mike, so he can't rerun now that he's in jail, right?
No, he can still rerun.
Oh, come on, America.
America
please.
has 3 rules when it comes to how do you have the qualifications for a president. Are you over the age of 35? Are you a natural-born American citizen? And have you been in the country for the last 5 years?
I'm sorry, why can people who have gone to jail run for... That's stupid.
Okay, some states don't allow you to vote for criminals, and you know, people with a felon cannot vote. So there is that kind of nuance, but the bigger one that is, I feel like the one that's gonna be a bigger thing that can actually like blow his problem in the of like, you know, for re-election and what have you, is it started off in the Nevada courts, but essentially Nevada refused to put him on the ballot as an option to vote in the primaries because January 6th is like domestic terrorism, insurrection, all that kind of nonsense. That is not allowed in the Constitution. You can't put an insurgent into power and what have you and all this kind of nonsense. So because one of the rulings is that like, oh, you don't try and like overthrow the government in your position in office or some shit like that. So and
because he's been found guilty, they won't put him on the ballot then.
It was more of a case of the president like incited the riots and what have you, and you know, disrupting the whole democratic process, democratic process and what have you. That, you know, whether or not, like, the problem, it's a bit of a weirdy thing, but the short of it is he took part in riots that almost turned into an insurrection, which brands him as which can brand him as an insurrectionist in the, you know, in the Constitution. And Republicans, who are commonly, you know, the whole, oh, we just read as the Constitution says, what have you, kind of absolutionists. Yeah, there's some arguments on, is the president, like, you know, a quote-unquote employee of the government because he's the highest office and such? Is he under that scrutiny? Nevada's Supreme and the appeals courts are saying, yes, the president is still, you know, has to follow the rules of the Constitution and what have you. And so now there's like this whole, you know, escalation, and it's no doubt going to go all the way up to the federal Supreme Court, which right now is a like 2/3 Republican majority. And even though some of them have not been in favor of like the rulings that Trump wants, they are still classic Republicans of, you know, towing the company line, rescinding Roe v. Wade kind of stuff. But it's interesting whether or not they're going to look at this Constitution thing and be like, yes, the president is still under the scrutiny of the Constitution, and if they take part in an insurrection, whether or not it's failed or succeeded, they can't, you know, run for office again. Like, you can't hold an office in government if you are, you know, found to be an insurrectionist or anything like that. So, yeah, some Americans act.
Something in the chat.
Sorry?
You got it. I was just gonna mention in the chat, but you already got it, so it's all good.
Yeah, the only thing also being on the ballot is Jan 6. Yeah, so that Jan 6 stuff. We still have trials to go on for the Jan 6 stuff and another thing as well, but those things are likely not to go to trial until November this year, and by then the polls have already opened up and we would have, you know, everyone doing their voting and such. So it's not as strong of a drumbeat, but there's still the drumbeat of, hey, you need to go to the ballots and vote. Because in 2020's election, we had the largest voter turnout of 60%. Like, imagine Australians hearing that. Oh yeah, 60% of the eligible voters turned up to vote. Meat. So, God, imagine if America had the same thing as Australia, where it's like, oh, if you've like, you know, registered your address, driver's license, or whatever the F, you have to vote. Otherwise, you take, you know, a $60 or however many dollars fine for not voting. No, I should have just gone to the. Well, I'm an idiot. I love compulsory voting. Here's the thing, I think in Australia, like, Australia is not politically driven. You have to really shit in someone's breakfast to make people galvanized. Because the fact of the matter is even as, you know, Queensland has their whole, hey, you get to have 50 cents public transportation in August and for 6 months, that's still not gonna color people's opinion on whether or not they would want to vote for Labour again in the state election. You're a himbo, not an himbo? I don't... Oh.
I think they were trying to say you're not an idiot, you're a himbo.
Yeah. So, where was I in my train of thought? Would ride at that, though, and it would be very difficult to rig the polls then. That's my one blue. Wait, it's a very messy trial. Hopefully something good comes from it. I really hope so, because things are very downhill. Yeah, so the first trial, which was about Stormy Daniels and the whole, you know, utilizing campaign funds to pay hush money and what have you. I'm gonna be real. If we didn't live in this whole, like, crazy cultist kind of political candidates, the fact that they would have been, would have to have been gone on trial and such like that is normally a political death sentence, especially since people have really dumb scrutinies like, oh, Nixon sweated during the debates. We had a Republican in the primaries that went, yeah, and like apparently his roar was like, you know, very unpolitical or it was very un-American or some shit and shouldn't be in the White House.
Is this?
Oh, good lord.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, going from such fucking prudes to, oh, who cares if the president said grab him by the pussy?
Yeah.
Like, so many things he did. But then it was just a case of no one wanted to deal with the political people, and they thought that, you know, a failed billionaire was going to do it.
There's no time.
Nope.
I must rejoin the battle.
He was...
I must...
way too focused on finances within the country, which was a very debatable thing of whether or not that has succeeded, and through there has like weakened America's power in being able to, like, you know, negotiate with foreign countries. Personal bubble lady.
What is this? Some sort of fiend? A
I
fiend?
love just like,
where is it? Where?
But this is no time for jokes.
It's like when
You're in the
Sorobod saw the
source, my
talking
dear.
turtle and he was
The
like, oh
world
god, a
next
talking
door.
turtle.
So to
And it's
speak.
like, seriously?
The others brought you here after you collapsed.
So great.
I'll fetch them at once. Wait, just a moment.
Make you booble.
The interiors are quite large.
Well, the elephant people are quite large.
But they're not that tall, though. Like, I understand the width stuff, but the height is a bit...
Nidana's twice her size.
Was she? Okay.
I took the liberty of arranging refreshments.
I'm sorry, but why
I
are
hope
you a
you
little
find them
child
as
again?
flavorful as they are invigorating.
You literally have a homunculus that is, like, you know, a more appropriate age and size.
Yeah, but everyone likes...
This isn't
smaller
what you
version.
promised. I suppose ether is ether.
Oh my god, she's complaining about free food.
Wait. Don't tell me you don't know how to eat?
I'm imagining it's gonna be the opposite of Grahatia eating a taco.
I took what I needed from it. What's the problem?
Where's the enjoyment
you
in
gotta
that?
remember she's lived as a
You're
void
supposed to
for God knows
bite,
how many
to
years.
chew,
Kinda
to
like...
savor,
Okay,
and then swallow.
fair. But somehow she didn't fuck up walking or standing up straight. I just thought there would be like a, you know, instinctual thing. Oh, here we go. Let's see.
That's the way. So, did it taste good?
Let's see. Did she like it?
I don't know.
The long years without eating may have dulled your sense of taste.
Well, we void scent have no need for such when consuming others. There are some who speak of taste when describing the quality and affinity of their praise ether. But I loathe the act. Taking ether in small amounts like this is one thing, but diluting my essence, diminishing myself, I'd sooner die. And I have
Such a
died,
tiny bite.
countless times.
Do you take small bites out of your apple, or do you take, like, big bites out of your apple?
I don't say small.
Really?
Mostly because I worry about, like, jumping right into the middle and, like, getting seeds.
Bless you. I'm sorry, but the core is not that big in the center of apples. You could normally, you could get away with, like, almost biting off half the apple before you get to the core with all the seeds.
But what happens when you do?
Texture.
The texture.
Not much. After a while,
That's
you
why I can't
return,
eat
together
bananas.
with
I
all
can't
your
deal with the
expended
texture.
life force.
No, fair enough, but that's because the banana, even when you peel it, has all, like, the stringy nonsense in it. The apple is fine. The apple is it's like a Reese's peanut butter cup.
To die where others
It's
won't
got, like,
devour you.
it's got a hear me out. Hear me out about the Reese's peanut butter cup.
I'm listening.
So, the chocolate and the peanut butter are two different textures, alright? They are two different tastes. Now, the chocolate is like a shell for the peanut butter. It does, like, I don't know. Okay, maybe you have this problem with Reese's peanut butter cups, but I don't have the problem with the Reese's peanut butter cups. You can, it's enjoyable. Like how about like a Tim Tam?
Okay, but isn't there like more than one component to a Tim Tam?
There is?
Like more than
glug,
two.
glug,
Like you've got
glug,
the
glug.
biscuit, and then you've got like the internal, like the
Wafer?
flavoring, whatever it is. The
Oh, it's not
Is it a
wafer. It's not
like
wafer.
it's like a icing.
No, it's not icing.
It's like a cream filling on the inside. Can't say what it is.
Tim Tams do not have a cream filling. I am more accurate with my use of the wafer than you with your fucking cream. You're making it sound like as if it's a mini like fucking what's a mahoozy
You know what? I'm gonna
Twinkie.
message you something, but you can't say this on stream.
I don't think wafer is the right concept.
I feel like wafer is a closer equivalent than cream.
But it's a biscuit.
Yeah, okay, yeah, fine. It's a biscuit.
But then you don't have biscuit wafer biscuit. That's not. It's
No, because okay, with the Tim Tam,
it's like an icing.
It's a chocolate coat.
Yeah.
It's a chocolate coat. You then have like the biscuit. Then you have like this like wafer thing, and then the biscuit.
There's no wafer in there.
It's certainly not cream.
It's like a fucking icing.
Freaking, have you seen?
When was the last time you've been into a Tim Tam?
Fucking god. This guy, I swear to God, hasn't had a Tim Tam in his life.
I have had a Tim Tam in my life. Thank you very much.
Kit Kat.
Okay,
you're thinking of a Kit Kat.
Okay, Kit Kat and Arrow definitely has a wafer, but like
Arrow, wait.
moving on.
Amazing!
Oh my god, I'm getting
My
an
peers who
aneurysm.
study immortality and resurrection would be
You get your
most
aneurysm.
interested
You
in
go
this
bite into
phenomenon.
your creamy Tim Tam.
The question of taste aside,
should not be laughing.
I am glad that you are able to partake of food like us. I dare say it agrees with your personal preferences.
That's true. You can keep giving me the same on a regular basis.
Very well. As my guest, I shall see that you do not want for comfort. And one other thing. We brought you to our world without your consent. And for that, I apologize. If you wish it, we will return you to yours once you have regained your strength.
See you shaking your head, Grant.
It's fine.
Sorry.
I have
See
no
you shaking
reason to
your
go
head.
back.
I'm just reading.
I think he's shaking his head.
Except for
Okay, I
you.
shook my head then. I shook my head then. I will be real with you.
I do. I have yet to find my sister.
We went from how big of a bite do you take out of your apple to enjoy your creamy Tim Tam.
I want nothing more than to rush to her aid.
Sash.
To find this Golbez. and
Using
free
only
her
the
from his
descriptors we
clutches.
gave you,
If he
I want you to
still
draw a Tim Tam.
So am I putting a wafer in it or am I putting cream?
Let's you could do one or the other. Hopefully it's a quick thing for you to like just draw the cross section, and then you have the third one, which is an actual Tim Tam you recently bit into.
Though if our recent experience has taught us anything, it is that the 13th is more dangerous than we ever imagined. Caution must be our watchword.
Better late than never. In the short time
Sorry,
you spent in our
I'm
world,
just
you left a trail
remembering
of
a
chaos in your
quote.
wake.
Oh, I'm just remembering this like Twitter thread that happened where someone was like, they showed off like what Vegeta and Goku's like casual attire looked like between the events of Cell and the Majin Buu games in Majin Buu. And they were like, okay, we have so many fighting games. How is this, and it's just basically like a button up with pants for Vegeta and Goku. How is this not an alternative costume in the games? And someone did the comment, it's filler, bro. Meaning like it's filler from the anime. The next comment, like the comment on that comment is a third person who provides like manga panel reference of the costumes, and he writes... He writes...
You're gonna finish the joke, Grant.
He writes... He writes, my cum in your ass is filler.
What the frick is... Really? You're saying this now?
And I was just like, that is such a great insult to someone. My cum in your ass is filler.
Oh my god.
It's just... It gets me...
You managed to return in
It
one
gives me a
piece this time.
laugh every time.
But don't assume you'll be so lucky the next.
I can tell.
Oh, there's just so many great
Rest assured,
quotes
we will make
from
more
the internet.
and spare no preparation.
You know what? There you go. There you go.
Oh, look at
Speaking of which,
this. Look at
While we
but
rest
hang
and
on.
ready ourselves, I ask that you tell me
Tim
more
Tam
about
is a brand of chocolate biscuit introduced by the Australian biscuit company Arnott's in 1964. It consists of 2 malted biscuits separated by a light hard chocolate cream filling and coated in a thin layer of textured chocolate. Okay, hard chocolate cream, like that's... Is it cream or is it hard?
You eating a Tim Tam, man.
Why does it have to be complicated?
They wrote it complicated!
Do you not English?
I English! Cream is not hard! What is a characteristic of cream? Do tell me. What is a characteristic?
Oh my freaking god.
Your Honor, I rest my case.
In
Good
return,
day.
I will tell you about ours. I will show you my domain,
Did
Radz at
you
hand.
spend 8 years
I
doing
said good
culinary?
day!
Oh no.
Again, a stranger in this strange
The
land.
amount of controversy that's going on in this stream, legit, you know what he said earlier? You
I
know what he
said it as
earlier?
a joke. I just want this to be said.
What was earlier?
I have a condition.
He said that
You must come too.
Shin Megetsu
SNT
Tensei
Shin Megami
was...
Tensei is a spin-off of Persona, and I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
I know it isn't. It's just
You have my
funny to
thanks.
say, like how
You said it was
BioShock is the
Persona
least political video game, or that Tasmania is a mainland, or New Zealand doesn't exist because it's not on the maps. Fun fact, that is honestly an issue that New Zealand has with some people making, like, you know, low poly maps and what have you, is they will just ignore adding in New Zealand when they do Oceania. I think I broke them.
You're the one who told me to get my freaking pen out.
Oh, okay.
This man freaking has, I swear he's never had a Tim Tam in his life.
Oh. I'm sorry, Mr. Arnitz.
Oh my. Freaking. Oh my god. My god.
Giving me the whole fucking spiel of, by the Australian Biscuit Company Arnitz in 1964. Some rituals eating. They move their bodies to bring pleasure to those who are watching. It is a form of entertainment, part of our culture. Alright, where am I sending them next? I'm sending them to Aether Plaza. I'm pretty sure Sash is over there as well, just waiting for me. She's gonna ambush me.
Say that like I'm in-game right now. Good, I'm not good enough to play video games and run at the same time.
Alright, fair enough. Oh, that's your drip for the warrior. Nice.
Believe it or not, it's actually just default armor.
No, that's... You're right, it's default armor. What? Why? You have level 80 pants. What's going on there?
Look. Don't worry about it.
Okay, the Void Moon, I think, looks cool. The Void Moon is what's doing the majority of the drip. The Manderville Axe is awesome.
It'll be the stage 2 axe as well.
Oh, it's stage 2. Okay, okay.
Stage 2. I haven't finished it yet.
This is a marketplace where people buy and sell goods. Since its earliest days, Razathan has served as a trading hub, and here you'll find not only local products, but wares from distant lands. I should mention that the vendors generally only accept payment in coin or tomestones. If there is aught you desire, I shall take care of it. Okay, tell me if this is a crazy idea. You know how some people are trying to do like virtual grocery shops, grocery stores? Like going down aisles and such? I think they need to think bigger. I think that it shouldn't be grocery stores. I think it should be like Amazon. I think someone needs to do like a VR environment of Amazon. So like the aisles are always like the top 100 thingamadiggies in that category, what have you, because Amazon has already done that. And then when you go to like a different section to like, you know, type in a search, and the shelves fill with like, you know, your search results. Because we've all been to a grocery store. Like, they're depressing as shit until you get to the cereal aisle. or you go to the Pepsi aisle, or you go to the soda aisle with the chips and the jerky. That's my personal favorite aisle. But like, just imagine, like, the fucking warehouse level of Amazon.
This is true.
Hello.
Hi there, Vulpecula. My day has not yet started. My day is ending. There we go. Sightseeing log out of the way. And then... God damn it, I have to double back. You took me on a dinner date. We're on a first name basis. It was a group dinner. So yeah. That was a fun dinner. It's a shame I didn't, you know, prompt some of the people who were coming along to this thing of like, oh hey, Vol, just so you know, it's normally a dinner and a show. Also, unless you know you have allergies, if someone asks if you have allergies, just say no. Oh, I saw you this morning. Oh gosh. Finest alchemists. They're the ones who created my bodies and can provide me with healing as well. It's hardly uncommon in our world. When given the chance, many shed their bodies to claim stronger ones. Sounds good. And then back up via the fibers. Sounds like you're on a first name basis with a lot of people. Oh yeah, no, I'm on a first name basis with a lot of people, like Sash, Blue, Z. I still go like, I don't think I'm on a first name basis with Mutasaur at all. Like the few times we chat is like, it's only in like the Twitch thingy-majiggy when I'm like idle and what have you. I'm trying to think, who else who's someone I'm on a first name basis with? Unnamed? Well, everyone calls Dazzy Dazzy. This is where we're going to be shown square grapes. Fun fact, Zero. The Reaper Scythe you have used to be used for tilling. The only reason we, you know, give it the personification of death is because earlier on the use of a scythe on the Reaper as a personification of death was meant to insinuate that the amount of lives that are lost to death is insurmountable, much like us tilling the wheats in a field. Is that the right word, tilling?
I think so.
So yeah, the scythe is not actually like a, you know, dangerous murder weapon. If we made Reapers insinuated by that fashion, then just the instantaneous death of an explosion or a gun would have been more applicable, but instead, it's a gardening tool. You ever seen that picture of the goth girl with the platform boots and the combine harvester?
No.
Okay, hang on. Tractor goth. Let me get you an image that you're gonna think is just so silly.
I just want you to know, Grant, this is the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life.
The difference between, like, you know, incorrect Tim Tams, Dim Dams. Can I show this on stream?
Go ahead.
Alrighty then, open the browser, save.
Blue's gonna have another aneurysm.
I think Blue is gonna be annoyed because, like, we're not wrong with the way Blue described it, but Blue is just gonna have to contend with the fact that, like,
That's why I called it an icing, because it's like, it is technically, he's right, it is a cream. Like, icing is a cream, but I would consistency-wise refer to it more as an icing. But
There we go, everyone. The Tim Tam.
I
I feel like between the first two, mine is more of an the way you drew it. Like,
why would you even put a wafer between two biscuits like that? It looks so dumb.
Oh my god!
I just love how you made the cream bulge. So, like, if you had to actually manufacture this biscuit, there is no doubt there would be veins on the sides.
My god. This guy, I swear the fucking god.
This is... okay. So, chat.
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
I'm not gonna refund you for this one. It's not gonna be for the full hour. The next time someone tells you that Tim Tams have cream in them, just remember there's more. It's got. It's just so silly. You made it bulge.
What? You said based on the given description.
I don't remember saying, like, it had to, like, you know...
Look, you said cream. I just meant with... What?
Not the creamy bulge.
I think we need sleep.
We'll need sleep shortly. I need you. Okay, two things. I need you to post this in the art channel of my Discord. This cannot be left.
Really, art or memes?
Art.
You should.
Yes, you did art. I'm gonna open up my Twitter. I'm gonna say thank you, says Sheriff. For did you ever do a clip of the whole like Tim Tam thing for further context?
I don't know. I didn't clip it. I don't know if anyone else did.
Alrighty then.
Oh my god.
It's just so great. Thank you, Sash. Thank you.
I'm just. The more I talk to you, the less I'm convinced that you are Australian. Get fucked.
Get fucked. Here's the thing, is like, anytime there's a moment of like, oh, what nationality are you? Like, if I had to pick one, I will always go like American Canadian. I will never put myself down as an Australian unless someone is trying to bamboozle me with, oh, Australians do this, and I'm like, did not fucking hear this.
There's the guy that was the only one at the Korean barbecue that didn't like the soup.
Wait, what was the soup?
It was a Korean fermented bean soup.
Oh my goodness. I sound like, you know, just any other American or English or Canadian or, quite frankly, any other Australian who wasn't from Korea.
Else at the table was Australian except one person.
I'm sorry, the fucking mic pee.
Thank you for sharing from
This freaking Deborah is starting a war.
When is he not?
Icy is the cream. I love how you put cream in parentheses as well. Oh my gosh.
I'm tempted to send it to Dazzy and have Dazzy be like, I don't get it.
Oh my gosh, it's just cream. I can't remember the cream. Yep. Alright.
You had a bloody Tim Tam, and you say it has wafer in it.
It's.
I'm gonna legit put a fucking survey on my fucking Twitter.
Be sure to quote retweet. Be sure to quote retweet the fact that I provided image for, you know, visual context. Because I swear to Christ, if you told an Australian there's cream in the Tim Tam, they would think you're fucking with. They would think it's the biggest gaslight.
If you said to any bloody Australian that there's wafer in a Tim Tam, you're fucking nuts.
I'm gonna send a message to Cap. Is there cream in a Tim? Watch as I go to many different Australians in their DM and ask, is there cream in a Tim Tam? And I'm gonna have so.
Friends are gonna be like, the fuck are you on? I'm gonna say, make sure Code is one of those that you DM.
Hang on. He's online right now, so if I ask him, he's probably gonna respond sooner than anyone.
He'll come in to try to be like, excuse me, what the fuck?
Ugh. Come on, Code. Grant is getting giddy tired. Yes, I'm getting giddy tired. You are correct. We're so close to getting
sleep.
It's 6.2. We're nearly done.
Oh my god,
I mean,
man.
look, we would have been done soon if we didn't derail with Tim Tam.
Freaking Tim Tams. Holy shit. Next, he's gonna say something about mint slices and raspberry shortcake.
Oh god.
You know, my previous desktop support boss, when he first worked in the different office, he was called his nickname, because no one knew what his actual name was until they had to go to him for help. They just called him Mint Slice because he just eats mint slices at his desk when wasting away the Saturday.
I mean, I couldn't think of a better way to use a Saturday.
That's great. Alright, so I've asked my ex-housemate, is there cream in a Tim Tam? Now, he's probably in the same wavelength as you, Blue, because he responds with, I wouldn't describe it as cream.
It's not traditional cream the way you think it is. It's similar to oh my god, there's different types of cream.
Well, cause cupcake icing is like a type of cream, technically, right?
Cupcake icing. The most traditional form of a cupcake icing would be buttercream.
Right.
Which is obviously made with butter and sugar.
Darn it, I'm not getting a response from Code. What is he doing? You sent in DM. What did you send in DMs?
Boxes.
Sent in DMs.
Yes!
Code just went, what? Question mark? Oh, almost done. Buried. Yeah, this is the last mission. No, my thanks for joining us. Let's return. Most traditional forms of cupcake icing is American buttercream. Okay, so yeah, like Icy said. Thank you for mansplaining what Icy was talking about.
But yeah, that's why I said icing, because Blue is right. It's a cream. I wouldn't
It wouldn't have been the descriptor.
No, I would have icing was the word I jumped to first, even though that's probably not still technically correct.
Okay, so Code has asked. So he said what? I said like I asked, and he says, "Not that I know of. Why?" So it's at this point I now send him the image.
That's gonna confuse him more.
He'll check in with me another time. Don't worry.
My God.
I'm sorry.
Deploy the image. Deploy. What are my thoughts on socks and sandals? Oh, that's an old generation dad thing, I feel. I don't think any Australian would do socks and sandals.
Like, the best way
So,
to describe
what are your impressions of
a
Tim
Tim
Tam?
Tam's filling is probably... I think it's probably close to a German buttercream.
There's a lot of mortals.
So, hang on, what's the difference between... Was it French?
There are several types of buttercream. You got Swiss,
Considering your
meringue, you got
origin,
French buttercream,
I can see why that might be your first
German
observation.
buttercream,
Though they
Italian
would call each
buttercream, the
other
American
people, I
buttercream,
think.
and so forth. But I'm
If you
describing
wish
by
to
texture,
know about
not
our
by
fair city,
ingredients.
Oh, I'm
I
getting
should be glad to
multiple
place a guide
messages
at
from
your
my
disposal.
ex-housemate.
No,
Okay, because I
I'll
asked,
show
what would you
myself
describe
around.
it as? And they say
There's
a
only so
less
much about my
dense
home I can share
chocolate
with you in
filling.
return, after
Also,
all.
what are you doing conscious at 1 a.m.? I'm finishing
While I remember some few
an
tales of the
MMO
past,
quest
I
line.
cannot speak to their authenticity. But if that is enough, then I will tell you of the events that saw darkness engulf our world. The Contra Memoria.
Alright,
We are all
freaking,
ears.
where the hell is
Please.
my freaking socials?
I have no idea. Where did you leave them?
Long ago, light filled the world and all was at peace.
Oh, I can't make a freaking poll if I
But then the servants of darkness
was it?
came,
Quote.
and they bequeathed a black art unto men.
It's gonna be so you're gonna open this poll with so much out of context.
One could call forth
and then I'm just gonna throw
known as Eidolons.
All right, I showed him the image, and he says it's definitely not a
The
wafer.
atoms.
The sleep deprivation
And
is
these
really
Eidolons
getting
are
to
surely
you.
primates.
This man
Then
has
you have faced
driven
the
me
same,
away from
and
my
understand that
session
when an
of
Eidolon is
SMT3.
birthed, strife follows. And in such strife, the weak are the first
Again,
to
I'm
suffer.
sorry, Blue.
When it seemed the world would be plunged into chaos,
But yeah, I love how Quackles is
They
just
who are
like,
blessed with a singular
I wouldn't describe it as cream.
The
A
power
dense
to
chocolate
break
filling.
of
Like, I'm gonna be real, dense chocolate
within
filling.
crystals known as
Yes,
memoria.
I would have accepted that.
my mother was one such memoriate. But in fighting to save many,
This poll is going to go for
she
a
herself
week.
was touched by
It's gonna go
darkness.
for a week. We're gonna lose interest in a day.
And so you were born
Not
past
appreciated
Voidsent,
around every
before the
day.
world was overcome.
How exactly did that calamity come to pass?
Well,
Did the
I know
Memoriates
what
not
I'm going.
triumph?
I know what we need to write in for our raid message.
They did.
There's cream in the Tim
They
Tam.
expunged the seeds of chaos and restored the peace, only to find themselves
Okay, so
seduced by
here's
the
something.
darkness
My
they
hu-
had
so I said, but I wasn't the madman that said cream. I seem less unhinged. And he says, if I had to pick between wafer and cream, I'd say cream. I have spoken. So
They spread the taint, transforming men into monsters, what you call Voidsent, and raised armies to wage new wars.
Freaking Wicked, I
Not
can't
the
believe
first
it.
to be
I'm typing
corrupted by
wafer
power,
in this, and this is
nor
gonna.
the last.
Some defied temptation and held fast to the light.
I'm still baffled
My
by
mother and I
wafer,
among
so
them.
I'm gonna be real with you.
For years and years we fought, but it was not enough. And when our strength was spent,
I
our
joined
bond was
the
broken.
I spread
So too was the world.
Okay, corruption. Not get your Always Sunny in Philadelphia mind out of the gutter. They're talking about corruption
The flood
taint,
of
not
darkness.
like taint.
Wicked, what else did people say that's in a bloody Tim Tam?
The stars faded from the heavens.
So the way
As a cold
Coggles
black
has
pitch
described it
enveloped creation.
is it's a
Darkness
dense
raged unchecked,
chocolate filling.
rending the very walls of
Filling
reality.
is too vague.
I was cast into the rift.
It's less vague in my head than cream.
Like an eternity.
Do I
Filling
need?
could be anything.
Until I
Do you want me to bring the image back up again?
Chicken stuffing in there for all I know.
infinitesimal, but enough for me to squeeze through.
This is what I have to deal with, Coggles, with like
Find
fucking Mr. Arnott's over here grabbing the website and just going like, well, bam, this is what the website says.
Oh
So
my
that is how you were able
God.
to escape
You're arguing with
becoming a
someone
void
who
sentinel
spent
fully.
8 years studying and partaking in hospitality and culinary.
I suppose I should consider myself fortunate.
That
Were I
cream
like
is
most
baked
others,
away.
I wouldn't have lasted a day before being
Great have
devoured.
fallen. There was nothing great about me. I don't know why.
We, the
There was
lost,
nothing
are
great
better
about
equipped
me.
to survive in a lost world.
Today, you have started a war.
Started a war.
Oh no, not the Twitter war.
Oh no.
A lost world, you say?
Okay, what other options do we have?
I wouldn't be so
No,
sure.
no, 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 no,
The
no.
13th is
Don't
still
put
there,
in other
is it
options.
not?
Just put cream and wafer in. Just those two.
What are you getting at?
Okay, I gotta put in another post to that tweet.
To explain
saying,
requires that we initiate
was
you into the
sparked.
truth of the source and its reflections. Be warned that this will take a while.
Twitter furry Tim Tam drama of 24.
Honestly, if this is how I get popularity in the Twitter circles by arguing about the innards of a Tim Tam, it's not the worst. There could have been.
There have been worse things.
Can't wait for this to. We just somehow artificially bump the number so it just becomes Tim Tam trending.
Oh my God.
Okay, I need to actually.
Unlike
Do
the
you want the
worlds that
image?
have been
What?
rejoined, mine still.
I need the bloody.
The
image.
Oracle of Light prevented the first from being completely
It's in the
overcome.
Discord. Do you want me to just?
So the situation may not
I'll
be
find it, I'll
completely
find it.
identical to that
It's-
of your
It's in
It's
the art
13th.
channel.
But the fact remains that we were able to restore a measure of,
You mean?
which gives me cause to hope there may be a way to restore light and life to the 13th.
Yes, I never thought that I would start.
Of
a
course,
freaking
these are
Twitter
only
war.
possibilities. I offer no
You
guarantee.
absolutely have started Twitter wars.
But having
No, I
experienced
haven't.
what we have, I dare say we are more qualified than most to speak on the matter.
I stay away from these Twitter wars.
Wait, I don't
I just stay
understand.
away from Twitter. Fuck that.
Why would you say these things? As if you mean to. But the sole reason you came to the Void was...
To find a dragon, aye. And in light of what we've seen, we'd be fools to strive for more. But we Scions, former Scions, begging your pardon, have a
It's
habit of not
artistic
leaving well enough
depiction.
alone. And old habits die hard, don't they, my friend?
Restoring the light would serve our efforts to find and
We
free
love
Ashdaya.
Dominion.
There is no reason
This
not to
is-
try.
I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a fantastic conversation.
You haven't been paying attention to any
Do
of it,
as you
have
will. I have no desire to
Um,
save that world.
Not too much. But I get the
Be that as it may,
gist of it.
we will have need of your power when next we face Void Scent.
So.
Oh yeah, I'm not allowed to vote in this poll.
You know
Oh,
how it works.
heavens forbid.
If you
have
want
a
my
bias.
It legit
You
won't
must
let
pay
me
my
vote,
price.
so
And now that you've drawn
Send me
Golbez's
the
attention, it's going to cost you more. A lot more.
Also,
I will
it's
put it
don't
into the
put
chat.
Grant
I'll put it
tweet. Don't put Grant Twitch. Put GrantZeebs at this point. I do not look at that.
I will consider this a deposit.
then we'd have to delete that thing again.
Yeah, that's fine. Just
because you have to have what is it? Freaking
copy the message and then just do a quick edit. Like here, watch as I.
Night, Commander Joe.
Bam, there you go. Fixed it for you. Now you just need to delete the message, upload the image, and try again. It's fine if there's like a couple second delay to... Oh. What the f... Oh my god, you just stand right there, do you?
Okay, there we go.
Time the void was short. I managed to ascertain that my sister yet lives, and it cannot be overstated how fortunate we are to have met Zero. But yeah, thanks to Zero, we now have a means of dealing with, like, you know, the Arc Fiends of the Void Scent, and potentially, you know, the guy ruling over the whole thing.
Okay, there. I put the link into the chat because I want to see how much chaos is going to ensue.
At 1 in the morning.
This is going to cause so many problems.
How has it already got votes on it? Wait! What?
Yay! Alright, I am going to go for... Scallops.
I don't see scallops on this list. Fine, I'm being stupid.
Yes, Furry Cures. I will be going to bed shortly. I just wanted to get through patch 5.2 before this morning's stream where we play golf with friends.
First Scarmiglione, and now Barbaricia. Useless, the both of them.
'Twas no lie. They conspire with a Memoriat.
And their search for the dragon
I want to know who
will
the one
lead
person is
them
who voted
here.
fucking wafer.
Yeah, who's the...
The
okay, you know what?
war
Freaking, I can't play
looms nigh.
SMT3 for the
We
rest of
cannot
the night.
allow
I
these
gotta save.
interlopers to interfere.
If I may,
Did you vote already?
Yeah, I voted wafer.
Eliminate them.
You motherfucker!
In order to get
What, you thought I was gonna just anonymously be like, oh yeah, he's right, it's a cream. It's like, no. I started this, I went through this. I am going to die on this hill since that's where I started.
As much as I dislike your leader,
I swear to God, if I see in the reply someone dissecting the Tim Tam...
Oh, I'm retweeting that.
Well and good to have confidence, but do not forget the cost of failure.
Rest assured, I will see the dream to fruition.
In
Even
fairness,
should I
to
be
have
consumed by my own flames,
I wouldn't so much
I
call
will
it
pave the
chucking
way
as
for
what I am
one and
delirium
all.
at this point.
Then I will trust in your oath and
Because
your
we've been talking
plan.
about Tim Tams for like the last, what, half an hour?
Hour.
We will give you cause
Hour.
to rejoice,
Like
my
that.
lord. This
Freaking, I
vow.
swear, if he thinks of Tim Tams as Kit Kats...
Some excitement for a change.
Better to think of them as Kit Kats than as Twinkies.
Wait, what? You think a Tim Tam is a sponge filled with cream?
Oh, so you do know what cream is?
Oh no!
I said there's different types of cream.
No
I learned.
sacrifice
Yes,
is
there's
too
German,
great.
there's French,
Even
there's
should my four archfiends
hard.
Then you got
I will
the type
not
of
halt
buttercreams
my
that you got,
steps.
and then you got actual cream, which is made from, you know, whipping
The
cream.
prison of passivity is an obstacle to my
I can't
cause.
wait for someone who doesn't know what a Tim Tam is to quote retweet that and just be like, the fuck is a Tim
Irony
Tam?
that the blessed damned should set us free.
No, we're not putting a pause. We're moving on.
As I swore so long ago. The gate lies open. At long last, my ambition shall be fulfilled!
It's not that they're so boring that it's preferential. It's just, it was just one of those moments where it was a passionate argument.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
You've
Everyone's
had arguments
tired,
with
and
me,
for some reason,
Quaggles.
everything is fucking hilarious.
Yeah. You've had arguments with me, Quaggles, like, you know, heated debates about bullshit. You know what it's like. It's absolutely fucking hilarious.
I'm not the one who started a fight with hardcore Kingdom Hearts fans about the war.
You can skip some of the games. That's, and you know what? Like
I
some of
agree
the
with
mild.
Paul.
I vote. No, there's deliciousness in Tim Tams. Wow.
What wow?
Like, just going with the neutral option here. It's just like, I declare these delicious.
I don't know if I'd call that a neutral option.
Deliciousness.
Yeah.
It's not decided on to I gotta handle all these things.
Well, no one's gonna call it a fucking wave, but
Trust and trust and trust. Sort. There we go. Plus that. Ah. Ooh, Farland Wings Offending. That is actually headgear my character could wear. Alright. Well, we got patch 5.2 down, which means 2 patches down and...
3 to go.
5.5 technically, so... Yeah. Excuse me.
Also, 6.5.
6.5, yeah. 6.55. Alrighty. There's been 7 votes so far now. Really quickly, there's more to the wafer.
Who the fuck?
This is gonna be great when Blue comes back to me a week later and is just like sending me a DM of just like, what the fuck did you do? Alrighty. Okay, we need to have a look at a raid target. We need to find an Australian.
Go raid Des the Wolf. They're doing a
I kind of
What is
want
it,
to.
a-
I want to raid into Kofu. They're doing Elden Ring right now. They're doing the and they're.
Okay, but Kofi would get a kick out.
I think Kofu would get a kick out of it. The raid message is, "Did you? There's cream in the Tim Tam."
It's because Des is doing a subathon of some kind. It's a 24-hour stream cap.
Okay, so how far are they right now?
They are 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Oh my god, Ripper's in here as well. Alright, okay, fine. Fine. We're gonna go raid into we're gonna go raid into Des the Wolf then. And the raid message is hang on, so Dust the Wolf. We're gonna go raid into Des the Wolf, and the raid message is there's cream in the Tim Tam. You can add whatever emotes you want to that raid message. I'm gonna go with my what faces. No, come on, Vol. Join in on the fun. Saz, you gonna join in on the fun?
I'm funning. I'm.
Yep, Blue's joining in on the fun. Oh, and you even got yourselves that was like a candy lick thingy-madiggy.
It's a hype train emote that you can't get anymore.
Aw, that's amazing. Alrighty then. So, we're gonna go right into Des the Wolf shortly.
Not that one!
Now,
Not that Vol!
no, not cum. Cream.
Cream!
Cream! Alright, that is going to be it for me tonight. Hi there, new YY. Unfortunately, we're ending the stream here. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Sashera, for joining into the stream. I greatly appreciate. Thank you for keeping me company, Blue, especially as everything broke down. I will be back online in about 10 hours. I've got a party game stream, so if you've got time to join in, I'd greatly appreciate it. Send the invites to everyone else, but otherwise, thank you everyone who came along. I hope to see you all next time. Bye for now.